frowned, looking troubled, and didn't utter a sound for a long time. Yu Xiaoyao blinked her eyes and continued to press him. Dad, stop playing coy, what's the method? What's the good method? Hurry up and tell me, I'm dying of impatience. Xu Hao sighed. Xiaoyao, do you know how your mom and I cultivate? Yu Xiaoyao was startled at first. Then she quickly recalled. She hadn't seen Mom Yuyun sitting cross-legged, circulating her cultivation technique. Every time she saw them, they were together. Could it be that they cultivated when she wasn't looking? No, that's not right. She remembered when they were doing that thing. She personally saw spirit stone being continuously consumed. As she thought about it, Yu Xiaoyao's fair little face slowly turned red. She had read many cultivation novels in her daily life. A word instantly popped into her mind. Dual cultivation technique. Xu Hao said with a helpless expression. This is a cultivation technique I obtained by chance. This technique is a bit special. If one cultivates alone, progress will be very slow. But if two people cultivate together, the cultivation speed can be more than 100 times faster. Yu Xiaoyao stood dumbfounded. As expected, dual cultivation was required. Increasing cultivation speed by 100-fold. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. If I cultivate this way too, wouldn't the spiritual energy in my body, which is only as thin as a hair, surge like a tide? Then I'll be able to learn all sorts of magic, summon wind and rain, fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, do whatever I want. Just thinking about it filled her with endless yearning. But then she thought of the cultivation method, and it was like a bucket of cold water poured over her, chilling her to the bone. Yu Xiaoyao was conflicted. To speed up cultivation, she would have to cultivate with Xu Hao. Just thinking about it made Yu Xiaoyao's pretty face flush and her heart pound. She couldn't help but secretly glance at Xu Hao. She saw Xu Hao's deep eyes, and under his high nose bridge, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. He exuded the charm of a mature man. He was definitely the handsome older man type. And he could cultivate, which in Yu Xiaoyao's heart, made him the perfect man. She already liked Xu Hao immensely. She wasn't averse to cultivating with Xu Hao, and even had a faint hint of anticipation. Normally, she often saw Xu Hao and Mom Yuyun together. She could tell from Mom's voice that she was happy. It's just, she wondered if Xu Hao would agree. After all, Xu Hao had always treated her as his linger. She was preoccupied with her thoughts all the way until they returned home. Taking in Yu Xiaoyao's expression completely, Xu Hao revealed a meaningful smile. He didn't bring up the concept of soul dual cultivation to Yu Xiaoyao. He knew full well her dependence on him, and her urgent desire for cultivation. He was certain Yu Xiaoyao would come to him for help. Returning home, Yu Xiaoyao, with a complex mood, went to the kitchen to cook. To please Xu Hao, she often learned to cook from Yuyun, and her skills were quite good. In the kitchen, Yu Xiaoyao, wearing an apron, skillfully handled pots and pans, chopping vegetables and stir-frying, her movements orderly. Before long, the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Just then, Yuyun returned from work, pushing open the door, looking a bit tired. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Xu Hao sitting in the living room, and the fatigue on her face vanished. She changed her shoes, walked into the room, and gratefully said to Xu Hao, "Hao Zhe, thank you for picking up Xiaoyao. Today, a case suddenly came up at the law firm, and I've been busy organizing files, with no time to pick up Xiaoyao. Luckily, you were there." Xu Hao pulled her into his arms, a smile playing on his lips. "What's our relationship? Saying thanks is too formal. Just show your gratitude with actions tonight." Yu Yun's face immediately turned red. Knowing what Xu Hao meant, she rolled her eyes charmingly. "It's still early, you're so improper. All right, quickly let me down, don't let Xiaoyao see us." Xu Hao was unconcerned. Instead, he held her even tighter. "What does it matter if Xiaoyao sees us? Linger should be happy to see us in love." After speaking, he lowered his head, blocking the words she wanted to say. Yu Yun's face grew even redder. She slightly closed her eyes, immersing herself in the moment. This legal queen had long been conquered. Her eyes only held Xu Hao. She believed that even if she knew Linger and Xu Hao were together, she wouldn't react much. Yu Xiaoyao came out of the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. She didn't expect to see this scene. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Dad and Mom love each other. I shouldn't overthink it. I should fulfill my role as their Linger." But ever since that thought arose, Seeing Xu Hao and Yu Yun being intimate, Yu Xiaoyao felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart. She blurted out, "Mom, you're back." Hearing Linger's call, Yu Yun panicked. She quickly broke free from Xu Hao's embrace. She fumbled to straighten her somewhat disheveled clothes and hair. Her pretty face was flushed, full of embarrassment, and she replied flustered. "Xiaoyao, is the food ready? You worked hard." Yu Xiaoyao placed the dishes on the table. "It's no trouble, Mom, come quickly and eat. Today I made all your and Dad's favorite dishes." Afterward, the family sat around the dining table. They began to eat, chatting and laughing. Xu Hao ate his food while asking Yu Yun, "Yuner, what's going on with that case you took?" Yu Yun swallowed the food in her mouth, sighed, and said, "Oh, this case is a bit tricky, it's a commercial dispute. It involves a large sum of money, and the evidence from both sides is very complex. I've been busy for several hours and still haven't sorted it out clearly." Xu Hao offered his opinion. For a commercial dispute, first clarify the details of the contract terms, see if there are any loopholes or ambiguous agreements. "Have you checked carefully?" Yu Yun nodded. "I'm already looking at it, but the statements from both sides differ greatly, so I need to find more evidence to corroborate." Xu Hao picked up another piece of food with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and then said, "How about this? Try to start from the emails and chat records exchanged during their transaction process. You might find some evidence there. Also, you need to find out if there were any third-party witnesses at the time." Yu Yun gratefully said, "Hao Jie, now that you've said that, I feel my thoughts are much clearer. I'll go investigate according to what you said tomorrow." Xu Hao smiled and waved his hand. "Why be so polite with me? We're family, your business is my business. Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold." The family ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was warm. However, Yu Xiaoyao seemed to have something on her mind. Usually very lively, she didn't say much today. After dinner, when Yu Yun finished clearing the dishes and came out, Xu Hao looked at her and said, "Yuner, your spiritual power has accumulated enough now. I'm going to teach you spells." Yu Xiaoyao, who was spacing out nearby, was immediately surprised when she heard this. Her ears unconsciously perked up. Mom is going to learn spells. Yu Yun also showed a look of surprise. "Hao Jie, can I also fly and escape underground now?" Although she usually enjoys being a lawyer and upholding justice, who doesn't yearn for cultivation? Finally, she could master those miraculous abilities. Xu Hao smiled and shook his head. "I don't have flying spells for now, but escaping underground is possible. You just need to master earth element magic." Yu Yun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Compared to earth evasion, she still preferred imperial sword flight, it felt more ethereal. "I can currently teach you 5 types of magic: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each has its unique properties." Xu Hao explained the 5-element art, introducing the differences of each spell to Yu Yun. Listening to his descriptions, Yu Yun was already eager to learn. "Hao Jie, what should I do?" Xu Hao looked around and said, "It's too small here, we can't fully utilize our abilities. I'll take you to a place first." With a wave of his hand, he opened the portal to the little world. Before the mother and daughter could react, Xu Hao pulled them into the little world. Yu Yun and Yu Xiaoyao only felt a blur before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they were stunned by the sight before them. Here, clouds and mist swirled, exotic flowers and rare herbs grew everywhere, spring water gurgled, and moonlight and starlight sprinkled upon the earth. It was simply like a wonderland. Yu Xiaoyao widened her eyes, captivated by the sight, and excitedly pulled Xu Hao's hand to ask, "Dad, where is this? Is this a wonderland? It's so beautiful." Xu Hao patted her head. "It's not a wonderland, this is my little world. Currently, the space is only about 1,000 square meters." Fortunately, the mother and daughter had witnessed many of Xu Hao's miraculous feats in their daily lives. They quickly processed this astonishing news. Xu Hao turned to look at Yu Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, you can go explore first. I'll teach your mom spells first." Yu Xiaoyao obediently nodded. She walked to the side, but her heart remained focused on this area, occasionally looking back. Xu Hao began teaching Yu Yun spells. After all, he wasn't teaching his Linger, so Xu Hao had fewer reservations. He explained the operational techniques and key points of the cultivation methods and even demonstrated them hand in hand. "You must do this and this." Yu Yun also studied with exceptional seriousness. Before long, under Xu Hao's meticulous guidance, Yu Yun quickly grasped the knack. She tried to circulate the cultivation method. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air, dancing in her palm, its light reflecting her surprised face. Yu Yun was incredibly excited. Hao Jie, I succeeded. She continued to control the flame, making it fly around. The flame was like an obedient child, changing into various shapes in the air according to her will. Although Yu Xiaoyao was exploring the little world, her peripheral vision was always focused on Xu Hao and Yu Yun. Seeing that Yu Yun had actually used a spell, she was stunned, her eyes filled with longing. If only I could also master these spells 1.0. Unfortunately, her current spiritual power was pitifully small, making it impossible to support the use of spells. She couldn't help but remember the time Xu Hao taught Mom cultivation. She secretly calculated that Mom seemed to have only cultivated 4 or 5 times. She could already reach the point of cultivating spells. But what about herself? She had cultivated diligently for several days, and her spiritual power had only increased by a tiny bit. The difference was too great. As she thought about it, that previous idea resurfaced in her mind. If only I could cultivate with Xu Hao. Yu Xiaoyao's face involuntarily turned red again. Noticing her gaze, Xu Hao smiled. To stimulate her, Xu Hao taught Yu Yun several other spells. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Yu Yun quickly mastered the spells of metal, wood, water, and earth. When she cast a metal element spell, she could control surrounding metal, moving it according to her will. When a wood element spell was used, a flower began to grow, blossoming more and more beautifully. The water element spell began to circulate. Crystal clear water spheres condensed in front of Yu Yun, floating in the air, ready to be unleashed. When she activated the earth element spell, the ground beneath her feet began to churn, like an earth dragon overturning. Yu Xiaoyao watched with great excitement. Her hands were tightly clasped together, filled with immense envy. How wonderful it would be if she could also use these spells. The desire to learn spells grew stronger. Her heart was stirring. Chapter 584, Loli's Initiative. Wish fulfilled. Feelings changed. By the time Yu Yun had initially mastered the 5 spells, it was getting late. Xu Hao then led the mother and daughter to the front of the villa. The villa was built very large, specially prepared for his women. Walking inside, the spacious hall was exquisitely decorated, and rooms were arranged in a staggered fashion. It could easily accommodate dozens of people. Xu Hao smiled at the 2 women. You can choose any room to rest in. Yu Xiaoyao and Yu Yun responded. They each chose a room, selecting ones across from each other. Yu Xiaoyao lay in her room, unable to sleep. The magical spells she had just seen kept appearing in her mind. In this dreamlike little world, Xu Hao had given her too many shocks. I really want to learn spells too. Should I go find Dad and ask him to take me to cultivate? But what if he refuses me? Her heart was in a terrible dilemma. Just then, Yu Xiaoyao heard a sound. It sounded like Mom's voice. She quietly got out of bed and opened the door a crack. She poked her head out to look. It turned out that Xu Hao was holding Yu Yun, ready to go out, and he wasn't wearing anything. She had seen this many times, so she wasn't shy. Yu Yun looked nervous and quickly covered her mouth. Hao Jie, can we stay in the room? It wouldn't be good if Xiaoyao saw us like this outside. Xu Hao smiled and said. Don't worry, Xiaoyao is already asleep. Don't forget what you said earlier about thanking me properly. He walked out, holding Yu Yun. Watching them walk out of the villa, Yu Xiaoyao grew even more curious. Where are they going? So, she carefully opened the door and followed them. Xu Hao and Yu Yun arrived at the lake. At this time, moonlight was like water, and starlight sprinkled on the lake, shimmering. Everything around was clearly illuminated. Yu Xiaoyao hid behind a tree not far away. She saw the 2 of them stop by the lake. Xu Hao embraced Yu Yun from behind, and the spirit stones placed nearby were consumed very quickly. Yu Xiaoyao knew this meant they were cultivating, and at a very fast pace. As she watched, she couldn't help but fantasize about her mother being herself. If she could also cultivate with Xu Hao, how wonderful that would be. Thinking this, she felt a wave of weakness, and her small face became flushed. Yu Yun had learned 5 spells today. Her mental energy consumption was already very high. Now she was constantly worried about being discovered by her linger. With a string taut in her heart, she soon became tired and fell asleep. Xu Hao carried her back to the room to rest. Yu Xiaoyao saw them return. Only then did she come to her senses and hurried back in a flurry. Taking advantage of Xu Hao carrying Mom into the house, and not noticing her, she quickly returned to her own room. But who knew, as soon as she reached her room door. Just as she was about to open the door and go in, Xu Hao suddenly opened the door and caught her red-handed. Xu Hao frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Xiao Yao, why are you here?" Xiao Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she stammered. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to look at the moon." "Dad, are you out for something?" Xu Hao had a look of suspicion. He clearly didn't believe her. Xiao Yao felt her scalp tingle, and she was extremely nervous. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Isn't this a good opportunity to ask Dad to cultivate with me?" Her eyes lit up as she asked, "Dad, how many times did you and Mom cultivate to reach the current level of spell cultivation?" Xu Hao thought for a moment and replied, 4 or 5 times, I guess." "Why?" Xiao Yao continued to ask. "Then Dad, if I cultivate by myself, how long will it take to reach that level?" Xu Hao thought for a moment. "It should probably take half a year." Xiao Yao's eyes widened. "Half a year? That's too long." After seeing the spells Mom learned today, she couldn't wait to learn them. "Dad, I want to cultivate with you, can I?" After speaking, she nervously looked at Xu Hao. Her hands unconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes. Her heart thumped non-stop. Xu Hao was startled by her words, then his face hardened. He turned and closed the door, then pulled Xiao Yao into her room and sat on the soft bed. Xu Hao looked at her seriously. Xiao Yao became even more nervous. Her head involuntarily lowered, her heart was in turmoil, and even her breathing was careful. She was afraid that Xu Hao would scold her the next second. Xu Hao finally spoke. "Xiao Yao, why would you have such a thought? This is against morality, you know. If outsiders knew about our relationship, they would certainly gossip about you and your mother. Then you will be caught in a whirlpool of public opinion." Xiao Yao bit her lip, gathered her courage, and raised her head. "We can just be quiet about it and not let outsiders know, can't we?" Xu Hao still frowned. "All right, even if we are careful not to be discovered by outsiders, what about your mom? Eventually, she will find out, and how will you and your mother face each other then? How heartbroken your mom would be." Xiao Yao couldn't help but imagine that scene. When she was with Xu Hao. Being caught red-handed by Mom. Mom's heartbroken and disappointed face like a sharp blade piercing her heart. Then she thought about how Mom had painstakingly raised her all these years, taking meticulous care of her. A deep wave of self-reproach surged over her. Mom was so good to her. Yet she was coveting her man. It was truly wrong. Ding. Xiao Yao is flustered, emotional value plus 666. Xiao Yao raised her head. Just as she was about to say, "No, I won't compete with Mom anymore," she heard Xu Hao sigh and say helplessly, "Xiao Yao, I know you like me, and how could I not like Xiao Yao? After so many years of being together, watching you grow up day by day, every little bit is etched in my heart. My feelings for you have also gone beyond the scope of familial affection." He reached out and stroked Xiao Yao's head. A loving smile on his face. The smile was mixed with a hint of bitterness. Xiao Yao was stunned. It turned out that Xu Hao refused her not because he didn't like her. Nor was it because of Mom that he refused. Xu Hao also liked her. It was only because of their age difference that he deliberately said that. This excited Xiao Yao. "What age gap? I don't care at all. Besides, you don't look like someone in his 50s at all. You're clearly a handsome uncle in his 30s. Moreover, Dad, with your cultivation, you can maintain your appearance and surely live much longer. So age is not an issue at all." Her eyes sparkled, unable to hide her joy. Xiao Yao continued, saying, "I like you too. Every time I see you and Mom together, my heart feels a little sour." Seeing Xu Hao raise an eyebrow and look at her, Xiao Yao was startled, realizing she had let something slip, and quickly corrected herself. "Where do you look old? You're clearly at your most handsome age, okay. I don't mind at all. And about me being small, where am I small? Mom can't even compare, I'm already over 1.7 meters. She grabbed Xu Hao's hand, letting him feel her conscience. Xu Hao was greatly alarmed, his face full of embarrassment, looking abashed. He, flusteredly, tried to pull his hand back. Xiao Yao held on tightly, refusing to let go. Seeing Xu Hao like this, she secretly laughed to herself. She hadn't expected that the commercial legend, worth trillions, would have such a side. She was still too young. She had no idea that all of this was merely Xu Hao's pretense. Xu Hao stammered. You've grown up, that's true, but there's an age gap between us. Do you really not mind? Yu Xiaoyao nodded vigorously, expressing her stance without hesitation. I don't mind. To make Xu Hao believe her, she gritted her teeth and pounced on him. Xu Hao naturally fell onto the bed. Ding Yu Xiaoyao was overwhelmingly shy, emotional value plus 741. Ding Yu Xiaoyao was extremely excited, emotional value plus 963. Ding. That night was like thunder igniting fire. Although Yu Xiaoyao was a first-timer, she had watched Xu Hao and Yu Yun many times and had rich experience. She didn't need Xu Hao to teach her and knew all sorts of tricks. It didn't end until dawn. To avoid Yu Yun noticing, Xu Hao used his healing art to directly restore Yu Xiaoyao's condition. You rest for a bit. I'm going back. Patting her, Xu Hao returned to Yu Yun's room. Yu Yun slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and saw Xu Hao, rolling her eyes and saying, Hao Zhe, just let me go. I have to deal with cases today. Xu Hao's expression was playful. It's still early. A little exercise helps with brainstorming. After speaking, he also patted her for comparison. Yu Yun gave him an exasperated look and very sensibly turned over. The next day, morning sunlight streamed into the room. A new day had begun. At the dining table, Xu Hao, Yu Yun, and Yu Xiaoyao were eating breakfast. Yu Xiaoyao was absent-mindedly stuffing food into her mouth. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards Xu Hao, then quickly shifted away, feeling guilty. And Yu Yun, from time to time, would inadvertently cast her gaze upon Linger. That gaze carried scrutiny. Yu Yun frowned slightly. She felt that Linger was a bit different today. But exactly how she was different? She couldn't quite put her finger on it for a moment. She stared at Yu Xiaoyao. And looked again, trying to find some clues from Linger's expression and actions. Yu Xiaoyao felt guilty under her gaze. Her fingers intertwined nervously. Fortunately, Xu Hao had helped her restore her condition beforehand. Otherwise, Mom would definitely have found out. She tried her best to act natural. After eating, Yu Xiaoyao had the weekend off today and was resting at home. Yu Yun took a stack of materials and prepared to go to the law firm. Before leaving, she turned back to Yu Xiaoyao and instructed. Xiaoyao, stay home today and don't run around, okay? Yu Xiaoyao nodded obediently. Got it, Mom, you can go ahead. Xu Hao smiled and interjected. Sister Yun, I happen to be free today. I'll stay and keep Xiaoyao company. Yu Xiaoyao's eyes instantly lit up. She ran over affectionately and hugged Xu Hao's arm. Dad is the best. Yu Yun watched the interaction between the father and Linger. She smiled helplessly and teased. Just spoil her, you'll spoil her rotten. Yu Xiaoyao immediately pouted and retorted. Mom, I won't be spoiled rotten. Xu Hao also chimed in. Exactly, Xiaoyao is so obedient, how could she be spoiled rotten? Yu Xiaoyao immediately nodded in agreement. The two saw Yu Yun out the door. Watching Yu Yun's figure walk away, Xu Hao and Yu Xiaoyao then turned and went back inside the house. As soon as they entered the door, Yu Xiaoyao eagerly pounced on him. Dad, I want to cultivate. She had discovered that her spiritual power was much stronger when she woke up that morning. It was much faster than what she could achieve through her own arduous cultivation. She felt that if she cultivated a few more times, she would be able to learn those powerful spells. So, as soon as Mom left, she couldn't wait to find Xu Hao. Xu Hao said hesitantly. Let's go to the room first. Then let's go. Yu Xiaoyao quickly pulled Xu Hao and walked towards the room. Because she was too eager and didn't pay attention, she walked directly into Yu Yun's bedroom. Xiaoyao, this is Mom's bedroom. Yu Xiaoyao, however, said indifferently. It's fine, Dad, Mom hasn't had time to tidy up anyway. Ah, this. Chapter 585, Linger's Massage Service. Another Linger is born. The world shakes. A few days passed in a flash. Yu Xiaoyao's desire for spells was strong. She clung to Xu Hao almost every day, asking him to take her to cultivate. Dad, please take me to cultivate a few more times. I already feel like my spiritual power is almost there. Yu Xiaoyao lay in Xu Hao's arms. She kept nuzzling him, as eloquent as a kitten. Xu Hao rubbed her hair. What else could he do? Seeing his Linger's pitiful plea. Of course, he had to satisfy her. Yu Xiaoyao immediately nodded vigorously. Under her persistence, she finally got to learn spells. She first learned fire element spells. When she successfully cast a fireball spell, Yu Xiaoyao jumped up excitedly, dancing with joy. I succeeded, Dad, look. Xu Hao smiled slightly and gave her a thumbs up in encouragement. Dad, I want to learn other spells too. Yu Xiaoyao was not satisfied, she insisted on learning all 5 types of spells, just like Mom. Xu Hao was not stingy either. After these few days of close guidance, she had completely become like him. Intimate words no longer needed to be coaxed. When she had mastered all the spells, Yu Xiaoyao was incredibly excited. She looked at Xu Hao gratefully. Thank you, Dad. Xu Hao said with a half smile. I don't just want verbal thanks. Yu Xiaoyao's eyes darted around, and she thought of the massage Mom gave Xu Hao, saying somewhat bashfully. Dad, you worked hard teaching me spells. How about I give you a massage? Xu Hao glanced at her. She was even better than her mom, the massage experience should be good. After parting with Yu Xiaoyao, Xu Hao went straight to Lin Chuqing's house. By his calculations, Lin Chuqing was due to give birth in the next 2 days. Xu Hao put down his work. He decided to stay by her side during this time. Walking into Lin Chuqing's house, a burst of laughter came from the yard. Ji Yuning Shuang's Linger, Xu Jian, was teasing Zhao Linger. Xu Hao's arrival immediately caught her attention. Dad, Xu Jian stopped teasing the little one. She ran over excitedly, her small face full of smiles, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Xu Hao bent down and scooped her up in one go. He then picked up the other little one as well. He walked into the house, one on each side. In the villa living room, Lin Chuqing was sitting on the sofa. Yao Xinrui and Ji Yuning Shuang were with her. Hearing the commotion, they all turned around. Seeing Xu Hao enter, smiles appeared on their faces. Uncle Xu, you're here. Lin Chuqing's voice conveyed a sense of relief. After putting the children down, Xu Hao walked to her side, took her hand, and naturally took her pulse. How have you been feeling these past few days? I'm okay, just a little tired. Now that you're here, I don't have to worry anymore. Xu Hao patted the back of her hand. Yao Xinrui smiled. Chuqing might have been nervous these past few days, so she hasn't been sleeping well. You should have come to see her sooner. Ji Yuning Shuang also nodded in agreement. It's always like this during childbirth. Chuqing really hasn't been resting well these past few days. We need to take good care of her. You've worked hard. Lin Chuqing looked at the 2 women with gratitude. Thank you for being with me and taking care of me during this time, otherwise. The 2 women quickly waved their hands and said, Oh, don't mention hard work, it's all as it should be. What kind of friendship do we have? You need care now, so of course we have to be here with you. Exactly, why be polite between us? As long as you and the baby are well, that's more important than anything. Xu Hao interrupted their heartfelt expressions. You're all family, why be so polite? The women all laughed. 2 days later, Lin Chuqing's delivery day arrived. Xu Hao took the women to a hospital under Xu's group. This hospital had a team specifically for delivering Xu Hao's women's babies. Bai Ling was in charge of leading it. She was Xu Hao's former personal bodyguard and one of his loyal subordinates. Her loyalty was unquestionable, and she had sufficient capability. Xu Hao trusted her greatly. When Lin Chuqing was pushed into the ward, although Yao Xinrui and Ji Yuning Shuang had already experienced childbirth, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They paced back and forth at the ward door, their faces filled with worry. Seeing Mom and Yao Mom's anxious expressions, Xu Jian couldn't help but comfort them. Mom, Yao Mom, don't worry. Lin Mom will definitely give birth to Zhao Linger safely. Ji Yuning Shuang stroked Linger's head. Mom knows, but I'm still worried. Although Xinrui didn't say it aloud, her nervousness was no less than Ji Yuning Shuang's. Xu Hao, however, wasn't worried. He had many children, and he had examined her with his god-level medical skill, so there would be no problems. Not long after, the cry of a baby came from the ward. Xinrui and Ji Yuning Shuang both breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Ling walked out of the ward, a smile on her face, and respectfully said, Congratulations, Master, Miss Lin has safely given birth to a daughter. Xu Hao took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and handed it to Bai Ling. You've worked hard. This is your reward. Bai Ling took the spiritual liquid, greatly excited, she could improve her strength again. Thank you, Master. Xu Hao nodded. Then he walked into the ward with Xinrui and Ji Yuning Shuang. Lin Chuqing lay weakly on the bed. holding a tiny infant in her arms. She was gently teasing her, her face tired but her eyes full of happiness. Chuqing, you've worked hard. Xu Hao walked to her side and cast a healing art. Lin Chuqing's body regained vitality. The fatigue on her face vanished. Xu Jian hopped to the bedside, excitedly saying, Lin Mom, let me see Zhao Linger. Lin Chuqing smiled and handed the infant in her arms to Xu Jian. Xu Jian widened her eyes, looking at the chubby little infant, and exclaimed, Zhao Linger is so cute. Everyone laughed. Their gazes all fell on the infant. Due to the nutrients provided by Xu Hao, the infant was not wrinkled like other newborns. Instead, her skin was tender and pink, making her exceptionally cute. Lin Chuqing looked up at Uncle Xu and asked, Uncle Xu, let's give the baby a name. Xu Hao pondered for a moment before saying, it is currently the season of knowing autumn, so how about Xu Ziqiu? Lin Chuqing's eyes lit up. She looked down at the infant in her arms and softly murmured, Ziqiu, Xu Ziqiu. My darling, from now on you'll be called Ziqiu, little Chu, you must grow up quickly. After accompanying Lin Chuqing and Linger for 2 days, Xu Hao finally began to deal with the matters of Xu's group. The holographic mobile phone was developed, and after these days of preparation, a press conference was scheduled for today. At 2 p.m., the venue was the grand auditorium of Xu's group headquarters. The auditorium was already well arranged, with a huge holographic projection screen occupying the center of the stage. And lighting and sound equipment all in place. Media reporters, industry experts, and capital representatives from various parties entered one after another, filling every seat. At exactly 2 p.m., Xu Hao walked onto the stage on time. Flashlights lit up below the stage, and countless cameras pointed at him. Xu Hao smiled slightly, raised his hand to signal for silence, and then spoke. Distinguished guests, thank you all for coming today. Next, I will show you a technology that can change the world: holographic imaging. As his voice fell, the holographic projection screen on the stage slowly lit up. Xu Hao's figure was projected onto the screen, forming a holographic image identical to himself. The audience below gasped in amazement. They all raised their phones to take photos and videos. Xu Hao continued, through this technology, we can achieve true face-to-face communication. No matter where you are, as long as you open your phone, you can interact in real time with relatives, friends, and colleagues thousands of miles away. This technology is not only suitable for individual users but will also play a huge role in business, medical, and education fields. While explaining, he demonstrated the application of holographic imaging in different scenarios. From business meetings to remote medical care, and then to virtual classrooms. Each demonstration amazed the audience below. Especially when Xu Hao's holographic image had a real-time conversation with an overseas partner. The atmosphere reached a climax. After the press conference, global media and social platforms exploded. Invincible Xu's group has developed another epic-making technology. This kind of enterprise that develops new technologies is what we need. How did Xu Hao's brain grow? He's too amazing, isn't he? He truly deserves to be a business legend. Greatness, no need for more words. Countless people discussed, marveling at the cross-era significance of this technology. Some excitedly stated that this would completely change human communication methods and make the world more interconnected. Others worried whether this technology would bring new privacy and security issues. Regardless, Xu's group's innovative technology has undeniably become a global focus. At the same time, the capital market's reaction was even faster and more intense. Countless entrepreneurs in the communication industry couldn't sit still. They sent people to contact Xu Hao, trying to reach a cooperation first. Xu's group had already occupied a leading position in real estate, new energy electric vehicles, virtual helmet games, and other fields. Now that it has entered the communication industry, a surge in market value is almost a foregone conclusion. Whether they were collaborators seeking a share or competitors trying to suppress them, everyone had to re-examine Xu Hao and his empire. In the villa arranged by Qin Wuyu, Meng Weiyang was sitting in front of the computer, handling the affairs of the Imperial Capital Company. Her fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, a hint of fatigue in her eyes. After finishing the last document, Meng Weiyang let out a long sigh. Leaning back in her chair, her gaze wandered. She had been in Shanghai for quite some time. Fortunately, her prestige was enough to prevent any chaos in the company. But she also had to return as soon as possible. However, Xu Hao's attitude made her helpless. During this time, Xu Hao would occasionally come to find her. Each time, he wanted her and her best friend to be together. She was unwilling but couldn't resist. She could only try her best to adapt to this state. She was a little uneasy. She didn't want to become Xu Hao's accessory. Even more, she didn't want to lose her independence. She longed to go back and continue being his president. Just as her thoughts were racing, a news push suddenly popped up on the computer screen about Xu's group's press conference. Meng Weiyang's gaze was drawn to it. She clicked on the news and read it carefully. When she saw Xu Hao eloquently speaking at the press conference, demonstrating mobile phone holographic imaging technology, she was thrilled. "It's finally developed," she murmured, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. She came all the way to Shanghai because of this. Now that Xu Hao had made it public, it meant she could also go to him to discuss cooperation. Meng Weiyang immediately stood up, quickly packed her things, and headed to Xu's group. Upon arrival, after the receptionist reported, she led Meng Weiyang to the president's office. As soon as Meng Weiyang entered, she saw two beautiful women, no less attractive than her, reporting to Xu Hao. Chapter 586, The Completely Submissive Female Lead. A Different Taste. 3 Attacks on the White Bone Demon. The two women were reporting to Xu Hao. Meng Weiyang, who burst in, was also drawn into it. After the report, Ji Feishui and Sha Qing left, and Meng Weiyang stayed. She stammered about the cooperation. "Master, you said that once the technology is developed, you can cooperate with my company." Xu Hao did not respond to her. Instead, he took out a contract from the drawer and pushed it in front of Meng Weiyang. Meng Weiyang looked at it in confusion. It was indeed about her cooperation. It turned out that Xu Hao had already prepared it. She glanced at Xu Hao, then lowered her head and read it carefully. She had been tricked by Xu Hao once before. This time, she had to be more careful. Every clause had to be read thoroughly. After reading it, she didn't find any major problems. It was just the cooperation split item. The percentage given to her was too low. Taking in her expression, Xu Hao slowly spoke. "What, do you think the split is too low?" Meng Weiyang pursed her lips, tacitly agreeing. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair. "I haven't thought about cooperating with anyone else right now, you're the only one. Think carefully about the advantages of holographic imaging technology. Do you still think it's too little?" Meng Weiyang's spirits lifted. The technology spoke for itself. It was now globally recognized and ahead of its time. If this technology were installed on the mobile phones developed by her company, one could imagine how popular it would be. Even if Xu Hao also applied it to mobile phones, in the case of only cooperating with her, Meng's technology would still make a fortune and reach a higher level. It was enough to prove her ability to her family. Watching Meng Weiyang's constantly changing expression, Xu Hao calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Meng Weiyang snapped back to reality and quickly looked at Xu Hao gratefully. "Master, I was narrow-minded and didn't consider it long-term. Don't rush to thank me." Xu Hao waved his hand and unhurriedly took out his phone. He opened a video in front of Meng Weiyang. Meng Weiyang's heart sank. Because the video playing was exactly the scene where she had beaten the two hooligans to death before. Thinking that Xu Hao was going to threaten her with this again, Meng Weiyang became nervous. Xu Hao directly deleted the video in front of her. "The video has been deleted, and I can assure you there are no backups." He paused, then continued, "You don't have to blame yourself. I investigated those two hooligans, and they committed all sorts of evil deeds on a daily basis. You've done a service to the people, there's no need to dwell on it." After spending this time together, they knew each other inside and out, becoming as familiar as possible. As long as Master wanted, Meng Weiyang would display all sorts of knowledge. However, deep down, there was still some resistance. Xu Hao was now just building up goodwill to completely subdue her. Meng Weiyang froze. Her heart was filled with both surprise and emotion. She believed him. Xu Hao had given his word, so there was no need for him to lie to her. "Master, thank you, you are so good to me." Xu Hao smiled. "You are my little maid. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to?" Meng Weiyang's face flushed upon hearing this. Thinking of something, she hesitated for a moment, then said with some trepidation. "Master, it's like this, I've been away from the Imperial Capital Company for too long. Without my leadership for so long, things have started to go awry. I need to go back and handle it as soon as possible. Xu Hao's smile remained unchanged. Didn't I say it earlier? Once the cooperation is achieved, I'll set you free. I always keep my word. You can go back anytime. Meng Weiyang was overjoyed. She had thought Xu Hao would keep her by his side as a tool. She didn't expect him to actually keep his word. She was already eager to return to the imperial capital. Thank you, master. Then I'll head back now. Xu Hao thought for a moment and said. Wait, no matter how urgent it is, you should at least say goodbye to Wu Yu, right? How about this, you leave tomorrow. Tonight, I'll prepare a farewell dinner for you, as a send-off. Meng Weiyang quickly waved her hand. There's no need for such trouble. Master, you've already helped me so much. How can I trouble you further? Xu Hao, however, insisted. It's no trouble, just me, Qin Wuyu, and the three of us will simply have a meal. Meng Weiyang's face turned even redder. How could this be a simple farewell dinner from Xu Hao? He wanted to torment them again. But Xu Hao had done so much for her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse at this moment. She bit her lip and said, Then I'll trouble master. In the evening, before seeing Meng Weiyang off, Xu Hao first found Victoria. After all, she was a princess of a nation, keeping her by his side was somewhat wasteful. Xu Hao planned to let her return. He would secretly assist her in becoming the new queen. At that time, he could stack buffs again, with her personal bodyguard helping him monitor her. Victoria couldn't stir up any trouble. In the villa, upon hearing Xu Hao's words, Victoria immediately stood up. Her eyes sparkled, and her voice trembled slightly. Master, you really want to let me go back to my country? Xu Hao's tone was teasing. What, are you reluctant to go back? If you don't want to leave, you can continue to follow me. Victoria shook her head like a rattled drum. No, I want to go back. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that her reaction might displease Xu Hao. It wouldn't be good if Xu Hao changed his mind. Victoria hastily explained. I didn't mean that. Master, I've been out for too long, and I especially miss my queen mother, so I want to go back and see her quickly. Xu Hao didn't care about her attitude and waved his hand. All right, I know what you're thinking. Come with me. I've arranged a farewell ceremony for you all. Us. Victoria was a little stunned. She thought it included her personal bodyguard, so she didn't think much of it. They got into the car and drove towards Meng Weiyang's villa. They arrived shortly. Xu Hao and Victoria got out of the car. Meng Weiyang and Qin Wuyu came out to greet them. Qin Wuyu was a little surprised, as she had never seen Victoria. Why did Xu Hao bring a foreign girl? It was Meng Weiyang who helped explain. Upon hearing that she was also one of Xu Hao's women, Qin Wuyu wasn't surprised in the slightest. Such a beautiful foreign girl. It would be strange if Xu Hao let her go. However, Princess Victoria's identity did surprise her. Master, Princess Victoria, the food is all ready. Led by the two women, they entered the house. They took their seats at the dining table. The table full of delicious dishes whetted their appetites. As they savored the food, they chatted, and laughter echoed throughout the villa. After finishing the grand meal, they prepared to digest it. Xu Hao said mysteriously to the three women, Today, I'm taking you to a fun place. Then he pulled them into the little world. Before sending them off, Xu Hao planned to shock them and leave a deep impression. As expected, as soon as they stepped into the little world, the three women were speechless, stunned by the beautiful scenery before their eyes. Pavilions, towers, upturned eaves, flower terraces, and small pavilions. Waterfalls, fountains, ponds, lotus leaves. Moonlight and starlight fell, making it as beautiful as a dream. Victoria's eyes widened. Oh my, this is too beautiful. I've never seen such a stunningly beautiful scene. Wu Yu was also shocked. Yes, it feels like a dream, it's too shocking. Meng Weiyang asked Xu Hao. Master, where is this? Why have I never seen it before? It's one of my little worlds. After listening to Xu Hao's explanation, the three women were stunned. What the hell? Had they left Blue Star? Was this another world? Master, is this real? You're too amazing. Victoria's face was full of disbelief. This is amazing. Xu Hao decided to give them something even more shocking. A ball of flame appeared in his palm. He casually threw it into the air, and it transformed into countless sparks, illuminating the entire night sky. Immediately after, he raised his hand again. A pool of water appeared out of thin air, and under his control, the water flow changed into various shapes. This was not the end. Xu Hao waved his hand, and several bolts of lightning struck down, forming electric snakes that coiled around his body. The crackling sounds, accompanied by a scorching aura, were not some kind of acrobatics. The three women stared with wide eyes. Victoria couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, are you a god? Only a god could control water and fire, and manipulate lightning." Meng Weiyang and Wu Yu were both atheists. They had always firmly believed in science. But at this moment, they couldn't help but waver. The facts were laid bare before them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Their admiration for Xu Hao grew even stronger. Meng Weiyang and Victoria originally had some small intentions. Now they all dissipated. With so many methods at Xu Hao's disposal, what could you use to contend with him? After visiting the little world, Xu Hao gave each of them a storage ring and an amulet jade pendant. It would provide an extra layer of protection when they were out. Although his dead warriors would protect them, there would be no problems. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Wu Yu already had one. Victoria and Meng Weiyang were both surprised and delighted. Wearing the rings and playing with the jade pendants, they were completely submissive to Xu Hao. "Thank you, Master, you are too kind to us, we will definitely cherish them." Since they were all gathered, a card game was inevitable. That night, they were exceptionally open, allowing Xu Hao to experience a different kind of pleasure. Ding Qin Tian feels angry, emotional value +888. While Xu Hao was fighting the white bone demoness, he inadvertently glanced at the system and saw a notification, raising an eyebrow. Which protagonist is this Qin Tian? Chapter 587, Foresight. Bullying the perfect goddess. The protagonist's helpless rage. In the capital university dormitory. The night was deep. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the silhouette of a youth who suddenly sat up in bed. His breathing was rapid, fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and his eyes were filled with anger. The youth's name was Qin Tian. The scene from his dream just now echoed in his mind. In the dream, he personally witnessed Xu Hao, the richest man in Shanghai, at Capital University's centennial celebration. Bullying and coercing teacher Lu, Tang Ruoxi. Xu Hao used his power and status to force Tang Ruoxi to succumb to his authority. And Tang Ruoxi, the teacher who was like a goddess in his heart, could only submit. Qin Tian's chest heaved violently. The rage in his heart almost consumed him. He could not accept such a future. Nor could he accept Xu Hao's desecration of Tang Ruoxi. Perhaps some people would think he was crazy. Hating someone in a dream just because of a dream. Only Qin Tian knew that he was perfectly normal. Because the dreams he had were things that were bound to happen in the future. This phenomenon could not be explained, and Qin Tian did not know the reason, but it was truly happening. He had already verified it. A few months ago, Qin Tian was an unknown underachiever, with mediocre grades and a bleak future. However, everything changed the day before the college entrance examination. That night, he had a strange dream. He dreamed of the answers to the college entrance examination. After waking up, he remembered the content of the dream vividly. He also thought it was just a dream and didn't take it seriously. But when he sat in the college entrance examination hall and saw the questions on the paper were exactly the same as in his dream, he was shocked. Through simple verification, he found that the answers in his dream were all correct. Ultimately, Qin Tian achieved the top score in the province, transforming from an underachiever to an academic ace overnight. Top universities extended olive branches to him. And from then on, he embarked on the pinnacle of his life. Since then, he not only foresaw multiple crises through dreams, 787 times. He also used this information to gain wealth and fame. He reported a bank robbery in advance, stopping it and earning an Excellent Citizen award. He foresaw lottery winning numbers. The first prize was controlled, so he couldn't get it, but he still accumulated his first pot of gold through smaller prizes. He could also predict stock market fluctuations through dreams. In just a few months, through his continuous dreaming, he had achieved financial freedom. The reason he was still studying at Capital University was partly to experience life and enjoy the feeling of showing off in front of his classmates. The other reason was to get closer to his goddess, Tang Ruoxi. She had an exquisite appearance, a top-tier figure, and the aura of an older sister. At a young age, she became a professor and was also the principal's linger of Capital University. Her beauty, figure, and background combined, she was hailed as the perfect goddess of Capital University. Countless people were captivated by her. Qin Tian was no exception. Through his dreams, he had foreseen Ruoxi's preferences and habits, gradually winning her favor. He believed, given more time, he could capture Ruoxi's heart. However, the dream he just had dealt him a heavy blow. Xu Hao had disrupted all his plans. Qin Tian took deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. Anger would not solve any problems. He had to find a way to stop this. Xu Hao's status and position were undeniable. But Qin Tian was not a lamb to be slaughtered. He could foresee the future. This was his greatest advantage. Xu Hao. Qin Tian murmured the name. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He originally had a good impression of Xu Hao. After all, the stocks of Xu's group had made him a fortune. However, at this moment, that slight good impression was completely gone. He clenched his fists. I won't let you succeed. The next day, Xu Hao and Qin Wuyu sent Victoria and Meng Weiyang to the airport. The airport's waiting hall was bustling with people coming and going. Xu Hao had arranged a private jet. And with dead soldiers escorting them, he ensured there would be no problems. After saying goodbye, the two girls boarded the private jet. Xu Hao and Wuyu stood in front of the airport's glass window. They watched as the plane slowly taxied towards the runway, finally taking off and disappearing into the blue sky. Hao Jie, I should go to the company now. Wuyu checked her watch and turned to Xu Hao. Xu Hao, on the other hand, was going home. After they said goodbye, Xu Hao got into the car. Hong Changwei started the engine and drove towards the Xu family. Inside the car, Xu Hao leaned back in his seat. He recalled Qin Tian, who had suddenly appeared last night. Hong Changwei, find me someone named Qin Tian. Hong Changwei took out her phone and sent a message. The entire limitless organization began to operate, searching for people named Qin Tian across the country. The car had not yet reached the Xu family. Hong Changwei's phone vibrated. She looked down, then handed the phone to Xu Hao. Master, the information has been sent over. Xu Hao took the phone and began to read through it. There were tens of thousands of people named Qin Tian nationwide. But by combining some of the protagonist characteristics, suddenly rising, turning from trash to genius, making money as easily as eating and drinking, Xu Hao quickly narrowed down the target to a student at Capital University. From a poor student to a top student, top scorer in the college entrance examination, buying lottery tickets, making money from stocks. He perfectly fit the characteristics of a protagonist. What puzzled Xu Hao was, he's never even met this guy, so why would he suddenly hate him? Is he a reborn person? That shouldn't be. If he was reborn, why didn't he hate himself right after rebirth, waiting until several months later? Xu Hao shook his head. He temporarily put this question out of his mind. Anyway, in another day, he would be going to Capital University for a celebration. Then he would naturally meet this Qin Tian and figure out his background. However, just in case, Xu Hao instructed Hong Changwei. Send someone to monitor this Qin Tian, and notify me immediately if there's any movement. Hong Changwei immediately issued the order. The car drove into the Xu family courtyard. As soon as Xu Hao got out of the car, Hua Yi rushed up, pouting and saying, Dad, you're finally back. I thought you went to the imperial capital by yourself and left me behind. Xu Hao patted her head. I keep my word, how could I leave you behind? But I have business in the imperial capital, so I won't have time to play with you. Hua Yi proudly lifted her head. Of course, you don't need to accompany me. Eldest sister promised to go to the imperial capital with me, and then eldest sister will take me to play. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of departure, Mingkong, suppressing her unnaturalness, arrived at the Xu family. Hua Yi was overjoyed. Finally going to the imperial capital to play, I can't wait. Mingkong rolled her eyes speechlessly. It's just a trip to the imperial capital. Is it really that big of a deal? Xu Hao smiled at Mingkong and said, Mingkong, thank you for your trouble this time. Mingkong feigned composure. It's no trouble at all. Hua Yi is my Jiao Linger, and it's my duty to take care of her. Xu Hao smiled and looked at Xu Huayi. Hua Yi, go say goodbye to your sisters. It's time for us to leave. Xu Huayi nodded and ran to her sisters. She hugged each of them goodbye. Sisters, I'll bring you gifts, and you all must take good care of yourselves at home. The sisters exchanged warm greetings, urging her to be careful on the road and stay safe. After saying their goodbyes, Xu Hao took the two girls into the car. They set off for the airport. On the way, Xu Hao also picked up the principal of Modu University, Lu Hongluan. She was also going to attend the celebration. It was convenient for her to go with Xu Hao. As the principal of a university, she didn't have any dignity. Ever since Xu Huayi and Xu Xiqing discovered her relationship with Xu Hao last time, she didn't know how to face these two students. Throughout the journey, Lu Hongluan sat upright, her expression a little nervous. She was overthinking things. The carefree Xu Huayi didn't care at all. The car quickly arrived at the airport. There were dead warriors who had been waiting for a long time, leading them to a plane. This private jet was won by Xu Hao in a previous lottery. It hadn't been used much, but today it finally came in handy. Walking inside the plane, Xu Huayi was amazed. The cabin was luxuriously decorated, the seats were spacious and comfortable, and there was even a small bar and entertainment room. "Dad, is this our own plane?" Xu Huayi asked with delight. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. "Yes, from now on, you can take this plane wherever you want to go." Xu Huayi cheered and ran to the window. She looked around at the scenery outside. At the same time, at Capital University, Principal Tang Egwo gathered a group of the university's high-ranking officials, preparing to go to the airport to welcome Xu Hao. After informing the high-ranking officials, he picked up his phone and dialed his linger, Tang Ruoxi. "Ruoxi, get ready and come with me to the airport to pick up President Xu." Tang Ruoxi was organizing documents in her office. Hearing her father's words, she replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Tang Ruoxi tidied up the documents on her desk, picked up her coat, and prepared to leave. However, just as she reached the office door, a figure blocked her way. "Teacher Tang, I have a difficult problem I don't understand. Can you help me look at it?" Tang Ruoxi said with a smile. "Oh, it's student Chen. I'm sorry, Teacher Tang has something to deal with right now." She was about to walk out after speaking. But Qin Tian didn't move aside. "Teacher Tang, this problem is really important to me. Can you help me first?" Tang Ruoxi shook her head. "Teacher Tang really has an urgent matter right now. How about I explain it to you when I get back?" "Teacher Tang, are you going to pick someone up?" Tang Ruoxi was startled. "How did you know?" "I'm going to the airport to pick up an important guest, don't block the way." She had a good impression of this student. Not only was he the top scorer in the college entrance examination for the province, but his grades had always been excellent in university, and his performance was also good. He also often helped her with various tasks. Qin Tian didn't move, his expression anxious. "Teacher Tang, I know who you're going to pick up. But you can't go, Xu Hao is very dangerous." Tang Ruoxi's brows furrowed even deeper. "Qin Tian, what exactly are you talking about? President Xu is an honored guest of our university, how can you speak of him like that?" Qin Tian's expression was complex. "Teacher Tang, there are some things you don't understand. Xu Hao is a hypocrite." Tang Ruoxi's face hardened. "Qin Tian, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Don't spread rumors." Xu Hao's status and position were evident. If he knew that Qin Tian was slandering him, many people would stand up for him without Xu Hao even needing to act. "But what I said is..." Qin Tian wanted to say something more, but Tang Ruoxi interrupted him. "All right, no matter what you say, I'm going to pick him up. This is the university's arrangement, and I cannot be impolite." With that, she bypassed Qin Tian and quickly walked out of the office. Watching Tang Ruoxi's retreating back, Qin Tian's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, following her. "Xu Hao, this time, I won't let you succeed again." Chapter 588, Airport Pickup. Threatening and lecturing. Tricked by Xu Hao, the culprit. At the entrance of Capital University, a row of black sedans was neatly parked by the roadside. Beside them stood Principal Tang Egwo, as well as the vice principal, directors of various colleges, and a group of university leaders. Students passing by stopped their steps upon seeing this scene, whispering among themselves. "Well, look, that's the principal, the vice principal is there too, and so many university leaders. Where are they going?" A male student with glasses pushed up his frames, his face full of surprise. "It looks like they're going to pick someone up. The centennial celebration is the day after tomorrow, could they have invited some heavyweight guest?" "Possibly. But who has such a big reputation to make all the university leaders go pick them up?" A female student next to him guessed. Could it be a high-ranking leader from the Ministry of Education? Who knows, but it must be a big shot. Tang Egwo stood at the front of the motorcade, his brows slightly furrowed at this moment. He raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch. It was getting late. Why isn't Linger here yet? He picked up his phone, ready to dial. Footsteps echoed from afar. Tang Ruoxi rushed over. Tang Egwo put away his phone, a hint of reproach in his tone. Why are you so late? Everyone is waiting for you, get in the car quickly. Tang Ruoxi took a breath. I just dealt with some matters, which delayed me. She was about to get in the car when a clear voice came from behind her. Teacher Tang. Tang Ruoxi turned around. She saw Qin Tian running towards her, an anxious look on his face. She frowned slightly, asking in confusion. Qin Tian, why did you follow? Tang Egwo also turned his head, his gaze falling on Qin Tian. Who is this? Tang Ruoxi explained. Father, he is the student I mentioned to you, the provincial top scorer Qin Tian. Tang Egwo's face showed an approving smile. So it's student Qin, Ruoxi has mentioned you, saying you are very outstanding. Very good, young people should work hard and not let down your teacher Tang's expectations. Qin Tian bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Thank you, President Tang, I will definitely work hard. His expression was complex. Although Tang Egwo was a principal, he was completely deceived by Xu Hao. On the surface, they called each other brothers. Yet Xu Hao secretly threatened and groomed his Linger. It was different now. He knew the future in advance and had to make President Tang see Xu Hao's true colors. Tang Ruoxi said to Qin Tian helplessly. Student Qin, didn't I say I was going to pick someone up? Why did you follow? Qin Tian snapped back to attention, saying sincerely. Teacher Tang, this difficult problem is very important to me, and I urgently want to solve it. If you are going to pick someone up, I thought if I could go along, you could help me solve it on the way. Tang Ruoxi's tone was firm. No, if you are in a hurry, you can ask other teachers. She knew in her heart. For some reason, Qin Tian had a problem with Xu Hao. If he were allowed to follow, and a conflict with Xu Hao occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Egwo smiled and smoothed things over. Ruoxi, since student Qin is so eager to learn, just let him come along. One more person won't matter. Qin Tian immediately nodded and thanked him. Thank you, President Tang. Seeing that his father had already spoken, Tang Ruoxi could not refuse further. A hint of joy appeared on Qin Tian's face. He quickly walked to the car, pulled open the door, and got in. The motorcade started. It headed majestically towards the airport. Driving at full speed, they soon arrived at the airport. Tang Egwo was the first to get out, tidied his formal wear, and walked solemnly towards the arrival gate. A group of school leaders followed behind. Tang Ruoxi and Qin Tian also followed closely. People came and went inside the airport. Flight information was broadcast periodically. Tang Egwo checked the time and whispered to the vice principal beside him. The flight should be arriving soon, everyone get ready. He was about to see Xu Hao. Qin Tian clenched his fists. I must expose your hypocritical face. The plane landed steadily on the imperial capital airport runway. The roar of the engines gradually diminished. The cabin door opened, and Xu Hao was the first to step out. Lu Hongluan and his two Lingers followed behind him. They walked to the airport exit. Upon seeing Xu Hao and his group, Tang Egwo immediately went forward, a warm smile on his face. President Xu, welcome, you've had a long journey. Xu Hao smiled slightly. President Tang is too kind, thank you for coming to pick me up personally. Tang Egwo laughed. Not at all, President Xu, it is our honor that you could come. After speaking, he turned to the school leaders behind him, signaling them to also go forward and greet him. Everyone stepped forward, warmly exchanging pleasantries with Xu Hao, and the scene became lively and bustling. As for Lu Hongluan, everyone was already familiar with her. She was the principal of Modu University. The relationship between the two universities had always been good, and she often came to the imperial capital, so everyone was not unfamiliar with her. The school leaders all stepped forward to greet her. Principal Lu, welcome, welcome. You've come to guide our work again this time. Lu Hongluan responded gently. After the pleasantries, Tang Egwo turned and waved behind him. Ruoxi, aren't you coming over to meet your uncle Xu? I told you he's very young, didn't I? Tang Ruoxi walked out from the crowd, approached Xu Hao, and bowed slightly. Hello, President Xu. Tang Egwo laughed heartily. President Xu, this is my linger, Tang Ruoxi. Watching everyone surround Xu Hao with greetings and concern. Qin Tian's face was grim. He had to admit, Xu Hao's several lingers were all exquisite, even prettier than Tang Ruoxi. He really didn't know how they tolerated Xu Hao. Ding Qin Tian felt anger, emotional value plus 777. Xu Hao's gaze shifted, and he glanced at Qin Tian not far away. He had noticed this protagonist when he arrived. He inexplicably provided him with emotional value. He only had some guesses. It wasn't until he saw Qin Tian's panel that he suddenly realized. So he could foresee the future. Character, Qin Tian. Identity, Capital University student, protagonist who can foresee the future. Charm, 82, max 100. Strength, 11. Physique, 11, normal person 10. Spirit, 36, normal person 10. Affection, -89. It was most likely because he foresaw himself suppressing him in the future that he harbored such hatred. If he were a God realm expert, he might be wary and eliminate him quickly. But he was just an ordinary person. Xu Hao immediately stopped caring. A God realm expert could at least find various flaws. What could an ordinary person use to play with him? No matter how he foresaw the future, he couldn't do anything to him. His gaze returned to Tang Ruoxi. Dressed in a professional suit, her tall figure was accentuated. A form-fitting white shirt paired with a tailored small suit jacket, with smooth lines, highlighted her capable demeanor. Her face was as exquisite as a painting, her eyes deep and bright, and a polite smile played on her lips. Character, Tang Ruoxi. Identity, Capital University professor, female-led who can foresee the future. Charm, 95, max 100. Strength, 10. Physique, 11, normal person 10. Spirit, 16, normal person 10. Affection, 10. Xu Hao smiled approvingly. Ruoxi, I've heard of you. To become a professor at such a young age, seeing you today, you truly possess both talent and beauty. President Tang has raised a good linger. You're not much different in age from my Mingkong, you two can get closer in the future. President Tang was overjoyed upon hearing this. President Xu is right. Xu Hao turned and introduced his two lingers. This is my eldest linger, Xu Mingkong, and my seventh linger, Xu Wai. Xu Mingkong endured her discomfort and greeted them. Xu Wai was generous and smiled, saying, "Hello, uncle and aunties." Everyone showed admiration. A school leader complimented. President Xu is truly a tiger father with no weak lingers. The eldest young lady founded Mingkong Group at a young age, truly promising. Some knew Xu Wai and had seen her calligraphy. I've also seen the seventh young lady's calligraphy. Her excellent calligraphy makes even those calligraphy masters bow down, she is truly talented. President Xu, you have a good way of educating. Your children are all more impressive than the last. We all want to ask President Xu for advice. Xu Hao humbly waved his hand. Not at all, it's all the children's own hard work. I merely played a guiding role. After a round of mutual flattery, President Tang looked at his watch and smiled, saying, "It's getting late. I've already reserved a meal nearby. How about we eat and chat?" Xu Hao politely said. President Tang, you shouldn't have. President Tang enthusiastically said, "Last time I went to Shanghai, I wanted to invite President Xu for a meal, but important matters delayed it. This time, I must arrange everything thoroughly." The group got into the cars. President Tang and President Xu sat in the back, accompanying each other. They chatted in a relaxed atmosphere. Meanwhile, Tang Ruoxi sat in another car with Xu Mingkong and Xu Wai. With Xu Wai, the lively one, the three quickly became familiar. Their topics ranged from work to hobbies, discussing everything. Before long, the car stopped in front of an antique private restaurant. President Tang led everyone into the restaurant. The restaurant's interior was elegantly decorated, with several ink paintings hanging on the walls, exuding a charming ambiance. The waitstaff had already prepared the private room. The table was laden with dishes, their aroma wafting through the air. President Tang invited everyone to be seated, raised his glass, and said with a smile, "Come, let's welcome President Xu's family and Principal Lu's arrival. Let's have a toast." Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere was lively. Xu Hao also raised his glass. "Thank you, President Tang, for your generous hospitality, and thank you all for your warm welcome." Glasses clinked with a crisp sound, and the banquet officially began. During the meal, laughter was constant, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Qin Tian, however, kept his eyes fixed on Xu Hao. He was constantly on guard against her making a move on Tang Ruoxi. After the meal, they had tea together. President Tang checked the time. The capital university's centennial celebration was the day after tomorrow. They still needed to go back and prepare. But President Xu had come a long way. How could they leave him and his group unattended here? President Tang asked. May I ask what your plans are next? Xu Hao glanced at Xu Wei beside him. My little Linger insisted on coming along. I have matters to attend to in a couple of days, so today is a good day to take her around the imperial capital. President Xu is truly a good father. Spending time with his Linger is also an important matter. After a pause, President Tang apologized. The school is preparing for the centennial celebration, and there are many things waiting for us to handle back at the school. I'm afraid we won't be able to accompany you, I'm truly sorry. President Tang, don't worry about me. You can continue with your work, there's no need to mind me. How can I do that? President Xu is here at my invitation, and I cannot neglect him. After Tang Egwo finished speaking, he turned to his daughter, Tang Ruoxi, and instructed her. Ruoxi, you stay and accompany President Xu. Take your Uncle Xu and them for a good tour of the imperial capital. Tang Ruoxi was startled, then nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's pupils constricted. He recalled that scene in his dream. During Capital University's anniversary celebration, Xu Hao bullied Tang Ruoxi under the table in front of all the teachers and students. Tang Ruoxi could only endure and dared not resist. Could it be that during this time, she was already coerced by Xu Hao? Qin Tian thought to himself. No, I must keep an eye on her, I can't let anything happen to her. Seeing his daughter agree, Tang Egwo looked at Xu Hao again. Then, President Xu, please enjoy yourselves. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. We'll be leaving now. Afterward, he prepared to leave with a group of school leaders. At this moment, Lu Hongluan also stepped forward and called out to him. Principal Tang, wait, I'll go back with you. Modu University and Capital University have a good relationship. She also needed to prepare for the acquired anniversary celebration. Furthermore, with her relationship with Xu Hao discovered, and feeling awkward staying with Xu Wei and Xu Mingkong, she decided to leave first. Tang Egwo nodded. It's wonderful that Principal Lu is willing to help. Seeing this, Xu Mingkong also stepped forward and said to Xu Hao. I haven't been to the company for a while, and a lot of matters have piled up that need to be handled. I need to go back first. She was persuaded by Xu Wei to come. She hadn't fully acknowledged Xu Hao yet, and seeing him in a loving scene with Su Wancho made her feel unnatural staying together. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. Work is important. You go ahead. Xu Wei grabbed Xu Mingkong's hand and pouted. Eldest sister, you said you'd accompany me, so why are you leaving now? Can we stay together? Xu Mingkong patted Xu Wei's hand. Seventh sister, the company's matters cannot be delayed. You can play with them for now. I'll come pick you up after I finish my work, okay? Xu Wei pouted. Although somewhat unwilling, she didn't say anything more. All right, but you must come early. Xu Mingkong smiled, then greeted Tang Ruoxi before turning and leaving. Thus, only Xu Hao, Xu Wei, Tang Ruoxi, and Qin Tian remained on the scene. Tang Ruoxi looked at Xu Hao and asked, President Xu, where would you like to visit next? The imperial capital has quite a few attractions. Xu Hao turned his gaze to Xu Wei. Wei, I'm asking you, where do you want to go? Xu Wei immediately perked up. Father, Ruoxi Jia, I heard the alleys here are very unique. I want to experience the local customs of the imperial capital. Tang Ruoxi said with a smile. The alleys of the imperial capital indeed have a different charm. I'll take you to the most famous ones. At this moment, Qin Tian, who had been silent, spoke up. He said casually. Teacher Tang, I am very familiar with the imperial capital's alleys. How about I go with you? I can help with the introductions. Tang Ruoxi was a bit surprised. Why did this Qin Tian stay? She thought that she only knew those few streets and hadn't really explored them herself, so she genuinely didn't know how to explain them. She immediately prepared to agree. But then she remembered that Qin Tian had an issue with Xu Hao. What if a conflict broke out? As she was about to refuse, Xu Hao spoke first. All right, with you here, we'll have an extra guide. Xu Hao said with a smile. Xu Huayi didn't mind someone joining them. As long as her father was there, that was all that mattered. Qin Tian frowned. What trick was this Xu Hao playing now? Chapter 589. Linger helps to conquer the female lead. Embraced. The protagonist exploded. Whoosh. Having taken the marrow-cleansing pill, Xu Huayi's perception was sharp, and she immediately sensed Qin Tian's unfriendly gaze. She looked over at once, her brows tightly furrowed. Another person who wants to harm father has appeared. Ruoxi Jia, who is he? Xu Huayi turned to Tang Ruoxi and asked. Tang Ruoxi explained. He is one of my students, he just enrolled this year. His name is Qin Tian. When I arrived, he had a question to ask, so he followed along. Xu Huayi was puzzled. Logically speaking, Qin Tian, being in the imperial capital, shouldn't have any connection with father. The difference in their statuses was clear, there couldn't be any conflict. Unless, her gaze fell on Tang Ruoxi. A thought flashed through her mind. She knew father's knack for attracting women. Both of her teachers had fallen for him. Could it be that this guy is afraid father will make a move on Ruoxi Jia? Xu Huayi's eyes darted, and she intentionally said. Ruoxi Jia, I often hear that some students at Modu University have ill intentions towards their teachers. You should be more careful. Hey, you want to cause trouble for father? Then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Tang Ruoxi was startled, then fell into deep thought. She hadn't noticed Qin Tian's intentions before. She thought he just had a grudge against Xu Hao. Only after hearing Xu Huayi say that did she suddenly realize. Qin Tian initially spoke ill of Xu Hao when he tried to stop her from coming. Later, he insisted on following along. It turned out he was worried about her being bullied by Xu Hao. This student has developed inappropriate feelings for her. Tang Ruoxi became alert. It seems she needs to talk to him sometime. She is the principal's daughter and also a professor, so she must maintain distance from her students. Nothing out of line can happen. Hearing Xu Huayi's words, Qin Tian's heart sank. He hadn't offended Xu Hao's seventh linger, had he? Why was she deliberately targeting him? Seeing Tang Ruoxi's expression change slightly, Qin Tian quickly explained. Don't talk nonsense, I only have respect for teacher Tang, and no other thoughts. Xu Huayi's expression was a half smile. I didn't say it was you, why are you so agitated? Do you have a guilty conscience or something? Qin Tian became anxious and quickly said. I really don't. Before he could finish, Xu Huayi retorted. Explaining is concealing. Qin Tian was so choked up he couldn't speak. At this moment, Xu Hao stepped forward to mediate, saying. All right, Huayi, weren't you going to experience the local customs? Do you still want to go? Xu Huayi immediately put on a docile smile. She skipped to Xu Hao's side. Hooking her arm through his, she said. Oh, Papa, I almost forgot. Let's go now. As they spoke, the group arrived in front of a car. Xu Huayi looked at Qin Tian, her chin slightly raised, and commanded. You drive. Qin Tian looked unwilling. Why me? He was following to keep an eye on Xu Hao. Not to be a driver. If he drove, Xu Hao would be in the car, plotting against his goddess teacher. Qin Tian felt miserable just thinking about it. Xu Huayi raised an eyebrow. Papa and I are guests. If you don't drive, do you want Ruoxi Jia to drive? Qin Tian was at a loss for how to retort. Tang Ruoxi spoke up. How about I drive? There's nothing else to do anyway. Saying this, she prepared to open the car door. But Xu Huayi grabbed her arm and shook it. Ruoxi Jia, you'll have to explain the customs of the imperial capital to us along the way. If you drive, how will you have the energy for all that? Just let him drive. Tang Ruoxi looked at Qin Tian, a little hesitant. He's still a student, I don't know if he can drive. Xu Huayi seized the opportunity and said. If he can't drive, why is he following us? We have Ruoxi Jia as our guide, that's enough. Isn't he just extra here? She spoke to Qin Tian without ceremony. You can go. We're going out to play, don't follow us and get in the way. Then she gestured for Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi to get in the car. Qin Tian secretly thought, this is bad. This was the rhythm of trying to drive him away. No, he still had to keep an eye on Xu Hao. So he quickly spoke up. Wait, I can drive. I got my driver's license this summer, driving is no problem. Tang Ruoxi frowned slightly, still a little worried. Student Qin, this is no joke. Safety first. Qin Tian nodded. Teacher Tang, Don't worry, I drive very steadily. Xu Huai heard him say that. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't drive him away, she still said. Then let you try driving, but if you don't drive well, you'll obediently go back to your studies. Subsequently, the group got into the car. With Qin Tian as the driver, they set off for the famous hutongs and alleys of the imperial capital. While driving, Qin Tian secretly observed Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi through the rearview mirror. Tang Ruoxi explained some of the customs and culture of the imperial capital to Xu Hao and Xu Huai. Xu Huai asked questions from time to time, keeping the atmosphere lively. The car drove into an ancient alley, with ancient-style buildings on both sides, blue bricks and gray tiles, and upturned eaves. It was as if time had flowed backward, returning to the old imperial capital era. The flagstone road was smoothed by time, and the wheels made a slight, creaking sound as they rolled over it. The shops on both sides of the alley were not large, but each had its own unique characteristics, displaying old brand signs. Intermingled with the unique scent of life in the old imperial capital. After parking the car by the side of the road, the group got out of the car one by one. Looking at the distinctive scenery around her, Xu Huai couldn't wait to take out her phone and started snapping pictures of the alley. Tang Ruoxi smiled faintly and walked over to Xu Huai. This alley is called Qingyan Alley, and it is said to have a history of several hundred years. In the past, this was a gathering place for literati and refined scholars of the imperial capital. Many famous poets and painters have left their footprints here. Really? Xu Huai's eyes lit up, and she picked up her phone to take pictures and record. Look at that tea house over there, it's called Qingfeng Tea House. It's said to have existed since the Qing dynasty. At that time, many literati and scholars would drink tea and discuss the Tao here, and even some court officials would visit incognito to listen to the whispers of the common folk. Xu Huai held her phone in one hand and took Xu Hao's hand with the other, walking forward. Come on, let's go take a look. Tang Ruoxi also followed, responsible for the explanations. And that bookstore over there. After visiting the tea house, she pointed to a small shop not far away with a sign that read, Ancient Books Fast, Ancient Books Study. That bookstore has a history of over 100 years, and it houses many precious ancient books and calligraphies. Although very few people buy these old books now, the owner has continued to keep it open, saying it's to preserve this culture. As Tang Ruoxi narrated, Xu Huai raised her phone, recording and exclaiming. As expected of the imperial capital, it's truly rich in cultural heritage. If my sisters came, they would definitely love it. She then tugged at Xu Hao beside her. Dad, let's take a photo to remember this. Tang Ruoxi smiled and continued. Actually, the most famous thing about this alley isn't these shops, but the ancient temple at the end of the alley. An ancient temple? Xu Huai asked curiously. What kind of temple is it? It's a Guandi temple. Tang Ruoxi continued. It is said that this temple was built during the Ming dynasty, and its incense offerings have always been very strong. Every year on Guandi's birthday, a grand temple fair is held here, and the alley is packed with pilgrims from all directions, making it exceptionally lively. Then let's go quickly and see. Xu Huai excitedly pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi forward. Qin Tian followed behind with a sour expression. Happiness belonged to Xu Hao and the other two. It had nothing to do with him. The group walked slowly along the alley. Xu Huai occasionally stopped to take photos. Tang Ruoxi patiently explained. When they reached the end of the alley, they indeed saw an ancient temple, with a plaque hanging above its gate. It read the three large characters, Guandi Temple. In front of the temple gate stood several stone lions, which, despite their age, still looked majestic. Xu Huai took many photos. Just as she was contentedly reviewing them, she caught sight of Qin Tian nearby, and her eyes darted, a mischievous idea forming. She smiled at Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, you've worked so hard telling us all this. Let me take a photo of you and Dad. Many people don't even have the qualifications to take a photo with Dad. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Tang Ruoxi's face. No, there's no need, right? I usually don't like taking photos. Xu Huai persisted. Yes, it's rare to come here, how can we not take a few photos to remember it? Without allowing for refusal, she pulled Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao to a spot in the alley with soft light and an ancient background. Dad, you and Ruoxi Jia stand here. The photos taken here will definitely turn out well. Xu Huai directed them while stepping back a few paces, raising her phone to aim at the two. She saw that they were standing a bit distant from each other. She frowned and called out. You two, move a bit closer. It will look better in the photo. Xu Hao, of course, would not miss this opportunity created by his linger. He naturally leaned closer to Tang Ruoxi. Tang Ruoxi also found it hard to refuse Xu Huai's wishes. She could only slightly turn her body and take a step towards Xu Hao. The moment she moved, the stone pavement beneath her feet, due to its age, was somewhat uneven. Tang Ruoxi lost her footing, slipped, and completely lost her balance. She began to fall to the ground. Ah! She gasped. As she saw the ground getting closer, she instinctively closed her eyes. This scene unfolded too quickly. Qin Tian, who had been watching Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi from a distance, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to step forward to support Tang Ruoxi. However, someone was faster than him. Xu Hao, with quick reflexes, reached out and wrapped an arm around Tang Ruoxi's waist, pulling her forcefully and bringing her upright. Tang Ruoxi felt a sudden tightening around her waist. Immediately after, she felt herself lifted. She instinctively reached out, and in her panic, she wrapped her arms around Xu Hao's neck, her entire body almost pressed against his chest. When she opened her eyes, what greeted her was Xu Hao's handsome face. His features were deep set, and between his brows lay the composure of a mature man. At this moment, he was looking down at her. Tang Ruoxi was momentarily stunned. She even forgot that she was still leaning in Xu Hao's embrace. The masculine scent of Xu Hao made her feel a momentary daze and distraction. Xu Huai was somewhat surprised by this sudden turn of events. But her actions were not slow at all. She aimed her phone at the two, and with a few click-clack sounds, she captured that moment. A cunning curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Qin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Watching Tang Ruoxi being held in Xu Hao's arms, their posture intimate, his face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. What are you two doing? Tang Ruoxi was startled awake by Qin Tian's voice. She hastily broke free from Xu Hao's embrace and stood upright. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she lowered her head to tidy her somewhat disheveled clothes, trying to hide her embarrassment from staring at Xu Hao. Xu Hao did not linger either, naturally letting go of his hand. A composed expression remained on his face. He asked in a gentle tone. Ruoxi, are you all right? Tang Ruoxi shook her head. I'm fine, thank you, President Xu. Ding Qin Tian is furious, emotional value plus 999. Qin Tian rushed forward, standing in front of Tang Ruoxi, glaring angrily at Xu Hao. He had been closely watching Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. He was afraid that Xu Hao would make some improper moves towards Teacher Tang. Yet, it still happened. His voice was cold. Xu Hao, I knew you had ill intentions, finding an opportunity to lay hands on Teacher Tang. Tang Ruoxi's expression changed upon hearing this. He nervously watched Xu Hao, afraid that Xu Hao would get angry because of this. Student Qin's grades were very good, and his performance was also decent, but he had developed inappropriate thoughts about her. Tang Ruoxi planned to clarify things with him after returning. She didn't want to harm a good student because of herself. Chapter 590, Ruoxi Jia, you and Dad are such a good match. Filthy thoughts. Xu Hao maintained a composed smile. Student Qin, I think you've misunderstood. Ruoxi just accidentally fell, and I merely helped her up. If Qin Tian hadn't foreseen the future, perhaps he really would have been fooled by Xu Hao's explanation. Qin Tian was very clear. What Xu Hao would do to Tang Ruoxi in the future. Although he didn't find Xu Hao playing tricks, he just felt that this matter wasn't that simple. He snorted coldly, mocking. Xu Hao, you're a trillionaire, can't you stop being so hypocritical? Don't think I don't know you have ulterior motives for Teacher Tang. Xu Hao looked helpless. Student Qin, I don't know what made you have such a misunderstanding about me, but I really didn't mean that. Qin Tian still wanted to continue scolding. Xu Hao's young daughter, Xu Huai, walked forward. She pointed at Qin Tian's nose and cursed. You're Qin Tian, right? What do you mean? My dad kindly helped Ruoxi Jia, but you think he's taking advantage. What kind of filthy thoughts are in your head? Are you sick in the head? How did you get into Capital University? Qin Tian's expression became even uglier. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. Xu Huai, do you really know Xu Hao? He's just a beast in human clothing, a scoundrel. Enough. Tang Ruoxi sharply interrupted Qin Tian. She really couldn't listen anymore. Qin Tian's words not only embarrassed her but also made her feel inexplicable. Tang Ruoxi looked coldly at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, shut up. President Xu just saved me, can you stop overthinking? Not to mention Xu Hao was almost the same age as her father. Their relationship was also quite good. Just considering President Xu's status, what woman couldn't he have? How could he have ideas about her? Moreover, Xu Hao's young daughter was right here. It was even more impossible for him to do anything to her. What on earth was Qin Tian thinking? He usually seemed quite good, and his grades were excellent, so why was he saying such things today? The only explanation was that Qin Tian had special feelings for her. Seeing her interact with other men would cause a strong aversion in him. Tang Ruoxi's frown deepened. This emotion could not be allowed to continue developing. She had to stop it in time. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Tang, I'm really protecting you. Xu Hao truly has ill intentions towards you, please believe me. Are you done or not? Tang Ruoxi interrupted him again. Her tone already carried impatience. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Tian immediately stopped talking. He lowered his head, his fist still clenched. A sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Nothing he said now would be useful. Tang Ruoxi wouldn't believe him. After watching the show, Xu Hao spoke at the right moment. Ruoxi, don't be angry. Student Qin is also concerned about you, which is why he said such things. Don't let these trivial matters affect your mood. Tang Ruoxi forced a smile. President Xu is right, but I'm sorry, my student isn't usually like this. I don't know what got into him today, I apologize to you on his behalf. Xu Hao waved his hand. It's nothing, young people are bound to be a bit impulsive, I understand. Xu Hao was so magnanimous. Tang Ruoxi couldn't help but feel a good impression of him. As expected of a trillionaire's demeanor, even when publicly slandered, he was generous enough not to care. Beside them, looking at Xu Hao's hypocritical face, Qin Tian was grinding his teeth in hatred. Xu Huayi walked over, glanced at Qin Tian, and took Xu Hao's arm, saying, Dad, let's continue shopping, don't let certain people spoil the mood. The two walked forward. Tang Ruoxi quickly followed, looking apologetically at Xu Huayi. Huayi, I'm really sorry, you must have been amused today. Xu Huayi said indifferently. Ruoxi Jia, you don't need to apologize, some people just have problems with their brains, talking to them more is a waste of breath. Qin Tian's face darkened, and he was about to retort, but Tang Ruoxi stopped him with a look. Qin Tian could only swallow his frustration. He silently followed behind the group. After touring the hutong, the group prepared to go to the Forbidden City Museum. When they returned to the parking spot, Qin Tian stood out again. Xu Huayi frowned. Why are you here again? Don't tell us you're taking us to tour the Forbidden City, you said you knew this hutong well before, but Ruoxi Jia was the one who explained it to us. Qin Tian twitched his lips. I'll drive for you. Bah, who cares? I think you're an unstable driver. Xu Huayi sneered, her voice laced with sarcasm. I think you're afraid Ruoxi Jia will be taken advantage of by my dad, aren't you? Tang Ruoxi's expression immediately turned grim. She looked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you go back to school first, don't follow us. Letting Tang Ruoxi go with Xu Hao. Qin Tian couldn't be at ease. It was very likely that Tang Ruoxi was threatened during that period. He had to keep a close eye on her. No, I don't care. You brought me here, so you have to take me back. Xu Huayi's face was full of disgust. How shameless. Huayi. Xu Hao glared at his linger. His tone carried a hint of reproach. Student Qin didn't do it on purpose just now, so don't blame him. It's really not good to leave him alone here, so let him come with me. Xu Huayi grumbled discontentedly. Dad, why are you still speaking up for him? Just looking at someone like him makes me sick. Xu Hao stroked her head. Don't talk nonsense. Then, he turned to Qin Tian. With a false smile on his face, he said hypocritically. Student Qin, my linger speaks a bit directly, please don't mind her. I'll talk to her properly when we get back. Perhaps it was due to his preconceived notions, but Qin Tian found Xu Hao to be hypocritical and pretentious no matter how he looked at him. He said coldly. It's fine, I won't mind. Tang Ruoxi, however, was impressed by President Xu's demeanor. His linger said something wrong, and he even helped apologize, truly a man of grace. Then she looked at Qin Tian's attitude, a face that showed no appreciation. A surge of anger rose in Tang Ruoxi's heart. Qin Tian, what kind of attitude is that? If you want to come with us, apologize to President Xu, otherwise, take a taxi back by yourself. Seeing that Tang Ruoxi was truly angry, Qin Tian had no choice but to grit his teeth and say to Xu Hao, I'm sorry about what happened just now. There was no sincerity whatsoever. Tang Ruoxi was furious. Just as she was about to continue scolding him, Xu Hao waved his hand to stop her. Alright, Ruoxi, I admire this kind of drive in young people. He's apologized, so let's forget about what happened before. He secretly thought to himself. If Qin Tian doesn't follow, where will I harvest emotional value? Since President Xu had spoken, Tang Ruoxi couldn't say anything more, she just glared fiercely at Qin Tian. Xu Huai snorted coldly. After they got into the car, Qin Tian still drove them to the Forbidden City Museum. In the car, Xu Huai lowered her head, flipping through photos on her phone. Suddenly, she stopped at one photo. A group photo of Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. A glint of cunning flashed in Xu Huai's eyes. She looked up, brought her phone close to Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, and said with a grin. Dad, Ruoxi Jia, how do you like the photos I took for you? Tang Ruoxi's gaze fell on the phone screen. She immediately saw that photo and was stunned. In the photo, she was slightly leaning, her waist encircled by Xu Hao's arm. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Xu Hao's neck, and her eyes were filled with infatuation. Tang Ruoxi's face flushed crimson, and her heart pounded. Xu Huai fanned the flames, saying, Ruoxi Jia, I think you and Dad make a good pair. Look, how beautiful this photo is, just like a couple in a movie. She quickly turned her head, not daring to look at the photo anymore, feeling a surge of panic. Ding Tang Ruoxi's heart rate increased, emotional value plus 888. Tang Ruoxi secretly glanced at Xu Huai. She had expected her to be angry. After all, she was so intimate with her father. Anyone would find it inappropriate. However, Xu Huai showed no displeasure at all, instead, she had a playful smile. Tang Ruoxi felt a mix of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Huai, this photo let's just delete it. It wouldn't be good for President Xu if it got out, and it would have a bad impact. Xu Huai waved her hand carelessly. Ruoxi Jia, don't worry, I won't spread it. I'll just keep this photo for myself to enjoy. She paused, then said. Ruoxi Jia, if you like it, I can also send you the other photos. Tang Ruoxi was filled with mixed emotions. Xu Hao expressed his appreciation for his linger's assistance. He decided that she would be the next person to teach cultivation. Qin Tian, who was driving, was numb. His veins bulged on his arms, and as an experienced driver, he almost hit a utility pole. Chapter 591, Happiness belongs to Xu Hao and his linger. The protagonist is anxious. Sudden development. Qin Tian drove ahead, suppressing his anger. They arrived at the Forbidden City. Xu Huai, Xu Hao, and Tang Ruoxi got out of the car. Standing in front of the main gate of the Forbidden City. Gazing up at the majestic palace walls and city gates. The place was crowded with an endless stream of tourists. Wow, it looks so magnificent here, Dad, Ruoxi Jia, let's go in quickly. Xu Huai excitedly pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, walking inside. He completely ignored Qin Tian. Qin Tian's face was grim. To prevent Tang Ruoxi from being taken advantage of by Xu Hao again, he had no choice but to follow behind. The three passed through the Meridian Gate and officially entered the Forbidden City. The sight before them made Xu Huai hold her breath. On the vast square, the ground was paved with green bricks, and the Hall of Supreme Harmony stood majestically. The roof was magnificent and spectacular, gleaming with gold. It's so stunning. I must record this. Next time, I definitely have to bring my sisters to visit. Xu Huai exclaimed, taking out her phone and continuously snapping photos. Xu Hao didn't feel much. When one's strength and influence reach his level, there are few things that can stir his heart. Tang Ruoxi, however, had visited the Forbidden City before. Seeing Xu Huai just walking ahead, preoccupied, Xu Hao looked at Tang Ruoxi and said, Ruoxi, please accompany us. Tang Ruoxi politely replied. President Xu, what are you saying? You are our esteemed guest, of course we must entertain you well. Father, hurry up and come. Xu Huai turned around and called out to them. Xu Hao glanced at Tang Ruoxi, and the two stepped forward to catch up. The three entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Tall pillars supported the roof, intricately sculpting with exquisite dragon patterns, lifelike. The interior of the hall was simple and elegant, and the exhibits seemed to tell tales of historical vicissitudes. Xu Huai stood in the center of the hall and asked curiously, "Is this where the emperor held court?" Tang Ruoxi explained. "That's right. Emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties held court here." Xu Huai continued to take photos as souvenirs. She even pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, asking them to stand at different positions in the hall for photos. After leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony, they arrived at the Hall of Central Harmony. Its scale was smaller than the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was equally solemn and dignified. The furnishings in the hall were simple, with a few ancient paintings hanging on the walls. After seeing them, Xu Huai couldn't help but curl her lips. They're far worse than elder sister's paintings. These paintings were all by famous artists. It was just that she often saw Xu Shiqing's paintings at home. That's why she had such a thought. Indeed, apart from carrying some historical charm, they really couldn't compare to Xu Shiqing's paintings. Seeing Xu Huai looking at the paintings, Tang Ruoxi began to explain. These paintings are works from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The landscapes and figures in the paintings reflect the social customs of that time. Xu Huai barely looked at them before pulling the two outside. The Hall of Preserving Harmony is one of the largest buildings in the Forbidden City. It was even more luxurious here. The emperor often held celebrations here. Xu Huai pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi for a photo together. Afterward, the three also visited the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, and the Imperial Garden. The joy belonged to the three of them. Qin Tian had nothing. Watching the three laughing and talking, especially Tang Ruoxi having no guard against Xu Hao, he felt anxious for her. After visiting the Forbidden City, it was already late. The sky was filled with fiery clouds. The surrounding crowd had thinned, and Xu Hao had temporarily lifted his outlaw ability. Although the consumption wasn't great, maintaining it for too long was still a burden. With so many people inside the Forbidden City, if he hadn't concealed their appearances, given his and Tang Ruoxi's looks and temperament, they would have probably been surrounded by crowds long ago, making it impossible to move. Tang Ruoxi was still puzzled at this moment. Before, she wouldn't even consider going to such crowded places. Even just walking on the street would cause a sensation, with people surrounding her to take photos. But today, even with Xu Huai, no one paid her any extra attention all afternoon. What puzzled her even more was that a prominent figure like Xu Hao didn't attract any attention either. What was going on? Unfortunately, no one could answer her questions. Goo goo goo. Xu Huai's stomach rumbled. A blush spread across her face. After an afternoon of walking, she was also a bit hungry. Tang Ruoxi smiled. "Shall we go get something to eat? What do you two want to eat?" She turned to Xu Hao, who smiled. "Anything is fine with me, whatever Huai likes." Xu Huai rubbed her chin. After a moment of thought, her eyes lit up. Since they were in the imperial capital, how could they not eat roast duck? "Ruoxi Jia, let's go eat roast duck." Tang Ruoxi nodded in agreement. "Okay, our imperial capital is most famous for its roast duck. I know a place that tastes very authentic." As the three chatted, they arrived at where their car was parked. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice sounded nearby. "Why? Jia Jia, we just got married, why would you do this? I've been working so hard outside to earn money and support our family, exhausted like a dog every day, just hoping to give you a good life, but you're messing around behind my back." Ayu's face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. His gaze was fixed on a gaudily dressed woman in front of him. The woman was heavily made up, adorned with jewelry around her neck and wrists, wearing a short skirt that exposed a large amount of skin. At this moment, her face alternated between green and white. There was the embarrassment of being caught in the act. But soon, fury took over. She put her hands on her hips and shrieked at the youth. "What are you yelling about? You should take a good look at yourself. With your poor appearance, what can those few paltry coins you earn a month even do? Following you has been the worst luck for 8 lifetimes. What's wrong with me finding someone else? They're much better than you. You're a complete and utter good for nothing, and you dare to question me here. Don't you even look at yourself to see if you're worthy." And don't even look at your shabby appearance, dressed so shabbily. It's embarrassing to be seen with you, tisk. Two black devils stood beside her. They were burly and muscular, with dark, shiny skin and wide grins that revealed a mouthful of large white teeth. One of the black devils, while pinching the woman's body with his hand, said to the youth with a strange laugh. "Ha ha, kid, did you hear that? Your woman even said you're a good for nothing. You don't know how much fun the three of us had together, your woman is quite something, ha 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 ha. A good for nothing like you only deserves to watch your woman being." The other black devil also chimed in. "You're no good, you can't satisfy such a hot woman, which is why she came to us. Look at your cowardly self, you only deserve to be cuckolded by us. Your wife has long wished you dead so she could be happy with us." The youth trembled with rage, his teeth grinding audibly, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. He roared, "You bunch of dogs!" With that, he recklessly charged forward. He raised his fists, intending to strike the two black devils. It was already 2 against 1, with a vast disparity in physique. One of the black devils suddenly dodged the youth's fist by sidestepping. Then, he followed through with a punch to the youth's stomach. The youth immediately bent over in pain. Before he could recover, the other black devil kicked him in the leg. The youth lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The two black devils did not let him go. They walked up to the youth and continued to kick him savagely, cursing under their breath. "Good for nothing, with your meager ability, you dare to fight us. Today, we'll let you know the consequences of offending us brothers. You want to protect your woman with this. It's her good fortune that your wife is with us, we can give her happiness that you can't. Trash like you should be trampled underfoot, never to raise your head again. Your wife will be our plaything from now on, just open your eyes and watch, ha ha ha." The youth lay on the ground, his hands clutching his head, his body curled into a ball. His face was filled with pain and humiliation. He was furious to the extreme, yet powerless to resist. Chapter 592, Taking Advantage of His Niece. Karma comes too quickly. A tragic end. The commotion here was quite loud. It attracted the attention of passers-by. Everyone stopped and gathered around. With a quick glance, they understood what had happened. The Gayati woman stood arrogantly, the two black devils were incredibly rampant, and they kept kicking the youth. This scene was truly infuriating. Everyone began to discuss it, one after another. How can there be such sluts everywhere? Cheating is one thing, but with these black devils. It's truly disgusting and a disgrace to Kyushu people. Exactly, what good are these underdeveloped brains, besides increasing savagery and violence and polluting our Kyushu bloodline? These black devils are disgusting to look at. Can they please get out of Kyushu? We don't welcome these uncivilized things. The two black devils were initially very proud. Hearing the accusations from the surrounding people, they were so angry they wanted to kill. One of them flipped off the crowd. His eyes were filled with provocation and disdain. He cursed loudly. "A bunch of midgets, sick men of East Asia. All you know is to make noise here. What can you possibly do? You all, just go to your crappy jobs. You can leave your women to us to take care of. We are much stronger than you. Black skin is a symbol of nobility, and a black dragon is still a dragon. Your future descendants will all be our children, ha ha ha." The black devil said, as he spoke. He proudly shook his head, as if he had said something remarkable. The other black devil also chimed in. "You yellow-skinned monkeys, you dare to point fingers at us. Don't you know your own worth? If you don't shut up, you'll be sorry." The crowd was enraged. Their faces turned red, and they gnashed their teeth. A young man could not bear it any longer. He stepped forward, clenching his fists, and roared. "These bastards are too arrogant. Did they really think we're easy to bully? I must teach them a lesson today." A middle-aged man next to him quickly pulled him back. "Young man, don't be impulsive. Look at their physiques, we are no match for them. If you charge in, not only will you lose, but it would be bad if you hurt yourself." Someone echoed the dissuasion. Yes, even if you win, you'll still have to pay compensation. After all, they are foreigners, and their status is noble. We ordinary commoners can't afford to offend them." The young man stamped his foot in anger but reluctantly stopped, grumbling resentfully. "What kind of world is this? They're clearly in the wrong, yet we have to endure it." The Gayati woman saw the crowd looking like they were about to fight them. She immediately started shouting, "What do you want to do? They are foreigners, do you dare to try to lay a hand on them? These words infuriated the crowd even more. Meanwhile, Xu Hao, Tang Ruoxi, and Xu Huai also witnessed everything. Tang Ruoxi frowned deeply. In recent years, with the influx of foreigners, such vexing incidents have become commonplace. Every time they encountered one, it was disgusting and difficult to handle. Xu Huai was fuming, clenching her fists, and said indignantly, "These two guys are disgusting, too much. They bully people so openly in broad daylight and say such nasty things. They don't deserve to be called human." Swish! The two black devils heard Xu Huai's curses. They immediately glared over with wide, bell-like eyes. When they saw Xu Huai and Tang Ruoxi, their eyes instantly changed. They had never seen such beautiful girls. One of the black devils grinned, revealing a mouthful of crooked, yellow teeth, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. "These two little beauties are quite exciting. Why don't you come with your black brothers? Brothers will let you experience what it's like to be a woman." The other black devil also joined in the taunting. He said with a strange laugh, "Being with us is much better than being with those good-for-nothings. Brothers will cherish you, ha ha ha." They openly flirted with the girls, unrestrained. The surrounding crowd was furious. They condemned the two shameless fellows one after another. "What brainless idiots, daring to flirt with girls like this in broad daylight, is there no law anymore? Get lost, you damn black dragon, you're not even fit to be born. I really don't know why they brought in this group of black devils." Tang Ruoxi's face was pale, her chest heaving with anger. Xu Huai's face was even more disgusted. It was simply ugly to the point of death. Unable to bear it any longer, she took a step back and grabbed Xu Hao's hand. Qin Tian, who followed behind, was also angered by the actions of the two black-skinned men. Especially when he heard them actually insult Tang Ruoxi. He immediately flew into a rage. He was about to rush up and stand in front of Tang Ruoxi. Qin Tian suddenly remembered something and looked at Xu Hao. He wanted to see how Xu Hao planned to handle this matter. He stopped, standing still and staring at Xu Hao, waiting for his reaction. Xu Hao's gaze was calm. Only Hong Changwei, who was familiar with him, knew the terror hidden beneath that calm. These two had already made it onto his kill list. The kind that couldn't wait a moment longer. Although he had countless methods, killing someone in public would cause unnecessary trouble. Then let's create an accident. In divine rank assassin skills, there were various ways to kill by accident, and it couldn't be traced back to him. Xu Hao calmly observed the surrounding environment. Not far away, a man had just come out of a store after buying something. He was standing by the roadside, counting the money in his hand. In front of the sidewalk nearby, a group of people were patiently waiting for the red light to turn green. In the distance, a large truck was slowly approaching. Judging by the tires, it carried a considerable load. Xu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He calmly activated his telekinesis. The man not far away, who was counting money perfectly fine, suddenly stumbled. His hand became unsteady, and a 50 yuan bill slipped from his grasp, floating gently to the ground. The man paused, then instinctively bent down to pick it up. Just then, a gust of wind blew. It immediately swept up the 50 yuan bill. The man quickly took off running to chase it. But he didn't pay attention to what was in front of him and bumped into a delivery rider passing by on a small electric scooter. The delivery rider, caught off guard by the sudden collision, lost his balance and fell to the ground with a clang, both he and his scooter. The insulated box carrying the takeout food also flew off. The meal boxes inside scattered all over the ground. Some soup spilled out, and someone passing by stepped on it, slipped, and fell forward. Instinctively, he stretched out his hands, wanting to grab something. He happened to fall onto someone waiting at the red light. There were quite a few people waiting at the red light at this time, and with his push, the crowd, one after another, was uncontrollably pushed towards the middle of the road. The approaching large truck was getting closer and closer. Seeing the chaotic scene on the road, the driver hastily honked the horn to warn them, while also stepping hard on the brakes. But the truck was fully loaded with goods, and its inertia was enormous, so it couldn't stop immediately. The driver had no choice but to yank the steering wheel, and the truck lost control, crashing towards the two black devils. The three of them heard the roaring sound from behind. They turned their heads to look and were instantly terrified. It was too late to dodge. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, there was a loud bang, and the truck slammed into them. The scene was incredibly bloody. The surrounding crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes widened, and they covered their mouths. Their faces filled with terror as they watched the tragic scene unfolding before them. Just moments ago, the two black devils were arrogantly flirting with the girls. In the blink of an eye, they had received their bento box and gone to meet the king of hell. Everyone was stunned for a while before they came back to their senses and started discussing amongst themselves. What the hell? This retribution came too fast, didn't it? Evil truly has its evil retribution, serves them right. Exactly, even heaven couldn't stand it anymore. This really feels good. I like this ending. Everyone's faces showed a sense of relief. Xu Hao's expression was calm, as he covered Xu Huai's and Tang Ruoxi's eyes, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Indeed, no one connected him to the incident. They only thought it was an accident. Xu Huai pulled away Xu Hao's hand and, hearing the crowd's discussions, realized that the two black-skinned men had already lost their life chi. Even so, she was still fuming, saying resentfully, "HMPH, letting them die like that is too easy for them. These black-skinned people are just disgusting, not a single one of them is good, they only know how to bully people." Seeing Linger so angry, a cold glint flashed in Xu Hao's eyes. Anyone who dared to anger Linger, no matter who, would have to pay the price of death. He said calmly, without changing his expression, "Let's go, it's bad luck to stay here, don't let it affect our mood." Tang Ruoxi quickly agreed. "Yes, let's go quickly." Qin Tian followed behind and saw Xu Hao covering Tang Ruoxi's eyes, which infuriated him. This Xu Hao was taking advantage of teacher Tang again. Seeing that the others were about to get into the car and leave, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and follow to drive the car. After the two women got into the car, Xu Hao was about to get in. But he suddenly stopped. "I'm going to the restroom, wait for me." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the restroom. A moment later, he arrived at an empty alley. The alley was dimly lit, and a figure could vaguely be seen standing quietly there. It was his personal bodyguard, Hong Changwei. She had also followed, but her presence was hidden in the shadows. Xu Hao gave the order with a stern expression. "Let Limitless act. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, I don't want to hear about a single black-skinned person remaining on this land. This operation will be named, Eliminating Black and Eradicating Evil." Hong Changwei's heart tightened. This was a major operation. Who knew how many there were in the entire Kyushu? Only by mobilizing Limitless could they all be found and dealt with. How did those guys manage to provoke Xu Hao? "Yes, master, I will go deliver the order now." With that, she turned and left. "Wait." Xu Hao called out to her, then took out a black-red, purplish banner. It was the Ren Huang banner. He handed it to Hong Changwei. "Give this to God One and have her go to Guangdong province. There are more people there, so don't waste it. Remember, everything must be done discreetly, do not expose yourselves." Hong Changwei received the Ren Huang banner with both hands. Her figure flashed, and she vanished into the dim alley. No one would know. Just because Xu Hao's Linger got angry, there would be no more ghosts in Kyushu from then on. Chapter 593, Wingman Linger. The story in the swimming pool. Intimate contact. After giving the order, Xu Hao turned back and got into the car. Qin Tian once again unhappily took on the role of driver. Xu Huai sat in the back seat, incessantly complaining about the foreign devils who had flooded into Kyushu. "I really can't stand it, those people have such low quality." Xu Huai's tone was full of disdain. She looked at Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao, wanting to see their thoughts. Tang Ruoxi explained calmly. "Huai, this is the national situation. To increase its international influence and attract foreign investment and talent, the country naturally loosens some entry policies. It's inevitable that some people will have low quality, this is unavoidable." Xu Huai was still very angry. "If you say there's talent among the white-skinned, I might slightly believe it, but where is there talent among the black-skinned?" Xu Hao stroked Linger's head. "Just don't look at those people in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. Don't let these small matters affect your mood." Xu Huai pouted. "Just one look is an eyesore, I don't want to see them. But now there are more and more foreign devils." Silence fell over the car for a moment. Under Tang Ruoxi's guidance, the car quickly arrived at a long-established Peking duck restaurant. The restaurant's entrance was simple and elegant, with red lanterns hanging at the door, giving it a very stylish feel. The group got out of the car and walked straight into the restaurant. They arrived at a private room. Just as they reached the entrance, Xu Huai stopped. She turned back and glared at Qin Tian, who was following behind. She asked in an unfriendly tone, "What are you following us for? Ruoxi Jia is treating us, what does that have to do with you?" An awkward expression appeared on Qin Tian's face. He felt depressed. How exactly did he offend her? Why was she always targeting him? Xu Hao pulled Xu Huai's hand and said with a slight tone of reproach. "All right, Huai, student Qin is Ruoxi's student, not an outsider. It's not appropriate for you to speak like that." He paused, then turned to Qin Tian and smiled. "Student Qin, Huai is a bit blunt when she speaks, please don't mind her." Qin Tian didn't want to see Xu Hao's hypocritical face. The group walked into the private room together. When they took their seats, Xu Huai deliberately pulled Tang Ruoxi, making her sit next to Xu Hao with herself. Far away from Qin Tian felt another wave of depression. Was it really necessary? She was guarding against him like he was a thief. Tang Ruoxi picked up the menu. Since they came specifically for Peking duck, she ordered several types of imperial capital Peking duck. Before long, the Peking duck was served. The golden duck's skin glistened with oil, and the inviting aroma was mouth-watering. Tang Ruoxi picked up a thin lotus leaf pancake, took a piece of duck meat, dipped it in the special sauce, and handed it to Xu Huai. "Huai, this is the authentic way to eat Peking duck. The sauce is very important, you can try it." Xu Huai took the lotus leaf pancake, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, delicious. While eating, she didn't forget to pick up a piece of duck meat and feed it to Xu Hao. "Papa, you try it." Xu Hao took a bite and nodded. The taste is indeed good. The group ate and chatted. Xu Huai seemed to have forgotten her earlier unpleasantness. She enthusiastically discussed how to eat Peking duck with Tang Ruoxi. Qin Tian couldn't get a word in. Every time he opened his mouth, Xu Huai would scold him to shut up, making him incredibly frustrated. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. Lights lit up one by one, illuminating the entire city. After finishing the Peking duck, Xu Huai checked the time and suggested, "It's still early. Let's go explore the night scenery of the imperial capital, especially the bird's nest and water cube. I heard they look especially beautiful at night." Xu Hao had no objections and smiled at Tang Ruoxi, saying, "Then we'll have to trouble Ruoxi again." Tang Ruoxi smiled slightly, indicating it was no trouble. Then she led them out of the Peking duck restaurant. Qin Tian continued to drive silently. As they drove onto the street, neon lights twinkled on both sides, and the bustling urban nightscape was dazzling. Xu Huai leaned against the car window, watching. This night view is really good. As expected of the imperial capital, it is indeed more prosperous than Shanghai. Tang Ruoxi turned around and explained. "That was your first time in the imperial capital, so you had a filter on. I guess each has its own unique charm." Before long, the car stopped near the bird's nest. Xu Huai walked ahead, constantly taking photos with her phone. While taking pictures, she said to Xu Hao, "Dad, quickly help me take a picture. Make sure to get both the bird's nest and me in it." Xu Hao took the phone, adjusted the angle, and took several photos of his linger. After taking the photos, Xu Huai asked Tang Ruoxi, "Ruoxi Jia, why is it called the bird's nest? It's such a strange name." The bird's nest was the main stadium for the 4x Olympic Games. Its design was inspired by the natural form of a bird's nest, symbolizing life and vitality. Tang Ruoxi patiently explained. Xu Huai linked arms with her and asked, "Ruoxi Jia, do you come here often?" Tang Ruoxi showed a look of reminiscence. "When I was in school, I often came here with my classmates." Xu Huai blinked. Then, "Ruoxi Jia, you should take a few pictures too. I'll help you, and I promise to make you look beautiful." "I don't need to, you two just take pictures." However, Xu Huai was persistent. She pulled Tang Ruoxi's hand and pouted. No, it's rare to come here, how can we not take photos?" "Dad, come over quickly. I'll help you and Ruoxi Jia take a few pictures." "Huh?" Tang Ruoxi was startled. Taking pictures with Xu Hao again. She couldn't help but think of their joint photo from the afternoon, and her face flushed slightly. Come on. Xu Huai brought the two of them together. She walked away with the phone. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Xu Huai looked at the finished photos. "Dad, you and Ruoxi Jia are both so photogenic. This photo could even be a wallpaper." Tang Ruoxi glanced at it. In the photo, she and Xu Hao stood together. She looked a bit shy, while Xu Hao had a smile on his lips. They made a handsome pair. After taking photos, the group continued walking and arrived at the water cube. Under the illumination of the night lights, the water cube appeared exceptionally dreamy. Xu Huai began a new round of photography. After the tour, Xu Huai suddenly smelled a fragrant aroma. She turned her head and found a snack stall not far away. Her eyes lit up, and she pulled Tang Ruoxi's hand, saying, "Ruoxi Jia, there are snacks over there. Let's go buy some to try." "Okay, the snacks on this street are also very unique. You can try them." The two women walked over and ordered a few skewers. Xu Huai ate them with high praise. "Delicious. Ruoxi Jia, do you want to try some?" Tang Ruoxi shook her head. "I just finished eating roast duck, so I'm not hungry yet." "You eat." Xu Huai then turned to Xu Hao. "Dad, you too." Xu Hao took a bite. After shopping, it was 10 o'clock at night. The pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out. They were ready to go back and rest. Tang Ruoxi brought Xu Hao and Xu Huai to the Imperial Capital's only 7-star hotel. The Imperial Capital International Hotel. Her father, Tang Egwo, had reserved the presidential suite for Xu Hao. Xu Huai pulled Tang Ruoxi's hand and asked, "Ruoxi Jia, if a regular room in a 7-star hotel is this luxurious, what special benefits does the presidential suite have?" Tang Ruoxi patiently explained, "The presidential suite is indeed very luxurious. It has a private cinema, a gym, and a dedicated swimming pool. Moreover, the service in the suite is exclusive 24 hours a day. You can order meals or arrange other services at any time." Xu Huai's eyes lit up. "There's a dedicated swimming pool. That's great. It's still early, how about we go for a swim?" Tang Ruoxi hesitated a little. "I'm not very good at swimming, so let's not." Xu Huai shook her hand. "It's okay. My dad is really good at swimming, and he's especially good at teaching people. I guarantee you'll learn quickly." Qin Tian, who was nearby, frowned instantly upon hearing this. He was already worried about Tang Ruoxi's safety. Xu Huai actually suggested that Xu Hao teach Tang Ruoxi how to swim. The thought of Tang Ruoxi in a swimsuit and Xu Hao in only swimming trunks, the scene of them intimately interacting in the pool. Qin Tian's face became very grim. Hearing Xu Huai's words, Tang Ruoxi refused. "No need, that would be too much trouble for you. Besides, I'm tired from shopping this afternoon, so I can't swim anyway." Xu Huai continued to persuade her. "It's no trouble. Dad teaches really fast, and if you don't want him to teach, I can teach you too. I'm very good at swimming, and I guarantee you'll learn easily." Tang Ruoxi still politely declined. "I really can't swim, I can just watch you too." Xu Huai rubbed her chin. She was actually searching in her storage ring. A moment later, she pulled out a candy and smilingly handed it to Tang Ruoxi. "Ruoxi Jia, eat this, and I guarantee you'll be full of energy." Tang Ruoxi was stunned. Before she could react, Xu Huai had already torn open the wrapper and directly popped the candy into her mouth. The candy melted instantly, sweet but not cloying. It carried a fresh fruity aroma. Tang Ruoxi's eyes instantly brightened. "This candy is really delicious." Seeing Tang Ruoxi's expression, Xu Huai proudly lifted her chin. "Is it delicious? This was given to us by Dad. Not only is it delicious, but it also has special effects." Qin Tian's brows furrowed even more tightly when he heard the words, "special effects." Alarm bells rang in his heart. What special effects? Could it be drugged? It wasn't impossible. Although Xu Huai was Xu Hao's linger, she seemed to be constantly trying to set up Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi along the way. He had to keep a close eye on them. Tang Ruoxi was also a little curious. What effects? Xu Huai smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. "You'll know after you eat it." Not long after, Tang Ruoxi felt it. Her original fatigue vanished. She felt refreshed and full of vitality. She looked at Xu Huai in surprise. "Is this really the effect of this candy? I feel full of spirit, it's incredible." Xu Huai lifted her chin. "This candy can make you feel refreshed, isn't it amazing? Dad has even more amazing things." Tang Ruoxi unconsciously looked at Xu Hao. A hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. Xu Hao was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. How did that saying go? When a woman becomes curious about a man, that's the beginning of falling in love. The group walked into the hotel lobby. The splendid decorations were dazzling. Qin Tian followed behind with a gloomy expression. Seeing him still following, Xu Huai stopped and said impatiently. Why are you still following us? Qin Tian's mouth twitched. Teacher Tang has to go back after sending you off, right? I need to send her back. Xu Huai snorted, her eyes flashing, and said playfully. Who said Ruoxi Jia is going back? Tonight she's staying with me, right, Ruoxi Jia? Tang Ruoxi had indeed planned to go home. Tang Egwo hadn't booked her a hotel. Seeing her not speak, Xu Huai hugged her arm and cooed. Ruoxi Jia, just stay and accompany me, I'm so scared staying alone. Seeing Xu Huai's expectant expression, and thinking that she would have to come over to entertain them early tomorrow morning, Tang Ruoxi nodded. Okay, I'll stay here tonight. Xu Huai lifted her chin at Qin Tian. Did you hear that? Ruoxi Jia isn't going back, you should go back to school. Your teacher Tang, Dad and I will take good care of her. Qin Tian always felt that these words were a bit awkward. He wasn't comfortable leaving Tang Ruoxi alone here. Especially since Xu Huai also mentioned swimming. Although Xu Hao was Xu Huai's father. Who knew if Xu Hao would take advantage of the situation? So, Qin Tian also booked a room here to stay. He didn't care about this money at all. Taking the elevator, Xu Hao entered the presidential suite. Xu Huai's room was next door. Pulling Tang Ruoxi inside, Xu Huai looked around. This room is so big, Ruoxi Jia, hurry. After touring the room layout, Xu Huai pestered Tang Ruoxi again, saying. Ruoxi Jia, let's go swimming now, aren't you feeling particularly energetic? It's good to exercise, you'll sleep soundly afterwards. Tang Ruoxi thought about it, felt that she made sense, and agreed. She went out and knocked on Xu Hao's door next door. Xu Hao opened the door. What's wrong? Xu Huai said with a giggle. Dad, let's go swimming, Ruoxi Jia is coming too. Chapter 594, Linger in a Bikini. Even immortals can't resist. Framing. Qin Tian had been watching at the door and hadn't left. Seeing the three of them walk towards the pool, a wave of unease surged in his heart. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Tang Ruoxi. Teacher Tang, you can't go. Tang Ruoxi frowned, displeased. Student Qin, you're meddling a bit too much, move aside. Qin Tian didn't back down, his tone urgent. Teacher Tang, Xu Hao has ill intentions towards you, swimming together definitely isn't with good intentions. I can't just watch you fall into a trap. Tang Ruoxi's face sank. How did he have ill intentions towards her? It wasn't Xu Hao who suggested going swimming. Xu Hao was a distinguished guest invited by her father. Qin Tian kept saying that Xu Hao had designs on her, which made her very embarrassed. Tang Ruoxi was truly angry. Fine, you don't want me to go swimming, do you? Then I'm going anyway. She walked around Qin Tian and continued towards the pool. Qin Tian grew anxious at the sight. He steeled himself and once again blocked her path. Xu Huai couldn't help but curse. Get lost. She raised a leg and kicked at Qin Tian. Seeing a kick coming, Qin didn't care. He thought, how much strength could a girl have? It was just a tickle. However, when Xu Huai's foot landed on his abdomen, his eyes widened suddenly. A sharp pain struck him. He grunted, his body uncontrollably falling to the ground, his hands tightly clutching his stomach. His face was pale, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Xu Huai's physique far surpassed ordinary people's. Even a casual kick from her was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Qin Tian only felt as if his internal organs had shifted. The pain made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ruoxi Jia, let's go. Xu Huai, as if nothing had happened, took Tang Ruoxi's hand. Tang Ruoxi looked at Qin Tian, who was sprawled on the ground. Seeing him curled up in pain, with fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. Is he all right? Xu Huai's eyes darted, and she said nonchalantly. He's faking it, she explained earnestly. I'm a girl, where would I get so much strength to kick an adult man like this? He's just pretending to gain your sympathy. We don't need to bother with him. Before Tang Ruoxi could think further, Xu Huai pulled her towards the presidential suite's private swimming pool. Tang Ruoxi couldn't help but look back. Qin Tian lay on the ground, his face pale, cold sweat trickling down. Was he really just faking it? Qin Tian struggled to lift his head and extend his hand, wanting to call out to Tang Ruoxi. But he was in too much pain to speak. He could only watch as the others gradually walked further away. The large swimming pool shimmered. Several comfortable lounge chairs were placed by the pool. Fruit drinks were on the small table next to them. The entire pool area was very quiet, with only Xu Hao, Xu Huai, and Tang Ruoxi. Xu Hao's gaze swept around. He confirmed that no monitoring or recording equipment was installed. Only then did he turn to Xu Huai and Tang Ruoxi and say, "Go change into your swimsuits first. There are new swimsuits in the room, pick whatever you like." Xu Huai giggled as she pulled Tang Ruoxi's hand. "Ruoxi Jia, let's go, let's change." Tang Ruoxi was pulled into the changing room. Inside the changing room, brand new swimsuits hung neatly on hangers. There was a wide variety of styles. Xu Huai's gaze swept over them, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. While Tang Ruoxi was looking around, she quietly hid all the one-piece swimsuits, leaving only a few bikinis. She picked up 2 bikinis and brought them to Tang Ruoxi. "Ruoxi Jia, let's put these on." Seeing the bikinis in Xu Huai's hand, Tang Ruoxi's face flushed, and she said somewhat awkwardly. She had never worn this kind of swimsuit before. "Hua Yi, can we pick a different kind?" Xu Huai blinked, looking innocent. "There's only this kind. I didn't see any other styles of swimsuits." Tang Ruoxi walked over and flipped through the hangers. Indeed, she only saw other styles of bikinis. The other swimsuits were hidden in Xu Huai's storage ring, so of course she couldn't see them. Tang Ruoxi's expression changed, and she hesitated. At this moment, Xu Huai had already changed into her bikini and was spinning in front of the mirror. She nodded with satisfaction. The bikini on her body outlined her perfect figure, showcasing her youthful vitality. "Ruoxi Jia, look, how do I look in this?" Tang Ruoxi's face flushed and her heart pounded as she looked. "Good, beautiful." Xu Huai was very open. When swimming or soaking in hot springs at home, she and her sisters often wore this. Anyway, it wasn't for others to see. And it was fine with her father. Seeing that Tang Ruoxi still hadn't made a move, she deliberately provoked her. "Ruoxi Jia, don't hesitate, hurry and change. Anyway, it's just me, you, and Dad, it's fine." You wouldn't actually believe what the Qin Tian said, thinking Dad would have ideas about you, would you? Don't worry, Dad and Su Ma have a great relationship, and there's an age gap between you two. Dad wouldn't be that much of a beast. Tang Ruoxi quickly shook her head and explained. "That's not what I meant, I just haven't worn this kind before, and I'm a bit unaccustomed." Xu Huai continued to urge. "Oh, Ruoxi Jia, hurry up, we're waiting for you." Tang Ruoxi, helpless, had no choice but to pick up a bikini and walk into the changing room. A few minutes later, she had changed into her swimsuit. She came out, feeling a bit awkward. Xu Huai looked her up and down, rubbing her chin, and smiled. "Ruoxi Jia, this looks really good on you. My taste isn't bad, right?" The corner of Tang Ruoxi's mouth twitched slightly. Why did she feel like she was being stared at by a pervert? Xu Huai pulled her hand and walked out. "Come on, let's go to the pool. Dad must be impatient already." The two walked out of the changing room and arrived at the poolside. Xu Hao was sitting on a lounge chair by the pool, holding a glass of iced juice, leisurely sipping it. He was only wearing swimming trunks, his perfect physique fully exposed, his 8-pack abs looking exceptionally firm. Xu Huai's eyes lit up. Dad's physique is still so great. Tang Ruoxi was a little shy, lowering her head and not daring to look too much. Xu Huai pulled Tang Ruoxi into the water. Actually, Tang Ruoxi knew how to swim a little, but she could only swim a few meters before having to stop and rest. Xu Huai was quite patient and began to teach her seriously. She demonstrated the movements while speaking. "Ruoxi Jia, you need to paddle with your arms like this, and kick with your legs like this." Tang Ruoxi followed suit, but it still wasn't quite standard. Xu Huai corrected her again from the side. This was repeated several times. At this moment, Xu Hao finished his juice, entered the water with an elegant movement, and swam lightly in the water. Xu Huai pulled Tang Ruoxi and looked at Xu Hao. "Ruoxi Jia, look how well Daddy swims, just swim like Daddy." But Tang Ruoxi tried several times, still couldn't grasp the knack, and still couldn't swim well. Xu Huai tried to teach hand in hand like Xu Hao. She found that she couldn't teach at all, neglecting either arms or legs. Helpless, she could only approach Xu Hao. "Daddy, you teach Ruoxi Jia, I've done my best." Xu Hao teased. How can you be such a teacher? You can't even teach swimming, and you're a doctor of philosophy. Swimming has nothing to do with studying. Xu Huai playfully stuck out her tongue. Ruoxi Jia's swimming is up to you, you must teach her. Seeing Xu Hao approach, with his perfect figure displayed before her, Tang Ruoxi frantically waved her hands. No need, I'll just watch you swim, I can learn slowly. Xu Huai interrupted her. How can that be? Ruoxi Jia, since I brought you here, I must teach you. Swimming is an essential skill, sometimes it can save your life. If you haven't learned, then my teaching method is problematic. My father teaches very well, Li Xiao's sister was taught by him. After Xu Huai finished speaking, she quickly swam away, leaving Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, swimming is quite simple, I'll teach you. Xu Hao broke the silence and began to demonstrate to Tang Ruoxi, explaining each move in great detail. Tang Ruoxi had no choice but to bite the bullet. When her posture was incorrect, Xu Hao would reach out to correct her. The contact of his hand with her skin made Tang Ruoxi tremble. This was her first time having such close contact with a man. For a moment, her heart pounded. Xu Hao taught seriously, and she was too embarrassed to say anything, so she could only follow along. Gradually, as Xu Hao corrected her movements multiple times, Tang Ruoxi slowly got used to it. The blush on her face lingered stubbornly. Ding Tang Ruoxi is flustered, emotional value plus 678. Just as Xu Hao was teaching hand in hand, a commotion came from outside. It was Qin Tian, who, after the pain subsided, rushed to the pool entrance and was stopped by a female attendant. Excuse me, sir, this area is only for presidential suite guests. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Qin Tian cursed inwardly. The thought of Tang Ruoxi in a swimsuit, intimately interacting with Xu Hao in the pool, made him feel a pang of discomfort. He couldn't help but wonder if Xu Hao would take advantage of Tang Ruoxi, or even threaten her into doing something. Xu Hao's linger is also here, he shouldn't go too far. Qin Tian prayed in his heart. Time passed bit by bit, he paced back and forth anxiously, occasionally looking worriedly in the direction of the pool. Chapter 595, Sudden Kiss. Linger's Breakthrough. Stunned. In the pool. When teaching Tang Ruoxi, Xu Hao did not secretly play tricks, so as not to scare her. Judging from Qin Tian's series of reactions, he must have foreseen that he would make a move on Tang Ruoxi, and a very domineering one at that. If Qin Tian wasn't here, he could really do that. After all, he wouldn't be in the imperial capital for long. He would definitely have to cut the Gordian knot quickly. However, since Qin Tian appeared here, he thought of another way. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Tang Ruoxi mastered swimming techniques in no time. Once the techniques were learned, she began to try swimming. Yes, just like that, the arm strokes need to be even, and your breathing needs to keep pace. Tang Ruoxi practiced according to his instructions. Her movements went from awkward to skilled. She no longer stopped after swimming just a few meters. Tang Ruoxi wiped the water droplets from her face and looked gratefully at Xu Hao. President Xu, thank you, you taught so well. Xu Hao waved his hand. You're welcome, the fact that you learned so quickly means you have talent. He paused, then continued. Calling me President Xu, sounds too formal. Your father and I get along quite well, if you don't mind, you can call me uncle. Tang Ruoxi was startled. Then, somewhat shyly, she called out. Uncle Xu. At this moment, Xu Huai swam over from a distance, splashing water everywhere. She giggled and came closer to Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, wasn't I right? Daddy is very good at teaching people. Then she took her hand and said excitedly. Ruoxi Jia, let's have a race. We'll swim ahead, and Daddy will chase us. You two play by yourselves, I won't join in. Saying that, Xu Hao turned to get out of the water. Xu Huai immediately swam over and grabbed Xu Hao's arm, not letting him leave, and shook it playfully, whining. Daddy, let's play together, this race is so much fun. She was wearing a bikini, her figure curves fully displayed, and water droplets slid down her skin. Xu Hao shook his head. Boring, there's no prize for the race, I'm not interested. What do you mean no prize? Xu Huai looked at Tang Ruoxi, and suddenly had an idea. How about this, if Daddy catches us, Ruoxi Jia will kiss you. If you don't catch us, you kiss Ruoxi Jia, how about it? Tang Ruoxi's face was filled with astonishment, and it visibly reddened before his eyes. She glared at Xu Huai in annoyance. Although Xu Hao was a little tempted. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. So he straightened his face and said, feigning seriousness. Hua Yi, don't joke around. Xu Huai said mischievously. Alright, it was just a joke. How about this, if Dad catches us, Ruoxi Jia and I will each perform a dance. If he doesn't catch us, Dad, you perform a talent. How about that? Tang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad Xu Huai hadn't said anything more outrageous. Xu Huai then grabbed Xu Hao's arm and shook it. Please, Dad. Xu Hao couldn't refuse her and agreed. Alright, I can't do anything with you. Yay! Xu Huai cheered, grabbed Tang Ruoxi's hand, and swam forward. Ruoxi Jia, let's go quickly. Dad, we'll swim a bit further first, then you can come and catch us. The two girls swam a distance. Xu Huai looked back and shouted at Xu Hao. Alright, Dad, come and catch us. Xu Hao smiled. Catching them was too easy, but since it was a game, there was no need to be too serious. So he leisurely swam towards the two girls. Xu Huai swam incredibly fast, like a nimble fish, even faster than an Olympic champion. Xu Hao chased her for a while, deliberately slowing down, and didn't catch her. Then, he suddenly changed direction and swam towards Tang Ruoxi. Although Tang Ruoxi had learned to swim, she was still not proficient and swam with some difficulty. Xu Hao followed her unhurriedly, maintaining a certain distance. As Tang Ruoxi swam, she couldn't help but look back. She found Xu Hao not far behind her. Her heart panicked, and her movements immediately became chaotic. Without realizing it, she plunged into the water. Coincidentally, this was the deep end, and the water immediately submerged her head. Tang Ruoxi thrashed frantically, flailing her limbs, but she couldn't float up. Xu Hao sped up and swam over. He pulled her out of the water in one swift motion. Tang Ruoxi clung to Xu Hao's neck like a drowning person clutching a lifesaver, gasping for qi, her heart pounding rapidly. It's all right now. Xu Hao patted Tang Ruoxi's back, comforting her. When Tang Ruoxi recovered, she realized she was completely hanging onto Xu Hao. The two were almost in zero-distance contact, their faces seemed to be, and their heartbeats quickened even more. Dad, Ruoxi Jia, what are you doing? Xu Huai's voice came from afar. Tang Ruoxi quickly let go, lowering her head, not daring to look at Xu Hao. Xu Hao took her to the shallow area. Ruoxi, you wait here for a bit, I'll go catch that girl. Tang Ruoxi lowered her head and softly responded. Xu Hao turned and swam towards Xu Huai. Seeing this, Xu Huai immediately turned and ran away. She swam incredibly fast, but Xu Hao quickly caught up. He first tried to grab her feet. Xu Huai nimbly kicked his hand away. Xu Hao then sped up again and embraced her. Xu Huai struggled continuously, trying to break free from Xu Hao. Xu Hao increased his strength, making her unable to move. You lost. Xu Huai was carried by Xu Hao all the way to Tang Ruoxi's side. Do you admit defeat? Xu Huai pouted, very unwillingly. This time I didn't perform well, next time I'll definitely beat you. She sounded unconvincing, her cheeks puffed out, looking particularly cute. Your mouth is the only hard part of your whole body. Xu Hao patted her head. Alright, we've played enough, it's time for you to fulfill the wager. Xu Huai blinked, feigning ignorance. What wager? She tilted her head, looking innocent and naive. Xu Hao tapped her on the head. Go dance for me. Xu Huai covered her head, grunted in pain, and looked resentful. Lighter, you've broken my brain. After getting ashore, Tang Ruoxi was about to go change, but Xu Huai pulled her back. Tang Ruoxi was puzzled. What's wrong? Xu Huai said helplessly. A bet is a bet, Ruoxi Jia, since we lost, let's dance for Dad. Now. Tang Ruoxi was instantly dumbfounded. A blush spread across her face. Dance for Xu Hao in this bikini. Xu Huai nodded and said. Yes, let's dance now, it saves us the trouble of changing clothes later. Tang Ruoxi's face turned even redder. You dance, I don't have to, right? How can that be? You also participated in the competition, Ruoxi Jia, you wouldn't really make me dance alone, would you? Xu Huai looked at her piteously. Tang Ruoxi stammered. But I can't dance. Xu Huai didn't believe her. Just think about what dances you've done before, Ruoxi Jia, you're so beautiful, you must have danced. Tang Ruoxi sighed. Scenes of her dancing in her student days appeared in her mind. Although many years had passed, she still vaguely remembered the movements. Seeing Xu Huai's expectant look, she compromised. "All right, I'll dance then." Xu Huai was delighted. Without a word, she pulled Tang Ruoxi to find Xu Hao. Then she ran to the changing room, took out her phone, and started playing music. After getting ready, she made an OK gesture, signaling Tang Ruoxi to start dancing. Tang Ruoxi couldn't help but look at Xu Hao. Finding his eyes clear and without any evil thoughts, she breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, being watched by Xu Hao like that still made her feel a blush. 0 for fresh flowers. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inner shyness, and began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Although her movements were a bit rusty, they were still elegant and graceful. Xu Huai watched intently. After she finished dancing, both of them applauded. "Next, it's my turn." Xu Huai put on some music herself, stood generously in front, and then began to dance. Her movements were much more uninhibited than Tang Ruoxi's. Twisting her waist and swaying her hips, it was very alluring. After finishing, she even gave a playful bow, prompting Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi to applaud again. The performance ended, and the group changed their clothes and walked out of the swimming pool. Outside, Qin Tian was anxiously pacing back and forth. His heart was filled with unease. How long has it been? Why haven't they come out yet? Just then, the door opened. Qin Tian quickly looked over and saw Xu Hao and the two women walking out. The two women's hair was still wet, clearly having just swum. Qin Tian immediately rushed forward and asked with concern. "Teacher Tang, are you all right? Did Xu Hao do anything to you?" Tang Ruoxi said with life chi. "Student Qin, can you stop overthinking things? Uncle Xu is a very good person. If you continue to speak ill of him, don't blame me for being impolite to you." She recalled Xu Hao patiently teaching her to swim in the pool. Later, when she was drowning, he rescued her from the water. 0. Throughout the entire process, he didn't lay a hand on her. If it were really as Qin Tian said, and Xu Hao had ill intentions towards her, he wouldn't have missed that opportunity to take advantage. Qin Tian stood frozen in place. He thought he had misheard. Tang Ruoxi actually called Xu Hao uncle. Looking at Tang Ruoxi's demeanor, Xu Hao hadn't done anything to her. Could it be that he was judging a gentleman with the heart of a villain? Were the future scenes he saw false? As soon as this thought arose, Qin Tian shook his head. He had foreseen the future so many times, and none of them had been wrong. It must be that Xu Hao was too good at disguising himself. Hearing Qin Tian slandering her father again, Xu Huai immediately got angry. Her eyes darted around, and she had an idea, deliberately saying, "Ruoxi Jia, you look so good in a bikini. Let's go buy a few sets when we go out tomorrow." Qin Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. Wearing a bikini. They were swimming in bikinis just now. Thinking of Tang Ruoxi wearing a bikini and being seen by Xu Hao. His heart felt like a 5-flavor bottle had been overturned. Xu Huai continued, "Ruoxi Jia, you learned to swim with Dad's hands-on teaching. Let's find a time to continue swimming." Qin Tian was stunned again. The image of Xu Hao teaching Tang Ruoxi to swim hand in hand appeared in his mind, and he felt a wave of discomfort. Xu Huai smirked, then continued. "When we were playing a game just now, Ruoxi Jia, you and Dad were hugging. What were you doing?" Qin Tian looked at Tang Ruoxi in shock, full of disbelief. Tang Ruoxi's face flushed, and she explained frantically. "Hua Yi, don't overthink it. I suddenly drowned at that time, and Uncle Xu was saving me." Xu Huai nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it was." She paused, then added. "I didn't realize, Ruoxi Jia, a university professor, could dance such a youthful dance. I even recorded you dancing in a bikini for Dad." As she spoke, she raised her phone and shook it. Tang Ruoxi's face turned pale with fright. Only then did she realize that Xu Huai had been holding her phone to record. She hurriedly said, "Hua Yi, how could you do this? Delete it quickly." Xu Huai dodged, smiling mischievously. Relax, I'll just enjoy it myself. I won't show it to others, at most I'll show it to Dad." Tang Ruoxi was furious and embarrassed, reaching out to snatch the phone, but she couldn't get it. Qin Tian couldn't help but tremble. Judging by Tang Ruoxi's reaction, everything Xu Huai said was true. Teacher Tang even danced in a bikini. Thinking that Xu Hao saw that entire scene, he felt so uncomfortable he could barely breathe. Chapter 596, My Linger's personality has changed. Xu Hao lays his cards on the table. The world is in uproar. Alright, Hua Yi, it's getting late. Go back to sleep. Xu Hao glanced at the time and told Xu Huayi to stop. Only then did Xu Huayi stop her fuss, taking Tang Ruoxi's hand and walking towards the room. Only Qin Tian was left standing there. He stood there all alone, looking at the backs of the two women, appearing very lonely. They returned to their room, washed up, and then lay on the bed, playing for a while. Soon, they fell into a dream. The world was quiet and peaceful, everything was so beautiful. However, beneath this seemingly calm surface, a massacre had already begun. Limitless assassins from all over the country were dispatched. Their target was only one: black devils. They moved silently through the streets and alleys, between tall buildings, tracking the whereabouts of every black devil. Meanwhile, in a tall building in Guangdong province, Shen Yi's face was cold and stern, her entire body hidden beneath a black robe, holding the Renhuang banner that Red Rose had given her. She traversed every corner of Guangdong province, and wherever she went, she waved the Renhuang banner, drawing those souls into it. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. All of this was carried out in secret, almost a single strike to kill, extremely covert. No one noticed this great massacre in the dark of night. When the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds and the morning sun slowly rose, the deaths of the black devils were discovered. An old woman living in the suburbs woke up early as usual and went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. Passing by a patch of grass, she found two dark figures and specks of blood. The old woman walked over curiously to investigate. At that sight, she was so frightened she almost collapsed to the ground. She saw blood flowing everywhere in the grass, and the two black devils' bodies were twisted, their expressions terrified, having suffered immense pain before death. The old woman tremblingly called the police. Before long, police officers arrived at the scene. They began to cordon off and investigate, and soon many curious residents gathered around. They huddled together, discussing animatedly. A young man secretly took photos and posted them online. Let me tell you some big news. The two black devils living next door died tragically at home, and police officers even came to investigate this morning. Immediately, a netizen replied to him. Brother, what kind of big news is that? Dozens of black devils have died on my side, and in Guangdong, they're dying in droves. The scene was too terrifying, there was blood everywhere, like a slaughterhouse. My school has them too. Those luxurious dorms are now bloody and gruesome. I don't know what happened. Similar scenes played out across the country. Everyone online was discussing this matter. What? How come black devils are dying all over the country? What exactly happened? Shocking beyond belief. All the black devils in Kyushu died overnight. Did they break heavenly laws? Good riddance. These barbaric, violent, and underdeveloped things should have died long ago. Initially, it only spread within Kyushu. But when the true death data was exposed, and there wasn't a single black devil left in all of Kyushu, the whole world was in an uproar, and media from various countries rushed to report on it. In the hotel room, the morning light crept in through the window. Xu Huayi was the first to wake up, opening her groggy eyes. She fumbled for her phone on the nightstand. As soon as she opened it, she saw news notifications pushed onto the screen, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, how is this possible? Tang Ruoxi was woken up and quickly looked at Xu Huayi. What happened? Xu Huayi handed the phone to Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, quick, look. All the black devils in Kyushu died overnight. Tang Ruoxi took the phone, looking at the news description, her face full of disbelief. How could this be? The two exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They immediately lost all desire to sleep. They scrambled to get up and get dressed. After washing up, Xu Huayi pulled Tang Ruoxi and went to Xu Hao's presidential suite door. Xu Huayi raised her hand and knocked on the door. Daddy, open the door quickly. A moment later, Xu Hao opened the door. He yawned as he asked. What's wrong? Xu Huayi didn't bother with pleasantries. She held up her phone to Xu Hao, saying anxiously. Daddy, quick, look at this news. Xu Hao's eyes widened after reading it, pretending to be surprised. How could this be? Xu Huayi stared intently into Xu Hao's eyes. She tried to discern some clue from his expression. Because she suspected Xu Hao had done it. To make all the black devils in Kyushu disappear at once. Besides Xu Hao, a being who could fly. Xu Huai couldn't think of anyone else with such ability. You two wait a moment, I'll go wash up. Xu Hao told the two women and turned to go back inside to wash up. Xu Huai also said to Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, we're going to find daddy. Please wait. After entering the presidential suite and seeing Xu Hao in the bathroom, she immediately blocked his way. Daddy, I somehow feel like you did this. Xu Hao feigned confusion. Hua Yi, what are you talking about? I don't have that much power. Xu Huai snorted, crossing her arms. She began to analyze. Daddy, I'm not just suspecting you for no reason. Last night, when we went out, we ran into those black devils. I was disgusted the whole time and even said they were polluting the air in Kyushu. But when I woke up today, they were all gone. Do you think that's a coincidence? Oh, and the deaths of those two black devils last night were also very strange. They were apparently hit by a car by accident. It really feels like it has something to do with Dad. Xu Hao argued. Your imagination is too rich. That was just an accident. How could it be related to me? Xu Huai, however, persisted, staring intently at Xu Hao, her eyes full of certainty. Sigh. Seeing her like this, Xu Hao sighed and admitted with a smile. That's right, I did it. Who told those guys to make you angry? Since you don't want to see those things, I'll make them all disappear, so you don't get disgusted. After receiving Xu Hao's personal admission, Xu Huai was deeply moved, and a mist welled up in her eyes. Just because she didn't like them. Dad helped her get rid of those devils. Xu Hao reached out and patted her head. It's a secret, okay. If you tell anyone, I might have to go in and drink tea. Don't worry, Dad, I won't tell anyone. Xu Huai said with a serious face. She wouldn't betray her father. Looking at Xu Hao's face, the feeling of gratitude could no longer be suppressed. She immediately threw herself into Xu Hao's arms, leaning her head in to express her thanks. Dad, you're so good to me. But because she was too excited, the position of her head was off. After a while, Xu Huai suddenly realized what had happened, feeling both shy and embarrassed. Covering her face, she fled in a hurry. Ding. Xu Huai's heart is in a mess, emotional value plus 888. Ding. While eating breakfast together, Xu Huai kept her head down, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at Xu Hao at all. Occasionally, she would glance up, then quickly lower her head. Her demure manner was completely different from her usual carefree personality. Tang Ruoxi found it strange and couldn't help but ask. Hua Yi, what's wrong with you today? You're usually not like this. Do you have something on your mind? Xu Huai's face turned red again, and she stammered. Nothing at all. Hurry up and eat breakfast, or it'll get cold soon. In a room, Qin Tian suddenly sat up from the bed, startled. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, veins bulged, and he was gasping for breath. The scenes from his dream kept replaying in his mind. He had foreseen the future again. This time, the future had actually changed. In the dream, Xu Hao didn't openly threaten Tang Ruoxi as before, instead, he changed his demeanor. First, he drew closer to Tang Ruoxi. Then, taking advantage of Tang Ruoxi's lowered guard, he gradually led her into a trap he had set. Finally, Tang Ruoxi was completely taken advantage of by Xu Hao. She even foolishly counted money for Xu Hao. In fact, during this period, he had tried to stop it. Every time he reminded Tang Ruoxi, Xu Hao would sow discord beside them. Over time, Tang Ruoxi became increasingly disgusted with him. Eventually, she stopped talking to him altogether. No matter how he explained, it was useless. In the future, he could only watch Tang Ruoxi being manipulated by Xu Hao. That feeling of powerlessness made him despair. I absolutely cannot let Xu Hao succeed. Qin Tian squeezed this sentence through his teeth. Then he quickly got up and washed himself. He roughly wiped his face, casually tidied his clothes, and rushed out to find someone. He asked the hotel front desk and learned that Tang Ruoxi and the other two were eating breakfast in the restaurant, so he immediately rushed towards the restaurant. When he arrived at the restaurant, he immediately saw Tang Ruoxi, Xu Hao, and Xu Huai sitting by the window. Qin Tian was about to rush over when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He remembered that the future had changed precisely because his previous rash intervention had made the situation worse. This time, Qin Tian learned his lesson. As long as he didn't fall out with Tang Ruoxi, he still had a chance to stop Xu Hao's conspiracy. Ding Qin Tian is furious, emotional value plus 999 inches 887. After they finished breakfast, Tang Ruoxi looked up at Xu Hao and asked, Uncle Xu, what are your plans for today? Even though such a big thing had happened. Her father's task for her was to accompany Xu Hao and his daughter well. She didn't need to worry about other matters. Xu Hao looked at Xu Huayi. I'll follow Hua Yi's arrangements. Xu Huayi tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said softly. How about we go shopping? I haven't been shopping in the imperial capital yet, and I heard it's very interesting. After discussing, the group prepared to set off. Just then, Qin Tian approached again. At this moment, he was not in good shape. He looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, and appeared dispirited. It was all because of Xu Huayi's killing intent words last night, which caused him to toss and turn, staying up all night. He only fell into a daze and slept until dawn. As a result, he had another nightmare of foreseeing the future. His face was frighteningly pale at this moment. As soon as Xu Huayi saw Qin Tian, her eyebrows furrowed. What are you doing here again? Qin Tian took a deep breath and said calmly. I'm here to drive for you. Xu Huayi glanced at him disdainfully, pouting her lips and saying. You drive. I'd rather not. Look at you now, you have no life chi at all. What if there's a car accident? Don't drag our lives into it then. Qin Tian immediately straightened his back, perking up. I'm very energetic now, don't worry. Xu Huayi wanted to retort again, but Xu Hao interrupted her, saying. Hua Yi, be polite. How can you talk to student Qin like that? Xu Huayi obediently shut her mouth today. Xu Hao looked at Qin Tian with a smile. Then I'll trouble student Qin. Qin Tian gave Xu Hao a deep look. He suppressed his anger and even nodded slightly. Xu Hao couldn't help but feel surprised. Compared to Qin Tian's impulsiveness yesterday, where he'd jump at the slightest provocation. Why does he seem much more composed today? However, this thought was just a fleeting one and he quickly dismissed it. No matter what happened in between, Qin Tian was, after all, just an ordinary protagonist. He couldn't stir up any trouble. Chapter 597, Linger's Changing Room Show. Sexy female professor. Protagonist disfigured. The group set off for the mall. Under Tang Ruoxi's guidance, Qin Tian drove to the largest mall in the imperial capital. After parking the car, Xu Huayi was the first to jump out, excitedly pulling Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi inside. Qin Tian could only follow behind, feeling aggrieved. The streets were bustling with people, and amidst the throngs, discussions occasionally echoed. Listening to their excited chatter, Qin Tian pricked up his ears. Have you all seen the news? Those black devils of our Kyushu were all wiped out overnight. Indeed, they were all underdeveloped things. That trash shouldn't exist in this world, they should have been dealt with long ago. Now everyone is curious, who did it? It's truly gratifying. It's a hero, anyway. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. What the hell? The Kyushu Black Devils were all wiped out overnight. Having been focused on Xu Hao and the others since morning, Qin Tian only just learned this news. He opened his phone, scrolling through news articles, and was stunned. Random slaughter within a country. Are thugs this rampant now? Qin Tian felt a faint unease. But then he thought, if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up, it has little to do with him. What he needed to do currently was to follow Tang Ruoxi. Not to let Xu Hao seize any opportunity. Hearing everyone say that Xu Hao, who made the move, was a hero. Xu Huayi's mood improved, her steps light, looking left and right. Her gaze was drawn by the dazzling array of goods around her. She was overwhelmed. Gradually, she forgot the little secret she had with Xu Hao that morning and reverted to her usual carefree self. Before long, the group arrived at the women's clothing area. Seeing the novel clothing styles in the display window, Xu Huayi's eyes lit up, and she pulled Tang Ruoxi's hand, saying, Ruoxi Jia, you've worked hard taking us around all day. Let me buy you a piece of clothing, as a thank you. Tang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand in refusal. 503. Hua Yi, there's no need. Uncle Xu took time out to attend our university's ceremony, it's only right that I host you well. How can I let you buy me clothes? Xu Huayi pouted and said. One thing at a time, Ruoxi Jia, don't decline. This is my heartfelt gesture. As she spoke, she tugged at Tang Ruoxi's arm, insisting that she agree. Tang Ruoxi couldn't win against her and had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Xu Huai then turned to Xu Hao, blinking her eyes and saying, Daddy, Ruoxi Jia and I are going to buy clothes. You have to come with us to give us advice. Xu Hao didn't mind. Let's go. The three of them, Xu Huai, Xu Hao, and Tang Ruoxi, walked towards the women's clothing store. Just as they reached the entrance, Xu Huai seemed to remember something, stopped, and glared at Qin Tian. We're going to a women's clothing store to buy clothes, and you're still following us. Are you a pervert? Qin Tian was dumbfounded, his face full of innocence. How am I a pervert? Xu Huai put her hands on her hips and said self-righteously. We're going to buy clothes, so we'll definitely try them on. You want to peek, don't you? HMPH, don't think I don't know your little schemes. Qin Tian was stunned by her words and quickly explained. How could I have such a thought? Xu Huai wouldn't listen to his explanation. I don't care, you're not allowed to go in anyway. If you dare to step inside, I'll have Ruoxi Jia expel you. With that, she pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, about to enter the women's clothing store. Qin Tian panicked and quickly shouted. Wait, I cannot go in, but why can Xu Hao go in? Isn't he a pervert too? Xu Huai immediately retorted. You're the pervert, your whole family are perverts. Daddy is going to help us choose clothes. Can he be the same as a pervert like you? Qin Tian felt incredibly wronged. This was too much differential treatment. He was about to lose his temper, but then he remembered that Xu Hao would provoke him and Tang Ruoxi to turn against each other in the future, so he could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He couldn't make Tang Ruoxi angry. He had to endure. Seeing Qin Tian no longer refute, Xu Huai smiled triumphantly. She pulled Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi into the women's clothing store. As soon as they entered, Xu Huai pulled Tang Ruoxi to pick out clothes. She picked up a light blue dress. She first gestured a few times in front of the mirror, then turned to look at Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, asking expectantly. Dad, Ruoxi Jia, what do you think of this one? Xu Hao looked at it and said. The color and style suit you very well. Tang Ruoxi echoed. Hua Yi, this one matches your temperament. You look great in it. Xu Huai's face broke into a wide smile. Hee, really? Then I'll go try it on. She skipped into the fitting room. A moment later, Xu Huai came out, having changed her clothes. She twirled in front of Xu Hao, tilted her head, and blinked her big eyes as she asked. Dad, how do I look in this? Looking at his youthful and beautiful Linger, Xu Hao praised. Beautiful. Tang Ruoxi also couldn't help but praise her. Xu Huai felt delighted by the compliments. She happily continued to choose. After browsing among the racks for a while, she picked up a white shirt and paired it with a hip-hugging skirt. Then she also took black stockings and high heels, turned, and walked over to Tang Ruoxi, saying enthusiastically. Ruoxi Jia, I think this outfit is great. You'll definitely look beautiful in it. Ruoxi Jia, go try it on. Trust me, you'll definitely stun everyone. Tang Ruoxi had always been quite conservative, and seeing the somewhat sexy outfit, she felt a little embarrassed. This isn't it a bit much? I usually don't wear clothes of this style. I feel it's a bit too flashy. But Xu Huai didn't care, she pushed her towards the fitting room, saying as she pushed. Oh, don't be shy, Ruoxi Jia. You just have to try it. Maybe you'll fall in love with this feeling. Go try it quickly. Tang Ruoxi reluctantly took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. After a good while, Tang Ruoxi changed her clothes and walked out of the fitting room shyly. As she came out, both Xu Hao and Xu Huai were stunned. At this moment, Tang Ruoxi seemed like a different person, exuding the aura of a mature older sister. The fitted shirt highlighted her perfect figure, and the hip-hugging skirt showcased her elegance. Paired with black stockings and high heels, it made it impossible to look away. Xu Huai couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, Ruoxi Jia, you look too beautiful. I told you these clothes would suit you. Tang Ruoxi was so embarrassed by the compliments, especially with Xu Hao's gaze on her, she said with a flushed face. Hua Yi, stop praising me. I still feel it's not suitable. I'll go change. Change what? Just buy it directly later, and we'll look at other things. Xu Huai pulled Tang Ruoxi and continued to shop. Tang Ruoxi said evasively. Aren't we just buying one set? Since we're already here, Ruoxi Jia, don't worry about it. All expenses today will be paid by Dad. Xu Huai said, winking at Xu Hao. Dad, isn't that right? Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. You little girl, are you treating me as an ATM? Xu Huayi stuck out her tongue. Dad is the best, he definitely wouldn't be reluctant to spend money on us, right? Subsequently, the two women began a fashion show. Tang Ruoxi was accustomed to being conservative, and each time she tried on a slightly bolder outfit, she would still be a bit reserved. Whenever this happened, Xu Huayi would actively pull her to try them on, making it impossible for Tang Ruoxi to refuse. Xu Hao certainly had a feast for his eyes. Outside the women's clothing store, Qin Tian clenched his fists, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes fixed on the inside. But due to the distance, he could only vaguely see general outlines. The thought of Teacher Tang, who was like a goddess in his dreams, changing into one sexy outfit after another in front of Xu Hao, made his heart ache to the point of suffocation. Ding! Qin Tian's anger soared, emotional value plus 999. Ding! As the fitting room door opened and closed several times. The two women finally finished choosing clothes. Holding the selected clothes, Tang Ruoxi looked conflicted. Isn't one set enough? Everything inside was luxury goods. Each piece of clothing was no less than 100,000. These 6 sets of clothes added up to over 1 million. Too expensive. Xu Huayi was nonchalant. How can one set be enough? Ruoxi Jia, good clothes are worth having. Buy them and wear them slowly. Don't feel bad about the money, Dad is paying anyway. Tang Ruoxi quickly said. No, that won't do. This is too extravagant. I'll pay myself. It was agreed that Dad would pay for everything. Ruoxi Jia, don't argue, or I'll get life chi. Xu Huayi finished speaking and looked at Xu Hao, winking at him, meaning for him to pay quickly. Xu Hao smiled, generously took out a black card, and handed it to the sales associate. After paying, they left the women's clothing store. The three continued to stroll around the mall. As they walked, they saw the men's clothing area, and Xu Huayi's eyes lit up. She pulled Xu Hao and said, Dad, let's go over there and take a look. I want to buy you clothes. I have enough clothes, no need to buy more. Let's go look at something else. Xu Huayi tugged at Xu Hao's arm and pouted. No, no, Dad, this is my heartfelt wish. Please just come with me to take a look, okay? Tang Ruoxi also said from the side. That's right, Uncle Xu, you bought so many clothes for me today, I also want to buy you a set as a return gift. Xu Huayi's spirits lifted when she heard that. See, Ruoxi Jia also wants to buy for you, you can't refuse now. Let's go, let's go. She pulled Xu Hao and walked into the men's clothing store. Upon entering the store, the two women began to pick out clothes for Xu Hao, but as they picked, they ran into a problem. Why? Because Xu Hao had too good a physique. He's a natural clothes hanger, everything suits him. For a moment, I didn't know how to choose. They planned to each pick something that suited Xu Hao's temperament. Finally, they chose an executive jacket paired with trousers. Xu Huayi took the clothes and walked up to Xu Hao. Dad, go try this on. We all think it suits you very well. Xu Hao took the clothes. When he came out wearing the new clothes, both women were stunned. After putting on that outfit, he looked even more handsome and stylish. The cut of the jacket perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders. The tailoring of the trousers made his legs look long and straight. He exuded a mature and charming aura. Xu Huayi leaned in and hooked her arm through Xu Hao's. Wow, Dad, you're too handsome. You don't look like my dad at all. I feel like if we walked out, people would think you're my brother. Xu Hao tapped her on the head. Don't be so impudent. Tang Ruoxi couldn't help but stare blankly at Xu Hao. Xu Hao was about the same age as her father. But their appearances were worlds apart. How could Xu Hao look like he was in his 50s? In the entertainment industry, he would definitely outshine all the young idols. Coming to her senses, Tang Ruoxi's face was flushed, full of shyness. Oh, Tang Ruoxi, what are you even thinking? Qin Tian, who had been observing Tang Ruoxi, saw it all. Tang Ruoxi seemed to be on the verge of falling for him. He suddenly realized, just staring at Xu Hao and not making Tang Ruoxi feel life chi wasn't a solution, their relationship was still getting closer. He had to break their relationship. Just as he was thinking of ways to prevent Tang Ruoxi from falling for him, Xu Hao was also preparing to make a move on him. Chapter 598, Let's play something exciting. Embracing Xu Hao, a strong sense of security. After shopping in the morning, Xu Huayi clamored to go to the amusement park in the afternoon. After being taken on several flying rides by Xu Hao, Xu Huai played a few regular attractions and found them boring. These rides are too boring, not fun at all. Let's go play something exciting. Xu Huai pouted and said, looking expectantly at Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. Xu Hao asked with a smile. What do you want to play? Xu Huai's eyes darted around, and suddenly she saw the drop tower in the distance. She pointed excitedly and said, Dad, let's go on the drop tower. It looks so fun. Following her refer to direction, Tang Ruoxi's body stiffened. Seeing people plummeting vertically and then rising again from high in the air, and hearing the gasps of surprise from above, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on her palms. She quickly declined. This is too dangerous. Let's play something else. Xu Huai, however, was unfazed. She shook Tang Ruoxi's hand, giggling, and said, Ruoxi Jia, don't look at it as dangerous. It's actually not unsafe at all. Oh no, they've taken safety precautions, so don't worry about it. Tang Ruoxi glanced at Xu Hao. Although she was still worried, she couldn't decline again. So she pursed her lips and said, How about you two go play, and I'll just watch from here. Oh, Ruoxi Jia, we came to play together, how can we leave you here alone? Come on, it'll definitely be fun, trust me. Xu Huai directly pulled her towards the drop tower's queue. Qin Tian, who was following behind, frowned. He quickly took a few steps and blocked their way. This is too dangerous, you really shouldn't play this. Xu Huai glared at him impatiently. She said grumpily. Why are you everywhere? Can you stop following us like a pesky dog? It's so annoying. Qin Tian was angered by her words, but he still suppressed his fury and persuaded them. It's really dangerous. What if there's an accident? There are so many other rides at the amusement park. Xu Huai snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and provoked him. You say not to play. Well, we're going to play anyway, just to make you mad. Qin Tian's face darkened. I can't control what you do, but don't drag Teacher Tang along. You're putting her in harm's way. Xu Huai scoffed dismissively. That's none of your business. Your Teacher Tang is being looked after by my dad, so it's impossible for her to encounter any danger. Dad will protect Ruoxi Jia, right, Dad? The latter half of the sentence was directed at Xu Hao. Qin Tian's face changed. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of them sitting on the ride. Tang Ruoxi feeling scared, Xu Hao embracing her, comforting and taking care of her. Wouldn't that just bring their relationship closer? This couldn't happen. Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said. Then I want to play this too. It seems you can't stop me, can you? Xu Huai rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with him anymore, and pulled Tang Ruoxi forward in the queue. When they reached the front, they watched the people who got off the drop tower after a round. Each one was pale, and some even fainted on the ground. Tang Ruoxi felt another wave of fear. Xu Huai grabbed her hand and comforted her. Ruoxi Jia, don't be scared. Look, so many people have played it and they're fine. And Dad and I are here. Finally, it was their turn. Xu Huai excitedly ran to get the tickets. Dad, you sit in the middle, and Ruoxi Jia and I will sit on the sides, so you can protect both of us. As they approached the seats to sit down, Qin Tian quickly moved closer, wanting to sit next to Tang Ruoxi. He had a little plan in mind. He thought that if Ruoxi Jia got scared later, he could hug her and provide her with support, absolutely not letting Xu Hao take advantage. But just as he was about to sit down, Xu Huai stood in front of him, hands on her hips. What are you doing? Qin Tian laughed in anger. I'm also part of this project, and you won't even let me sit. Xu Huai pouted and said. It's fine if you sit, but you need to know your place. What are your intentions, wanting to sit next to Ruoxi Jia so badly? Qin Tian was so angry he almost jumped up. This Xu Huai always slandered him in front of Tang Ruoxi. He couldn't let Tang Ruoxi misunderstand. He quickly explained. This is my seat, Teacher Tang, look, I have a ticket here. As he spoke, he held up the ticket in his hand, gesturing for Tang Ruoxi to look. Tang Ruoxi glanced at it expressionlessly, without speaking. Qin Tian became anxious and said again. This really is my seat. Qin Tian also looked at the ticket. Upon seeing it, he was instantly dumbfounded. The ticket showed that his seat was to the side, not next to Tang Ruoxi at all. No, that's impossible, I was right behind Xu Hao, how did the middle seat become empty? At this moment, Xu Huai giggled and pulled 5 tickets from her pocket, shaking them proudly. Haha, These 5 tickets are all mine. She just wanted to sit with her father. She didn't want anyone else sitting next to them. Only then did Qin Tian understand what was going on. He couldn't describe how depressed he felt. But there was nothing he could do, so he dejectedly sat in the seat next to them. He was 1 seat away from Tang Ruoxi. His idea of embracing Tang Ruoxi had fallen through. After they were seated and had their safety restraints on, Tang Ruoxi sat next to Xu Hao, so nervous she didn't know where to put her hands, her heart pounding. Xu Hao noticed her tension and held her hand. Tang Ruoxi looked up in surprise. Her gaze met Xu Hao's. Xu Hao gave her a reassuring look. A sense of security inexplicably surged within Tang Ruoxi. Then, she reacted, her face turning slightly red, and she quickly lowered her head. Qin Tian, who was nearby, had been watching them. He saw Xu Hao's small gestures and Tang Ruoxi's blushing face, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Just then, the drop tower started, slowly rising. Watching the ground get further and further away, Tang Ruoxi became scared. She instinctively leaned closer to Xu Hao. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Xu Hao's waist. As if only this could make her feel at ease. Xu Hao reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean against him. Smelling the masculine qi from Xu Hao, Tang Ruoxi's heart raced. She, who had been terrified beyond belief, felt no fear at all now. On Xu Hao's other side, Xu Huai had no such thoughts. She was curiously looking around, thinking the drop tower was quite good. She turned her head and saw Tang Ruoxi nestled closely in Xu Hao's arms. She smiled meaningfully. Ding Qin Tian is extremely aggrieved, emotional value plus 999. Ding Tang Ruoxi is flustered, emotional value plus 777. Before long, the drop tower ride ended. They got off their seats. Xu Huai held Tang Ruoxi's hand and said with a giggle. Ruoxi Jia, didn't I tell you Dad would protect you? Weren't you scared at all just now? Tang Ruoxi was still thinking about her intimate act of hugging Xu Hao just now, her mind in a mess. Hearing Xu Huai's words, she subconsciously nodded. Xu Huai continued to suggest. Then let's go play the giant pendulum, that looks exciting too, it must be fun. Tang Ruoxi was still in a daze when Xu Huai pulled her towards the giant pendulum. Next, they also played the giant pendulum, roller coasters, and other rides. Each one was thrilling and exciting. The amazing thing was that as long as she sat next to Xu Hao, Tang Ruoxi didn't feel scared at all. And her favorable impression of Xu Hao slowly increased with each interaction. This infuriated Qin Tian. Every time he went to queue with them, he was outmaneuvered by Xu Huai's 5 consecutive tickets. He had no chance to sit next to Tang Ruoxi. He also had to watch Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi embrace, their relationship growing more intimate, making him so uncomfortable he felt like he was suffocating. Chapter 599, Further Provocation. Protagonist and heroine turn against each other. Dad is omnipotent. Although Qin Tian was extremely angry, he had been restraining himself and had not conflicted with Xu Hao. If he caused a scene, he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Tang Ruoxi. Seeing this, Xu Hao fell into thought. This guy constantly staring isn't good, I need to find something for him to do. Time quietly slipped away amidst various amusement park rides. The sun gradually set in the west. After visiting the amusement park, they prepared to return to the hotel. Heading to the parking spot, Xu Hao was suddenly attracted by the commotion on the roadside. He saw several swaying hooligans walking towards them. Each of them reeked of alcohol, muttering all sorts of vulgarities. We had a good time drinking today, it would be even better if we found a woman to have some fun with. A hooligan with green hair grinned and said lewdly. Another hooligan had a lecherous look on his face. Isn't that simple? Those girls all look so proper, but once I get my hands on them, hee, won't they obediently listen and serve me well in bed? His companion beside him echoed. Exactly, those little bitches, you just need to scare them a bit and you can take them down. Then you can play with them however you want, ha ha ha. A hooligan with a scar on his face also joined in, yelling with a lecherous grin. Especially those dressed flamboyantly, if you run into them, just drag them away. If they dare resist, a beating will make them behave. Right, Scar brother is right. Those women are delicate, one beating and they'll be crying for their parents. Ha ha ha, tonight, we must have a good time. Xu Hao looked at them, his gaze flickering slightly, and an idea formed. Just as the hooligan's gazes inadvertently fell upon him, Xu Hao's eyes met theirs directly. He activated divine rank hypnosis. In an instant, the hooligans fell into a daze. Then they walked straight towards Xu Hao and the two girls, blocking their path. They stared intently at Xu Huai and Tang Ruoxi, drooling. "Oh, these two girls are quite pretty, why don't you come play with us brothers?" The scarred hooligan said with a lecherous smile, rubbing his hands. "I've never seen such beauties. Follow this brother tonight, and I guarantee you'll have the time of your lives." The green-haired hooligan leaned in, appraising the two with lustful eyes. "Exactly, don't be ungrateful. It's your good fortune to be with us brothers. Don't pretend to be so pure. When we brothers are happy, you'll certainly get your benefits." Another short, fat hooligan even reached out his hand. "Little beauty, let brother touch you. That face looks so smooth." Xu Huai and Tang Ruoxi quickly retreated to Xu Hao's side. It was disgusting just looking at him. If he touched their clothes, they'd have to throw them away immediately. The hooligan not only didn't restrain himself but laughed even more wildly. "Oh, still quite shy. You'll be even shyer later. Don't struggle, just obediently give in to us brothers." The scarred hooligan looked at Tang Ruoxi, his eyes full of covetousness. "This great beauty looks so charming. I, brother, prefer mature ones. Later, we'll find a place to have a good time. You must use all your skills to serve me well, otherwise, you'll regret it." As he spoke, he deliberately whistled. The hooligans spoke one after another, their vulgar words unbearable to hear. Qin Tian, who was following behind Xu Hao and the others, was originally feeling depressed, but seeing this scene, his spirits lifted. The opportunity had arrived. He would be a hero saving the beauty. Perhaps he could make Tang Ruoxi look at him in a new light and increase her good impression of him. Anyway, he couldn't let Xu Hao continue to show off. With this thought, Qin Tian ignored his fatigue and immediately rushed in front of the hooligans. "What are you doing? How dare you harass girls in broad daylight? Is there no law anymore? Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested?" The hooligans were stunned at first, then burst into laughter as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Call the police? Ha ha ha, who are you trying to scare, kid? With your skinny arms and legs, you dare to play the hero here? If you know what's good for you, get lost now, otherwise you'll be sorry." The green-haired hooligan scoffed, full of arrogance. "You're the ones who should get lost. I'm going to take care of this. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Tian's face turned red with anger, and he said, sticking out his neck. "Oh, you're going to be impolite. I'd like to see how you're going to be impolite. Brothers, go, beat this kid who doesn't know his place." The scarred hooligan waved his hand. Several people rushed towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian thought he could at least hold them off for a while. But when they actually started fighting, he realized he had been careless. He was no match for these hooligans at all. In a few moves, he was beaten back, miserably kicked to the ground. He could only tightly protect his head, enduring the beating. The hooligans became more and more excited as they beat him. While beating him, they also cursed. "You want to be a hero saving the beauty. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of being a busybody." Tang Ruoxi watched, unable to help but feel anxious. Although Qin Tian had been unreasonable these past 2 days, he was still her student, and if he were seriously injured, it would be troublesome. She quickly took out her phone to call the police. Watching a group of hooligans beat Qin Tian, she couldn't help, only worry. Xu Huai calmly patted Tang Ruoxi's shoulder. "Ruoxi Jia, don't worry, just leave it to me." She stretched her wrists and ankles, then charged towards the hooligans. She delivered several kicks, her seemingly slender legs containing immense power. Each kick sent a hooligan flying a long distance away. In a blink of an eye, the hooligans were kicked so hard they had no strength to fight back, wailing and groaning on the ground. To prevent his linger from being affected by the protagonist halo and falling into danger. In the past 2.5 years, Xu Hao had taught them many self-defense techniques. For Xu Huai, these drunk hooligans didn't even require much effort. She easily KO'd them with a few kicks. After dealing with the hooligans, Xu Huai returned to Xu Hao's side, tilting her small face up and asking expectantly. "Papa, aren't my skills pretty good?" "You're still far from good, you need to practice more." Xu Huai immediately pouted. "Papa, why do girls need to be so violent? I'm Papa's sweet little cotton jacket." If the sky falls, Papa will block it for me. I just need to be cute. Tang Ruoxi's eyes widened. She never expected that the usually lively and cute Xu Huayi would have such impressive skills. She solved several hooligans with just a few kicks. Seeing Tang Ruoxi's astonished expression, Xu Huayi leaned closer to her, a mischievous smile on her face. Ruoxi Jia, are you surprised? This is nothing. You don't know how amazing my papa is. Papa taught me all of this. My little bit of skill is nothing compared to my papa. Tang Ruoxi couldn't help but turn her gaze towards Xu Hao. She had always felt that Xu Hao possessed an unfathomable aura. Worth trillions, young in appearance, and with an unbeatable physique. She never expected him to also know how to fight. Xu Hao became even more mysterious in her eyes. Your father is truly unfathomable. It feels like he's omnipotent. A smile on Xu Huayi's face grew brighter. Of course, my father is the most amazing, there's nothing he doesn't know. Qin Tian slowly got up from the ground. He felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. He reached up and touched the corner of his mouth, finding that it was bleeding. His face had been kicked several times by those ruffians earlier, and it was now severely swollen and red. His eyes were squeezed shut, making him look utterly disheveled. Tang Ruoxi asked with concern. Qin Tian, are you all right? Qin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and spoke indistinctly. I'm fine. You're so injured. You should go to the hospital quickly. Don't let it leave any lasting problems. Tang Ruoxi was worried. Although Qin Tian was in terrible pain, he thought that if he went to the hospital, Tang Ruoxi would be alone with Xu Hao. Who knew if Xu Hao would take the opportunity to make a move on Tang Ruoxi? So he pretended to be fine. Teacher Tang, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. It's no big deal. No need to worry. Tang Ruoxi frowned. You're like this and still say you're fine. Don't try to be brave. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Your body is important. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and took 2 steps forward, feigning an easygoing demeanor. Teacher Tang, look, I can walk just fine. There's really no need to go to the hospital. I'm not that fragile. Seeing his persistence, Tang Ruoxi sighed, unable to persuade him further. The imperial capital's police response efficiency was quite high. Before long, a police car drove over, sirens wailing. After the police got out and briefly understood the situation, they took the ruffians into the police car and left. The lingering glow of the setting sun gradually disappeared into the city's skyline. Ending this small interlude, Xu Hao and the others returned to the 7-star Imperial Hotel. They had the restaurant prepare a lavish dinner. Some people, failing to be a hero saving a beauty, instead got beaten up like a pig's head. How embarrassing. Xu Huayi said, cutting her steak, her words like daggers to the heart. Qin Tian's face alternated between green and white. The frustration in his heart, coupled with the pain in his body, left him with no appetite at all. After dinner, they each went back to rest. Xu Hao stepped forward and patted Qin Tian's shoulder. Student Qin, Huayi just has a straightforward personality like that. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Qin Tian looked up at Xu Hao, gritting his teeth in hatred. It was all because of Xu Hao. Xu Hao met his gaze. He subtly activated his divine rank hypnosis. While patting his shoulder, he also quietly placed a key into Qin Tian's pocket. After doing all this, he turned around and took Xu Huayi and Tang Ruoxi back to their rooms, each going back to rest. Xu Huayi and Tang Ruoxi stayed in the same room. After washing up, they lay on the bed, chatting late into the night. Gradually, sleepiness crept in, and they turned off the lights, preparing to sleep. The surroundings became quiet. Only the faint sound of wind occasionally came from outside the window. Suddenly, Xu Huayi sharply caught a subtle unusual sound. Someone was prying at the door lock outside. Xu Huayi's heart jumped. She quickly nudged Tang Ruoxi, who was almost asleep beside her. One hand covered her mouth. The other hand made a shushing gesture, signaling her to listen carefully to the movements outside. Tang Ruoxi pricked up her ears and indeed heard a faint sound of unlocking, instantly becoming nervous. With a soft click, the door was opened. Immediately after, footsteps were heard. Xu Huayi suddenly reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. The room instantly brightened. Under the light, they clearly saw the person who had entered. It was Qin Tian. Xu Huayi and Tang Ruoxi were both a little shocked. Tang Ruoxi questioned, Qin Tian, what are you doing breaking into our room? Qin Tian, however, seemed like a completely different person. A greedy smile appeared on his face. His eyes stared intently at Tang Ruoxi. Of course, it's because of you, my good teacher. You don't know that from the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight. I felt like I was possessed, thinking about you every day, vowing to make you mine. Originally, I wanted to pursue you slowly, to perform well, so that you would also fall for me. But seeing your relationship with Xu Hao getting closer and closer, I really couldn't wait any longer. Today I will make you my woman. You can only be mine. Hearing his words, Tang Ruoxi was stunned. She never would have imagined that the usually well-behaved student in her eyes had harbored such wicked thoughts towards her all along. Xu Huai said angrily. I knew he wasn't any good. He actually dared to break into our room in the middle of the night. He's a pervert. She threw off the blanket and tossed it towards Qin Tian. It landed squarely on Qin Tian, making him stumble. Before Qin Tian could react, Xu Huai rushed forward and started fiercely kicking Qin Tian. Even though she was a girl, her kicks were both ruthless and precise. Every kick carried full force, leaving Qin Tian with no power to fight back. Screams of agony came from under the blanket. Tang Ruoxi watched from the side. At first, she was also extremely angry. But seeing Qin Tian being beaten more and more miserably, she was afraid that if he was really beaten to death, it would be troublesome. She quickly stepped forward and pulled Xu Huai. Hua Yi, stop hitting him, you'll kill him if you keep going. Xu Huai finally stopped. Tang Ruoxi walked over and moved the quilt covering Qin Tian. Upon seeing him, Qin Tian was covered in blood, and his face was even more swollen. His originally handsome appearance had truly turned into a pig's head, looking utterly miserable. After this beating, Qin Tian broke free from the hypnosis Xu Hao had cast on him. He groggily opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar yet strange scene before him, and feeling the intense pain radiating from his body, he gasped. Gradually recalling what he had just done, Qin Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 600. Linger wants to live together. Playing cards. The stakes are taking off one piece. The pain in his body made Qin Tian grimace. After a moment of blankness, the recent experience flashed through his mind like a slideshow, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Oh heavenly God, he had actually broken into Xu Huai and Tang Ruoxi's room with ill intentions. And he had said those unbearable words. Qin Tian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet to his heart. He laboriously and stiffly turned his head to look at Tang Ruoxi. Tang Ruoxi's face was as cold as frost, and her eyes showed a look of disgust. Qin Tian's heart sank. He frantically waved his hands to explain. Misunderstanding, Teacher Tang, this is a misunderstanding, I never thought of having ill intentions towards you. Xu Huai crossed her arms and sneered. Hey, now that your scheme has been exposed, you're trying to play dumb and muddle through. Qin Tian looked anxious. I'm really not that kind of person, and... He suddenly thought of something and quickly continued. And this is illegal, how could I do such a thing? Teacher Tang, you know me. Xu Huai scoffed and mocked. What kind of person you are, aren't we clear on that? Every day you follow Ruoxi Jia around, isn't it just a scheme? Still trying to argue. Qin Tian became even more anxious upon hearing this. I followed you because I was afraid Xu Hao would harm Teacher Tang, I was protecting Teacher Tang. Seeing her father being slandered again, Xu Huai was so angry she wanted to hit him. But looking at Qin Tian's disheveled appearance, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and would beat him to death. She finally managed to suppress the anger in her heart. You keep saying my father has ill intentions towards Ruoxi Jia, but in the past 2 days, why hasn't he made a move? Instead, you couldn't hold back. Seeing my father and Ruoxi Jia getting along well, you were afraid your teacher Tang would be with my father, so you wanted to break in and commit violence. You said those words yourself just now, how do you explain that? Qin Tian's face turned pale. He couldn't understand why he would say such things. That was not his true intention at all. He shook his head and muttered to himself. No, it's not like that. Xu Huai's face was full of disdain. Stop playing pitiful, you were caught red-handed, now you have nothing to make up, right? Are you still going to say you were possessed by a ghost just now? Qin Tian's spirits lifted. Xu Huai's words were like a flash of inspiration in his mind. That's right, that wasn't his instinctive behavior just now. He was completely unconscious at the time. It was as if he was being controlled by someone. Although he usually didn't believe in ghosts or heavenly gods. But everything that just happened was too bizarre, making him have to suspect. Qin Tian quickly said, "You're right, I don't know if I was possessed by a ghost, but I was indeed out of control just now. How could I do such a thing, or say those words? Teacher Tang, you must believe me." Xu Huai snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense, who would believe such an absurd excuse?" Tang Ruoxi also couldn't bear to watch anymore. He had run out of excuses and was even bringing up ghosts and heavenly gods. "Considering you are my student, I don't want to ruin your future. I won't call the police this time, but I don't want there to be a next time. You should take care of yourself." In her eyes, Qin Tian had always been a good student, with excellent grades and always active and serious in class. If she called the police because of this, then his future would be completely ruined. So after much hesitation, she decided to let him off. However, Tang Ruoxi had also secretly decided. After going back, she would apply to change classes and sever ties with Qin Tian. Xu Huai egged her on from the side. "Ruoxi Jia, you're still too kind. You don't need to be polite to someone with such bad character. You should teach him a lesson and make him remember." Qin Tian's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Bitterness, grievance, helplessness, various emotions surged into his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain again, but couldn't find a suitable reason. Why is this happening? In the future he foresaw, it was Xu Hao who sowed discord, causing Tang Ruoxi to have a rift with him. Now, it had turned into him being caught red-handed attempting something improper. The result was still equally bad. Where did it all go wrong? Qin Tian fell into deep confusion. Ding. Qin Tian's heart is in turmoil, emotional value plus 999. Ding. What happened? Xu Hao's voice sounded at the door. "I heard a commotion next door and came to check. What's wrong with you?" As soon as Xu Huai saw Xu Hao, she felt like she had found her backbone and immediately went over. She intimately linked her arm through Xu Hao's. She tilted her head up, huffing with anger. "Father, you wouldn't believe it, this Qin Tian actually broke into our room. It's a good thing I was quick-witted and sensed something was off about him beforehand. I found an opportunity and just gave him a beating. Father, wasn't I amazing?" As Xu Huai spoke, she proudly shook her head, her face practically screaming, "Praise me, praise me." Xu Hao's brows furrowed. His expression turned serious. He looked at Qin Tian with piercing eyes. "Student Qin, it's natural for everyone to appreciate beauty, and Ruoxi is so beautiful, so it's understandable that you like her. But, breaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night, what do you intend to do? Are you trying to act like a hooligan?" As Xu Hao spoke, an invisible aura was released from him. It pressed down on Qin Tian, overwhelming him. Qin Tian hadn't recovered from the earlier chaos and pain. Under the pressure of this aura, his legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Cold sweat continuously rolled down his forehead. It quickly soaked his clothes. When he looked at Xu Hao, a fear arose from the bottom of his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Qin Tian in such a disheveled and pitiful state, Tang Ruoxi's heart softened after all. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke up to plead with Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, he is, after all, a student from our school, and he's still young. Perhaps he made a mistake in a moment of confusion. Can you let him off this time? I believe he definitely won't do this again in the future." Her voice carried a hint of a plea. Xu Hao sighed. "Since Ruoxi is pleading for you, I'll let you off this time, but you must remember. There won't be a next time. No matter who it is, if I find out, no one's pleading will be of use then." After speaking, he withdrew the aura. Seeing him still standing there, Xu Hao reprimanded him. "What are you still doing here? Get out of here, don't disturb their rest." Qin Tian seemed to have lost his spirit and qi, his entire being dispirited. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, used his hands to prop himself up with difficulty, and dragged his aching body out of the room. Ding. Qin Tian's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. After Qin Tian left the room, the atmosphere inside eased slightly. Xu Hao looked at Tang Ruoxi and Xu Huai, the serious expression on his face faded, and his tone became gentle. "All right, you two should rest early, you must be tired from all this commotion." He turned to go back to his own room next door. But Xu Huai pulled on Xu Hao's sleeve. "Father, can we stay in your room?" Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you staying comfortably here? Why do you want to stay in my room? Xu Huai said with a wronged expression. Father, this hotel isn't safe, I don't dare to stay here anymore. Qin Tian could even unlock and break into our room, who knows if others will. And look, this quilt can't be used anymore, there are bloodstains, and the room is a mess. Then she looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Xu Hao remained silent. Xu Huai continued to act spoiled. Father, I just want to stay with you, that way I'll feel secure. Please, your presidential suite is so big, and you're living in it alone, it's so empty, what a waste. She paused, then turned to look at Tang Ruoxi, asking with wide, blinking eyes. Ruoxi Jia, isn't that right? Tang Ruoxi, asked so directly, immediately became shy. She blushed and whispered. There's no need for such trouble, just change the quilt, there are new ones in the room. Xu Huai shook her head and said. It's not about the quilt. Think about it, that Qin Tian could easily unlock and come in, who knows if there are other people in this hotel. What if someone else breaks in? We're two girls, defenseless, what would we use to resist then? Tang Ruoxi's mind flashed back to how Xu Huai had just beaten Qin Tian into a pig's head. She thought, how are you defenseless? She said hesitantly. It shouldn't, right? Xu Huai held Tang Ruoxi's hand and shook it. Ruoxi Jia, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's different if we stay with father. No matter what danger we encounter, father can easily resolve it, and we'll feel at ease staying there. Tang Ruoxi thought about staying with Xu Hao. Her heart began to pound, and her face grew even redder. This isn't very convenient, is it? Xu Huai didn't care at all. What's inconvenient about it? I've seen it, father's presidential suite has 3 bedrooms and a living room, it's very spacious. There's no problem with us each taking a room. Tang Ruoxi was somewhat swayed. She was also afraid of something like what just happened occurring again. Xu Huai continued to pester her, using soft tactics. Tang Ruoxi really couldn't argue with her and nodded in agreement. That's great, Ruoxi Jia, let's pack our things quickly then. Before long, the 2 girls packed their clothes and followed Xu Hao to the presidential suite next door. As the door opened, a luxurious aura immediately wafted out. The room was very large and exquisitely decorated, with high-end sofas and a coffee table in the living room. Artistic paintings hung on the walls, adding a touch of elegance. Walking to the window, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city's night scene. Xu Huai comfortably lay on the soft bed. This is amazing, it truly is a presidential suite, much more comfortable than the previous room. Xu Huai had no intention of sleeping. She looked around the room. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a deck of cards on the table. She came to Xu and said excitedly, Dad, let's play cards to pass the time. Xu Hao tapped her on the head. Be good, stop messing around, go to bed early. Tomorrow we still have to attend Capital University's celebration. Xu Huai pouted. Don't think I don't know, Dad, you're fine now even if you don't sleep for days and nights, right? Just play with me for a bit. I'm fine, but Ruoxi isn't. Don't bother her, Tang Ruoxi echoed. That's right, Huai, we have things to do tomorrow, so let's go to bed early. We can play cards anytime. Xu Huai was not giving up. It's okay, I still have some candy here. Eat one and I guarantee you'll be full of qi. Tang Ruoxi had witnessed the magic of those candies. Now she couldn't find an excuse. Seeing that Xu Huai insisted on playing, Xu Hao spoke. If you insist on playing, there must be a stake, otherwise it's no fun. Xu Huai rubbed her chin. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her eyes lit up. When she looked at Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi, a cunning smile appeared on her face. How about this, whoever loses, takes off a piece of clothing. Chapter 601, the show begins. Tang Ruoxi takes it off first. Utterly ashamed. Whoever loses has to take off a piece of clothing. Xu Huai blinked her big eyes. Tang Ruoxi was stunned, then her face instantly flushed red, and she quickly shook her head in refusal. Huai, how can this be? Xu Hao was very tempted by this suggestion. However, looking at Tang Ruoxi, she certainly couldn't accept it. So he straightened his face and sternly reprimanded her. Nonsense, what kind of punishment is that? Quickly change it. Xu Huai mumbled discontentedly. You're the one who said there should be a stake, and now that I've suggested it, you won't acknowledge it. After a pause, she rolled her eyes and continued. Or how about this, after each round, the punishment will be proposed by the winner. The other two must cooperate and cannot refuse. This should work, right? Xu Huayi was calculating in her mind. Dad must be hiding a lot of good things. When I win, I'll make him take them all out. Hee. Tang Ruoxi was still a bit hesitant. She didn't know what kind of punishment Xu Huayi would propose. Xu Hao also thought it was good, and seeing Tang Ruoxi's worried look, he helped by speaking up. It's fine, but the proposed punishment cannot be too unreasonable, it must be within a reasonable range. Xu Huayi replied with a giggle. I know, am I that unreliable? Seeing that they both said so, Tang Ruoxi could no longer object. Alright, let's start quickly. Xu Huayi picked up the cards, shuffled them a few times, and then began to deal. Tang Ruoxi felt uneasy in her heart, drawing cards cautiously and playing them very carefully. She was afraid of losing and being punished. Xu Hao, on the other hand, was relaxed. He didn't even think about cheating. He simply participated with a playful mindset. In the first round, Xu Huayi's cards were too bad. In a few moves, the cards in her hand were a mess, and she was eliminated from the game. Only Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi remained to compete for the victory of this round. Ultimately, Tang Ruoxi won by luck and a cautious card-playing strategy. Xu Huayi smiled and said to Tang Ruoxi, Ruoxi Jia, you won, you can make a request to us. Quickly tell us what you want us to do. Tang Ruoxi hesitated, not knowing what request to make. She really couldn't think of any good punishment. Then Huayi, you sing a song. Xu Huayi was very straightforward, immediately cleared her throat, and began to sing. Her singing was clear and pleasant, like a nightingale, exceptionally beautiful. After singing, Xu Huayi didn't forget to look at Xu Hao. And Dad too, Dad is very capable, Ruoxi Jia, you can make any request you want. Use your imagination as much as possible. Even if it's plucking stars from the sky, you don't have to worry about Dad not being able to do it. Tang Ruoxi didn't believe it at all, and after thinking for a moment, she said. Then Shu, you do 20 push-ups. Xu Huayi couldn't help but shake her head. Ruoxi Jia, you didn't cherish such a good opportunity. After Xu Hao completed his punishment, they continued with the next round. In this round, Xu Huayi was out of luck and was eliminated again in a short while. In the end, Xu Hao won the final victory. Xu Hao made a request to Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, you sing a song too. You dance very well, let's see how you sing. Tang Ruoxi blushed slightly, coughed lightly, and then began to sing. Her mature female voice had a unique charm once it came out. After she finished singing, Xu Hao and Xu Huayi couldn't help but applaud and praise her repeatedly. It was Xu Huayi's turn to receive punishment. Xu Hao asked her to give Tang Ruoxi a massage. Tang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand. No, it's too much trouble, Huayi doesn't need to massage. Xu Huayi, however, said with a serious expression. No, the punishment must be carried out. These are the rules we agreed upon. Ruoxi Jia, don't move, try my technique. Saying that, she had already walked to Tang Ruoxi's side and began to massage her. In the past 2.5 years, Xu Huayi had massaged Xu Hao many times, and her technique was quite skilled. The massage made Tang Ruoxi feel comfortable all over. The third round of cards began. This time, all the good cards fell into Tang Ruoxi's hands, and she won without any surprises. Xu Huayi was a bit disheartened. My luck is just too bad. After completing the punishment, Xu Huayi's luck seemed to turn around this time, and the cards in her hand were exceptionally good. She achieved the final victory in this round. She proudly put her hands on her hips, her face full of triumphant expression. She looked at Xu Hao with a grin. Dad, I won this round, hurry up and get out the delicious food, it must be as tasty as those candies. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. So that's what you were planning, you little girl. No, what kind of punishment is that? Change it. Xu Huayi, however, became even more smug. This is also my request, and you promised, the winner makes the request, and you all must cooperate. You can't go back on your word. Xu Hao smiled. His mind turned, and he really did have something good. That was the profound spirit fruit tree planted in his portable small world. Under the ripening of his ability, 5 fruits had already ripened these past few days. Xu Hao waved his hand, and 5 fruits appeared out of thin air on the table. Tang Ruoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. She was startled by this move. How was this done? Xu Hao was right there. Where did the fruits come from? Just as she was about to ask, she caught a scent. The entire room was enveloped in a fresh fruity aroma. Tang Ruoxi was shocked again. She couldn't help but step forward and carefully examine the fruits in front of her. What kind of fruit is this? Why is it so fragrant? She had never seen it before. Xu Huai was also pleasantly surprised. She had indeed managed to get him to reveal it. She quickly took a few fruits. Holding them in her hand, she thought for a moment and gave 2 to Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi each. She kept only 1 for herself, and sensibly said, "1 is enough for me." Xu Hao handed 1 fruit back to her. "1 is enough for me. Thank you, Dad." Xu Huai happily took it. She couldn't wait to take a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. This fruit was sweet and tasty, crisp and full of flavor. Moreover, after eating it, her whole body felt warm, and her mind was clearer than ever before. This was the most delicious fruit she had ever eaten. It was even more delicious than the fruits Xu Hao had brought back before. She eagerly asked Xu Hao, "Dad, what kind of fruit is this? It's even tastier than the previous ones." Xu Hao thought to himself, these are cultivation fruits that can enhance spiritual qi. Of course, they couldn't compare to ordinary fruits. Xu Huai hadn't started cultivation yet, so he didn't reveal too much, vaguely saying, "You wouldn't know even if I told you." Saying that, he also took a bite. This was his first time eating this stuff too. The taste was not bad. Xu Huai pouted. Seeing that Tang Ruoxi hadn't eaten yet, she immediately leaned over and enthusiastically said, "Ruoxi Jia, you eat too, I'm telling you it's especially delicious, hurry and try it." Tang Ruoxi tried a bite. She suddenly froze. It took her a long time to react, her face full of shock. This is too delicious, isn't it? She had never eaten such a delicious fruit. A warm sensation spread throughout her body. Tang Ruoxi also found herself full of power. The drowsiness she had felt also instantly vanished without a trace. Where did Xu Hao get these fruits? And how could they appear out of thin air? How many more secrets does he have? Questions surfaced in her mind one by one. As it concerned privacy, Tang Ruoxi was too embarrassed to ask. She just felt that Xu Hao was becoming more and more mysterious. 1 fruit was eaten without her even realizing it. Looking at the 1 remaining in her hand, Tang Ruoxi was a little reluctant to eat it. Such a magical fruit, 1 less with each one eaten. She wanted to keep it. Xu Hao saw through her thoughts and said, "Ruoxi, eat it, otherwise Hua Yi will snatch it later." Xu Huai indignantly retorted, Hey, Dad, don't wrongly accuse me, am I that kind of person?" Tang Ruoxi handed the fruit to Xu Huai. "Hua Yi, you eat it, I've had enough with 1." Xu Huai smiled and pushed it back to her. "Ruoxi Jia, you eat, I've already had 2. Tang Ruoxi then ate the fruit again. It was simply a perfect experience. After she finished eating, Xu Huai showed a mischievous smile, coughed and said, "All right, the fruit has been eaten, Ruoxi Jia, it's time for you to fulfill your punishment." Tang Ruoxi looked at Xu Huai. Xu Huai's smile was bright. "Then please, Ruoxi Jia, take off a piece of clothing." Chapter 602, the 2 women started fighting. Take off everything. Reap the benefits. Then please, Ruoxi Jia, take off a piece of clothing. Tang Ruoxi froze upon hearing this. After regaining her composure, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly refused. "Hua Yi, this is too much, no, this is absolutely not allowed." Xu Huai, however, said self-righteously, "You must follow the rules. I've kept my word before, Ruoxi Jia, you can't go back on it." Tang Ruoxi argued anxiously. "The rule says not to go too far, Hua Yi, you've already crossed the line." Xu Huai expressed her grievance. "It's not too much, Ruoxi Jia, it's just taking off 1 piece of clothing. It's not like you're taking everything off, it's no big deal." She paused, then continued. "It's fine, it's just me and Dad here, there are no outsiders. When we went swimming yesterday, I even saw you in a bikini, what's there to be shy about?" Tang Ruoxi was momentarily speechless. She was conflicted inside. She was currently wearing pajamas. If she took them off, she'd only be left with her underwear. If it were just Xu Huai, it would be nothing. But Xu Hao was also there. How could she possibly feel comfortable? Xu Huai paid no heed, continuously urging her. "Ruoxi Jia, hurry up, don't dawdle, we still have to continue. Tang Ruoxi's mind was in a battle. She remembered Xu Huayi giving her delicious fruit just now. Her heart softened, she gritted her teeth, and slowly took off her pajamas. Her face became even redder, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Xu Hao. Xu Huayi said with a giggle. That's right, there's nothing to it. A new round of cards began. In this round, Xu Huayi had good luck and won again. Xu Huayi told Xu Hao to continue bringing out delicious 617. Xu Hao took out some candies. Xu Huayi shared half with Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, try this candy, it tastes pretty good too. Tang Ruoxi took the candy and put it in her mouth. As soon as she chewed, her eyes lit up. These candies were also very special. Not only were they delicious, but she felt as if her physique had been enhanced after eating them. She couldn't help but feel a bit more grateful to Xu Huayi. She thought that although this girl was a bit mischievous, she was also quite thoughtful. But it wasn't long before it was her turn to receive a punishment, and that gratitude immediately vanished. Ruoxi Jia, it's your turn, take off another one. Tang Ruoxi was stunned. Still have to take off more. No. If she took off any more, she'd really have no clothes left. Her face flushed, she refused with a resolute attitude. Huayi, this request is too much, I won't agree. Ruoxi Jia, don't get excited yet, when I said, take off one, I wasn't necessarily talking about a top, pants are fine too. Tang Ruoxi was both angry and anxious. If she took off her pants, it would be no different from a bikini, and even more embarrassing. These were intimate clothes. What's the big deal? It's just like wearing a bikini, why are you being so shy? After persuading her, Xu Huayi continued to urge her. Hurry up and take them off, the next round is about to start, don't waste time. Thinking of Xu Huayi's kindness to her just now, Tang Ruoxi hesitated repeatedly and reluctantly changed out of her pants. However, she also got angry. She secretly thought that Xu Huayi must be deliberately targeting her. Tang Ruoxi decided to get her revenge. Xu Hao watched with interest. He could have won this round, but he deliberately lost. He wanted to see what interesting things would happen next. Tang Ruoxi won. She looked at Xu Huayi triumphantly. Xu Huayi immediately felt uneasy. She heard Tang Ruoxi say, Huayi, you take off 2 pieces. Xu Huayi stood up huffily. I've been going one by one, and you're doing 2 at once, that's not fair. Tang Ruoxi hugged her chest triumphantly and retorted. You didn't make a rule yourself, so you can't blame me. A bet is a bet, Huayi, hurry up and fulfill your punishment. Xu Huayi was so angry that her teeth ached. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Fine, I admit it, HMPH. Saying that, she huffily began to fulfill the punishment, changing out of her top and pants. She was dressed in a bikini, just like Tang Ruoxi. Compared to Tang Ruoxi's shyness, Xu Huayi was much more open. One could see a blush on her face. But she didn't show it. See, it's nothing, and it's quite cool, let's continue. In the next round, Xu Huayi seemed to have activated a cheat, easily winning the victory. She put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Looking at Tang Ruoxi, she said with a mischievous smile. Ruoxi Jia, you take everything off. Since you lost, you should accept the punishment, you said so yourself. Tang Ruoxi's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. She firmly refused. Huayi, you're going too far. I won't agree. Xu Hao also reproached Xu Huayi. Huayi, that's enough, don't go too far. Your request is indeed inappropriate. Change it quickly. Xu Huayi's eyes darted around. The request has been made, it cannot be changed. How about this, Ruoxi Jia, you can use that blanket to cover yourself. Wouldn't that not violate the rules? Tang Ruoxi still refused with a flushed face. Even if I cover myself with a blanket, it's still embarrassing. And what if it doesn't cover me completely? Xu Huayi continued to persuade her. Think about it, Ruoxi Jia, you're dressed like this now, isn't it not much different from not wearing anything? Although you've taken everything off, wouldn't it be better to cover yourself with a blanket? We won't be able to see you. Hurry up and take it off, don't dally. We still have to continue playing. Tang Ruoxi hesitated for a long time. Xu Huayi kept egging her on, making her feel like there was some logic to it. In the end, she agreed. With a red face, she found a blanket and wrapped herself tightly in it. Then, Like a thief, she shyly took off the rest of her clothes. Her hands gripped the blanket tightly, her heart pounding. She had to hold on tight. If it accidentally fell off, it would be too shameful. Tang Ruoxi was thoroughly angered, she couldn't let this go. She must make Xu Huayi pay the price. Ding Tang Ruoxi was utterly ashamed, emotional value plus 888. Next, under Xu Hao's intentional card control, Xu Huayi lost this round. A smile appeared on Tang Ruoxi's face. She made the same request. To treat a person in the same way they treat you. Xu Huayi had no choice but to comply, wrapping herself in a blanket. During this time, Xu Hao provided various snacks. It was also a feast for the eyes. In the next round, Xu Huayi won again. Seeing a long, strip-shaped candy, she had an idea and smiled slyly. She looked at Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao. Ruoxi Jia, Papa, this time's punishment requires your cooperation. You two face each other and eat the candy towards the middle, finishing it. Tang Ruoxi's face turned red to her ears, and she stammered. This Huayi, your request is too much. No, change it. Xu Hao also refused in a feigned manner. Exactly, what kind of talk is that? This isn't appropriate. But Xu Huayi threw a tantrum. She stomped her foot, her eyes reddening, pretending to be on the verge of tears. She said aggrievedly, Woo, you're all bullying me. I don't care, you have to do as I say, you can't cheat. Tang Ruoxi was speechless. Who was cheating? Xu Hao comforted her. Huayi, this is truly out of line. Can't you be more sensible? Xu Huayi still insisted on that request. Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi had no choice. They had to bite the bullet and carry out the punishment. Tang Ruoxi, with a flushed face, put one end of the candy into her mouth. Her face was flushed, and her heart pounded. Xu Hao slowly leaned in, and the two carefully ate towards the middle. Xu Huayi, watching from the side, narrowed her eyes. Seeing their awkwardness, a sudden idea came to her. Just as the two were about to finish eating, she quietly reached out and pushed Tang Ruoxi. This push was quite something. Tang Ruoxi was unprepared and leaned forward. Their four lips unexpectedly met. Tang Ruoxi's eyes widened, her mind went, boom, and she was blank. Xu Hao secretly gave his linger a thumbs up. However, his face also showed a look of shock. At the same time, Xu Hao didn't want to waste his linger's good intentions and quietly activated his telekinesis. The blanket wrapped around Tang Ruoxi slowly slipped to the ground. Xu Huayi was stunned by the sight. She swore she hadn't touched the blanket, it had fallen by itself. Seeing Tang Ruoxi about to regain her senses, Xu Hao moved first, pulling away from her mouth. Then he glared at Xu Huayi, feigning reproach. You mischievous girl, pushing someone on purpose, look at the trouble you've caused. Xu Huayi stuck out her tongue and said aggrievedly. I saw you two eating too slowly and planned to help you, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Tang Ruoxi recalled what had just happened, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into, feeling both angry and ashamed. She secretly blamed Xu Huayi, blaming that girl for pushing her. She lowered her head, her face red. As a result, when she lowered her head, she saw two thunderbolts. She realized the blanket on her was gone. Tang Ruoxi was dumbfounded. Hadn't Xu Hao seen everything? Her mind was blank. After she reacted, she gasped, ah, and quickly fumbled to pick up the blanket and wrap herself in it. Then she looked up at Xu Hao again, but saw that Xu Hao kept his head turned away from her. In her heart, she felt that Xu Hao was quite gentlemanly. But at the same time, she understood. Xu Hao must have seen it just now, which was why he didn't turn back to look at her. Her face was as red as blood, burning hot. Xu Huayi explained weakly. Then Ruoxi Jia, I just saw you eating slowly and pushed you a bit. I didn't pull the blanket off, I don't know how it fell off, really, you have to believe me. Tang Ruoxi lowered her head, not saying a word. But she didn't believe Xu Huayi in her heart. She felt it must have been her doing, she had tied a knot just now, so it wouldn't come loose so easily. It must have been intentional, this girl was too wicked. She wanted revenge. And after that, the game continued. Things like crawling and barking like a dog, letting Xu Hao hit her with a whip, and so on and so forth, all sorts of bizarre punishments kept appearing. Chapter 603, Slap Education for Linger. Dog barks and horseback riding. Mouth-to-mouth feeding. The card game continued. Xu Huayi had made her look so bad. Tang Ruoxi was determined to get her revenge. So, she played her cards more seriously. As the last card fell, a smile bloomed on Tang Ruoxi's face. She looked at Xu Huayi meaningfully. Xu Huayi's heart skipped a beat, and she secretly thought, this is bad. Tang Ruoxi cleared her throat and stated her demand. Huayi, you crawl around the room once, barking like a dog as you go. Xu Huayi's eyes widened, and then she said angrily. No, no, isn't that too much? This is an insult to my dignity, and I have the right to refuse this punishment. Tang Ruoxi retorted. Don't talk nonsense, how is that insulting? It's just playing a game and acting a part. And dogs are loyal friends of humans. After speaking, she didn't forget to urge her. Xu Huayi, a bet is a bet, hurry up. Xu Huayi turned her face away. She clearly didn't intend to fulfill this request. Tang Ruoxi continued. Just now you pushed me and pulled off my blanket, and I didn't say anything. Are you trying to renege on your bet? Xu Huayi said angrily. I already said, I pulled off the blanket. Tang Ruoxi didn't believe her. I tied a knot, if it wasn't you, then was it Uncle Xu? Xu Huayi had seen it, Xu Hao hadn't made any movements at all, so it definitely wasn't him. Then there was only one possibility. She didn't want to take the blame for this, so she retorted. It was clearly your knot that came loose, don't wrongly accuse me. Tang Ruoxi didn't listen to her explanation at all. She urged her to accept the punishment quickly. Xu Huayi's expression kept changing, and she kept thinking. HMPH, I'll do it if I have to, who's afraid of whom? When I win later, I'll definitely make you suffer. Let's see how long you can be smug. So, Xu Huayi steeled herself, lay on the ground, and reluctantly walked around the room. Tang Ruoxi reminded her at this moment. Don't forget to bark like a dog. Xu Huayi glared at her, and then started barking like a dog. With every bark, Xu Huayi felt utterly ashamed, determined to make Tang Ruoxi suffer. Tang Ruoxi watched from the side, finally feeling a lot of her anger dissipate. She didn't forget to deliberately say, Huayi, that's quite convincing, you're a very good actor. Xu Huayi was incredibly annoyed. Wasn't that indirectly calling her a dog? Just you wait. After she finished crawling a circle, she got up, gritting her teeth. Let's continue. Ding. Xu Huayi is utterly ashamed, emotional value plus 987. In the next round of cards, Xu Hao's luck was incredibly good, he had all good cards. If he didn't win this round, it would definitely arouse their suspicion. So, Xu Hao won the final victory. Xu Hao stroked his chin, thinking about what kind of punishment he should give them. Xu Huayi's eyes darted around, and she came closer, linking her arm through his, and cooed. Daddy, let her be a horse for me to ride, she just made me so miserable. Tang Ruoxi's expression changed. The thought of her acting as a horse made her shiver. She didn't want to be ridden even more. It was too embarrassing. She pursed her lips and quickly moved closer to Xu Hao, shamefully linking her other arm through his. Uncle Xu, don't listen to her, Huayi is too naughty. Seeing Tang Ruoxi's appearance, Xu Huayi got angry. Hey, what are you doing? This is my daddy, why are you acting all cutesy? You're already so old, and a university professor, yet you're acting cutesy, aren't you ashamed? Tang Ruoxi also retorted without showing weakness. You have the nerve to talk about me, aren't you young anymore? Still acting cutesy with your father, shameless. The two women exchanged words, neither giving way. Xu Hao was annoyed by the noise and interrupted them. Enough. Xu Hao got angry, and both women stopped. The room suddenly became quiet. Xu Hao looked at them and said, Huayi's suggestion is good, let's do that. For Ruoxi's request, be a horse for Huayi to ride. For Huayi's request, be a horse for Ruoxi to ride, that's it. Both sides receive equal punishment, no one should feel wronged. Tang Ruoxi originally wanted to refuse. But as soon as she heard that Xu Huayi received the same punishment, she had nothing more to say. Xu Huayi felt depressed. How did she manage to trap herself as well? She looked up at Xu Hao. Seeing his angry expression, she didn't dare to argue and could only accept it. However, Xu Huayi then remembered that she would get to enjoy it first, and a smile reappeared on her face. She eagerly said to Tang Ruoxi, Ruoxi Jia, hurry and get on your hands and knees. I want to ride. Although Tang Ruoxi was extremely unwilling, she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she got down. Xu Huayi immediately excitedly climbed onto her back. She even waved her hands. Horsey, Giddy up, let's go around the house once. Tang Ruoxi felt her face burning. She was so ashamed she almost wished she could disappear on the spot. Especially with Xu Hao watching from the side. She felt even more humiliated. Forcing back the strange feeling, she crawled forward, every step feeling like an eternity. Xu Huai, however, said proudly from her back. What a good horse. Go faster, I want to gallop. The sense of shame in Tang Ruoxi's heart intensified. She quickened her pace, only wanting to finish quickly. It didn't take long to complete one round, but she felt like time was dragging on forever. Next, it was Xu Huai's turn. Tang Ruoxi also didn't stand on ceremony and climbed onto Xu Huai's back. She imitated how Xu Huai had just ridden the horse. Xu Huai brought it upon herself. She also had Tang Ruoxi ride her for one round. Ding Xu Huai gritted her teeth, emotion value plus 963. Ding Tang Ruoxi was mortified, emotion value plus 999. After finishing, Xu Huai was not convinced. She wanted to continue. This time when the cards were dealt, Xu Huai looked at the good hand she held, and her eyes instantly lit up. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upwards. She glanced proudly at Tang Ruoxi. She was already planning how to deal with Tang Ruoxi in her mind. She had to give her an unforgettable experience. As expected, Xu Huai easily won this round. She looked left and right, stood up, and picked up a glass of juice from the coffee table. Xu Huai looked at Tang Ruoxi with a mischievous smile. Ruoxi Jia, for this punishment, you have to feed this glass of juice to my dad, sip by sip, and it has to be mouth to mouth, okay. Tang Ruoxi was stunned instantly. She couldn't believe what she heard. Images involuntarily appeared in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. After snapping back to reality, her face instantly turned red. She quickly waved her hands. I refuse. This is too much. Absolutely not. Xu Huai, however, looked innocent. How is it too much? It's just feeding a drink. What are you thinking? Besides, it's not like you haven't been mouth to mouth before. This drink will be finished in 3 sips. It's no big deal. Tang Ruoxi was both angry and shy, her face as red as a ripe apple. That was clearly because you pushed me. Don't talk nonsense. Hua Yi, you're deliberately trying to mess with me. Anyway, this is not happening. Don't be shy yet. This is my dad, you're getting a good deal. Hearing Xu Huai's words, Tang Ruoxi was so angry that her chest heaved, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Such a good thing. He was quite pleased in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained a serious demeanor. Hua Yi, don't go too far. Let's just forget about this. Xu Huai crossed her arms and said poutily. No way. We have to follow the rules. If she's not convinced, she can win against me and punish me too. HMPH anyway, this is how it has to be done this time. I won't agree to anything else. Xu Hao continued to persuade. Hua Yi, we can play, but we can't make things difficult for others. Xu Huai was unrelenting. She even started crying, saying while crying. You all just bully me, sob sob sob. Tang Ruoxi's expression changed repeatedly, feeling extremely conflicted. She would occasionally sneak a glance at Xu Hao. At a certain moment, she happened to meet Xu Hao's gaze. Xu Hao secretly used God-level hypnosis. He didn't intend to control her. He just wanted to simply influence Tang Ruoxi's mind. To make her agree to this punishment. Under the influence of hypnosis, Tang Ruoxi's mind became hot. Okay, I'll agree. After speaking, she took the glass of juice and walked over to Xu Hao. She hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. She tilted her head back and drank a mouthful of juice. Tang Ruoxi didn't swallow it but held it in her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. Her face was already red to the roots of her ears, and she didn't dare to look directly at Xu Hao. She bit the bullet and slowly leaned closer. Seeing this, Xu Hao said insincerely. Ruoxi, calm down. Don't listen to Hua Yi. This isn't appropriate. While saying this, his body remained motionless. She got closer and closer to Xu Hao's face. Finally, Tang Ruoxi closed her eyes and pressed her mouth against Xu Hao's. She slowly fed the juice from her mouth to his. After feeding the first mouthful, she paused, then continued with the second. It was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of swallowing juice. After feeding the second sip, Tang Ruoxi slowly relaxed and continued to feed the third sip. All of this was seen by Xu Huai who was beside them. Her eyes lit up, and she quietly took out her phone, finding the right angle. Click, click went the camera a few times, capturing the scene of this moment. After taking the pictures, Xu Hao looked at the photos on her phone, a smug smile appearing on her face. After feeding the juice, Tang Ruoxi seemed to have used up all her strength, her head lowered as if to bury it in the mountains. She was too ashamed to look at Xu Hao. It took her a while to recover before she finally raised her head. She looked at Xu Hao with resentment, grinding her teeth as she spoke. Continue. Another round ended. Tang Ruoxi won the final victory. Her gaze lingered on Xu Hao, considering how to get revenge. Inadvertently, Tang Ruoxi caught a glimpse of Xu Hao who was beside them. An idea came to her mind. She cleared her throat, deliberately dragging out her words, and said to Xu Hao in a sarcastic tone. Hua Yi, for this punishment, let Uncle Xu teach you a good lesson, spanking your butt 100 times. The corner of her mouth lifted, revealing a hint of slyness. Being spanked by her father in front of outsiders. Just thinking about it felt shameful. This punishment was enough to make her embarrassed. As expected, upon hearing this, Xu Huai's face instantly turned red. She refused, both shy and anxious. No, I refuse, I don't accept such a punishment. In the past 2 years, Dad hadn't hit or scolded her even once. Now she was actually going to be spanked. It was too embarrassing. Seeing Xu Huai anxious, Tang Ruoxi felt relieved. She said calmly, refusal is invalid. We agreed on the rules before, you must accept the consequences of betting and losing. Don't be a cheat. Xu Huai still wanted to struggle a bit more. But Tang Ruoxi didn't give her a chance and directly interrupted her words. If you're not convinced, then fine, if you win against me, you can get revenge however you want. That's exactly what you said to me back then. Now, I'm giving these words back to you, exactly as they were. Xu Huai gritted her teeth in anger. Although unwilling, she couldn't find any reason to refute. In the end, she bit her lip and chose to accept the punishment. Xu Hao stood up and walked to Xu Huai's side. He raised his hand and started to spank. Since the blanket was a bit thin, spanking on it felt extremely good. Xu Hao controlled the force of his hand, neither too hard nor too soft, just within the range that Xu Huai could bear. At the same time, he secretly used the ability of Hand of God. Every time he came into contact with Xu Huai, it would ignite the fire in her heart. After just a few spanks, Xu Huai tightly pursed her lips, her face flushed red. She clenched her teeth tightly, not uttering a sound. Seeing this scene, Tang Ruoxi thought she was forcefully enduring because of overwhelming shame. She felt incredibly satisfied. In reality, Xu Huai was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help but make a sound, and if she were discovered, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. Ding Xu Huai's shame level is off the charts, emotion value plus 951. As the last spank landed, Xu Huai let out a long breath. Phew, it's finally over. Because Xu Hao was controlling himself, she only felt a dull ache, which was bearable. However, when she looked at Tang Ruoxi, it was as if fire could shoot out of her eyes. This matter was not over. To actually cause her such great embarrassment. She must get revenge. Chapter 604, It's All Gone. Help put them back on. Tense and exciting. The card game continued. The three of them started drawing cards again. This time, under Xu Hao's secret manipulation, Xu Huai's luck was surprisingly good. She smoothly won this round. Xu Huai jumped up excitedly. She clenched her fist and waved it, cheering happily. Haha, I won. She thought of an idea, looking around for a punishment prop. After searching around, Xu Huai couldn't find anything satisfactory. Finally, her gaze landed on Xu Hao's waist. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly moved closer, wanting to unbuckle Xu Hao's belt. Xu Hao grabbed her hand. Hua Yi, what are you doing? Xu Huai tilted her head up. Dad, lend me your belt for a moment, I need it. Tell me what you're going to do first. Xu Huai shook Xu Hao's arm. Oh, Dad, don't ask, just lend it to me first. Xu Hao couldn't refuse her, so he unbuckled his belt and gave it to her. Xu Huai took the belt with a smile, turned to look at Tang Ruoxi, a mischievous look on her face. A sense of unease welled up in Tang Ruoxi's heart. She couldn't help but take a step back. Hua Yi, what are you going to do? Xu Huai swung the belt in her hand and said smugly. This time's punishment is 100 lashes. Tang Ruoxi's pupils contracted. Use a whip. After reacting, she quickly refused. No, no, I didn't hit you just now, how can you hit me? Besides, can a slap be compared to a whip? If this whip comes down, what if you get injured? I don't accept this punishment. Xu Huai paused slightly. She felt that Tang Ruoxi made some sense. She changed her words and said, all right then, let Dad do the hitting. Don't worry, Dad can control his strength, he definitely won't injure you. Tang Ruoxi bit her lip, her heart tangled. She didn't know whether to accept this punishment. Growing up, she had never been hit by anyone. Xu Huai didn't give her a chance to refuse. She walked to Xu Hao's side, put the belt in his hand, and then went to Tang Ruoxi. Without a word, she restrained Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi Jia, a bet is a bet, just accept the punishment obediently. Xu Huai turned her head and saw that Xu Hao was standing there without moving. She urged him anxiously. Dad, hurry up and hit her, why aren't you doing it yet? Xu Hao said hesitantly. Hua Yi, if Ruoxi doesn't want to, then forget it. How can you force Ruoxi? Why don't you change the punishment method? Ruoxi Jia is willing, Ruoxi Jia, you are, right. Saying that, Xu Huai winked at Tang Ruoxi, clearly threatening her. Tang Ruoxi pursed her lips, but there was nothing she could do. After hesitating for a while, she finally hardened her heart and looked back at Xu Hao. Since she had agreed, what else could Xu Hao say? Tang Ruoxi was very nervous at first. But when she found it wasn't as painful as she imagined, she slowly relaxed. After relaxing, she couldn't help but feel curious. She was becoming more and more curious about Xu Hao. Ding Tang Ruoxi felt embarrassed, emotional value plus 999. After finishing 100 hits, Tang Ruoxi gritted her teeth and continued the next round. In this round, her hand was very good, and she won the final victory. She looked up at Xu Huai, her eyes flashing. What kind of punishment should she propose? Nasty ideas flooded her mind. Finally, she shook her head. This wasn't the way to go. If she went too far and ruined their sisterly relationship, it wouldn't be good. She couldn't be too excessive. But she also couldn't easily let Xu Huai off. After thinking for a moment, Tang Ruoxi said to Xu Huai. Hua Yi, for this request, you'll do a pole dance. Xu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. She was also afraid that Tang Ruoxi would make some embarrassing request. Thankfully, pole dancing was very simple for her. After agreeing, she looked around. But after searching around, she couldn't find anything like a pole or a stick. Finally, her gaze fell on Xu Hao next to her. Her eyes rolled, and she had an idea. She beckoned to Xu Hao and said, Dad, you just stand in the middle, and I'll dance around you. You're not allowed to move around. Xu Hao didn't refuse and stood in the middle. Xu Huai began to dance around him. She swayed gracefully, and from time to time, she used Xu Hao to perform various seductive and wume movements. Tang Ruoxi watched from the side, appreciating the performance. She felt that the father and daughter cooperated quite well. But just as the pole dance was about to end, Xu Hao's gaze shifted slightly, and he quietly activated his telekinesis again. The knot on the blanket on Xu Huai's body silently came undone. Tang Ruoxi, who was enjoying the dance, was filled with disbelief. Xu Huai was fully immersed in her dance and completely unaware of this. Finally, she used Xu Hao to support herself and finished with a beautiful concluding move. This marked the end of the dance. She looked proudly at Tang Ruoxi and asked with a smile. Ruoxi Jia, how do you think I danced? What made her frown was that Tang Ruoxi was staring straight at her and pointing. Xu Huai was puzzled and subconsciously looked down. After a moment of stunned, she let out a cry of surprise. Her face instantly turned red, and she felt both shy and anxious. Where did the blanket go? She fumbled to get down from Xu Hao. As a result, due to her panic, she lost her balance and fell towards the ground. Fortunately, Xu Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed and caught her. Then he quickly picked up the blanket and put it over her. Xu Huai's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She glared at Tang Ruoxi hatefully. It was all Ruoxi Jia's fault. If she hadn't made her dance, she wouldn't have made such a fool of herself. Xu Huai gritted her teeth and declared that she wanted to continue. Another round ended. Xu Huai won, fueled by her desire for revenge. She hugged her chest, her gaze scanning Tang Ruoxi back and forth, her eyes darting around. Thinking of something, she smiled wickedly and spoke. Ruoxi Jia, I've thought of how to punish you. You don't have any clothes on, right? Then let dad help you put them on one by one. Tang Ruoxi was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. What the heck? Let Uncle Xu help her put on clothes. She wasn't wearing anything at all right now. No, no, absolutely not, Hua Yi, you're going too far. Xu Huayi said indifferently. What's wrong with it? I'm just helping you put on clothes. If you're shy, you can have Uncle close his eyes. Besides, you look just like that, Uncle won't stare at you, right, Uncle? Saying that, she turned her head to Xu Hao and asked. Xu Hao wanted to say, I want to see, I love to see. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. He deliberately put on a stern face and said. I also think this is inappropriate, Hua Yi, stop messing around. As soon as Xu Huayi heard this, she became unhappy and immediately started crying, speaking with a choked voice. Uncle, you only know how to bully me. Ruoxi Jia made me lose so much face just now, and you didn't say anything. It's decided, I only accept this punishment, I won't accept anything else. Tang Ruoxi waved her hand and explained. Hua Yi, I just asked you to dance, it was your blanket that fell off by itself, how can you blame me? Xu Huayi didn't listen at all, still insisting. I don't care, it has to be this way, you can't refuse. Tang Ruoxi was incredibly depressed. This blame could also be put on her. After struggling for a while, seeing Xu Huayi's relentless appearance, and thinking that Xu Hao's character was trustworthy, Tang Ruoxi blushed and whispered. Then all right, please Uncle Xu help me put it on. Xu Hao guaranteed. Ruoxi, don't worry, I definitely won't look. When I get back, I'll properly deal with this disrespectful girl. Tang Ruoxi softly hummed in response. Thank you, Uncle Xu. Then, she blushed and picked up the small top. After handing it to Xu Hao, she turned around and slowly pulled the blanket down a little. It was clear she was very nervous, her body trembling slightly. Xu Huayi watched without blinking. Although her figure wasn't as good, it was still top-notch. Xu Hao also kept his promise and turned his head to the side. He held the straps with both hands and extended them in front of Tang Ruoxi. Since he wasn't looking, some physical contact was inevitable. Each time they touched, Tang Ruoxi would tremble, her heart racing. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Xu Hao apologized. Ruoxi, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Tang Ruoxi bit her lip. Uncle Xu, I'm fine, please continue. Xu Hao fumbled to put it on Tang Ruoxi. It took some effort to button it up too. After all, he had to feel around to figure out how to button it. Tang Ruoxi let out a long sigh of relief. After turning around, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Xu Hao. At this moment, Xu Huayi giggled and leaned over. She teased Tang Ruoxi. I told you putting on clothes is quite simple, right? Ruoxi Jia, would you mind telling me how it felt? Tang Ruoxi was both angry and shy. She glared at Xu Huayi and chided. You're still talking, you're so annoying. Ding Tang Ruoxi is flustered and confused, emotional value plus 999. In this round, under Xu Hao's control, Tang Ruoxi won. She made the same request. Uncle Xu, just now Hua Yi asked you to help me put on clothes, now you help her put them on too. Xu Huayi's expression stiffened. Was this a case of reaping what she sowed? She wanted to prank Tang Ruoxi just now, and now it was her turn. She couldn't help but regret her impulsiveness. Tang Ruoxi had just gone along with it, so she couldn't refuse either, otherwise she'd definitely be laughed at. She could only grit her teeth and accept it. After handing it to Xu Hao, she turned around, her heart pounding. Seeing Xu Huayi's expression, Tang Ruoxi felt a sense of satisfaction. Let you also experience that feeling. Ding Xu Huayi's shame exploded, emotional value plus 999. Continue to the next round. Xu Huayi was holding back a surge of qi. She won this round again, her eyes darted, thinking she still couldn't let it go. She gave Tang Ruoxi a mischievous smile, then looked at Xu Hao. Tang Ruoxi felt a surge of unease in her heart when she saw this. Sure enough, she heard Xu Huayi say, Uncle, this time, you continue to help Ruoxi Jia. Tang Ruoxi shook her head like a rattle drum, firmly refusing. No, Hua Yi, you're going too far, I'm not playing this anymore. But how could Xu Huayi let her go? She pulled Tang Ruoxi and kept persuading her. Ruoxi Jia, a bet is a bet, you can't go back on your word. Uncle won't look at you either, what are you afraid of? After much coaxing and pleading, Tang Ruoxi compromised. Although she knew Xu Hao wasn't looking, Tang Ruoxi still felt too ashamed to face anyone. Xu Huai gloated and laughed out loud. Tang Ruoxi heard the soft sound and gnashed her teeth in anger. This Xu Huai just loved to stir up trouble. You must experience it too, I can't be the only one feeling ashamed. The card game continued to the next round. Tang Ruoxi won again, as expected. She immediately made the same request. To have Xu Hao help Xu Huai get dressed. Xu Huai's face was also bright red, with no reason to refuse. After a few more rounds, Xu Hao looked at his wristwatch. It's getting late, it's time to sleep, time to rest. Xu Huai was still in a state of shame at this moment and obediently stopped her antics. Tang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, the three of them returned to their respective rooms to rest. The two women couldn't fall asleep. Their minds kept replaying the scenes that had just occurred, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 605, Finally Conquered. Even helped. Shy. No face to see anyone. The night grew deeper. Xu Hao returned to his room, washed up, and lay on the bed. He sensed that Tang Ruoxi and Xu Huai in the adjacent room were still awake. Xu Hao felt he should help them. So, he activated his dream induction ability. An invisible force emanated from him. It silently spread toward the adjacent room. Like a pair of invisible hands, it pulled them into a dream. Tang Ruoxi and Xu Huai couldn't sleep, their minds racing with thoughts. Suddenly, a strong wave of sleepiness washed over them. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back in the familiar living room. A deck of cards lay before them, as if a game was still in progress. The two women's eyes were filled with confusion. Slowly, they realized that this place was a dream. Xu Huai was inherently playful. She suddenly found this dream quite interesting. And since she hadn't played enough earlier, she started clamoring, pulling Tang Ruoxi to continue playing cards. Tang Ruoxi half-heartedly continued. Xu Hao's lips curved slightly, and he conjured a bottle of red wine, adding it to the punishments. They continued to play and drink, with punishments. It wasn't long before they became tipsy. And as the alcohol deepened, the punishment items became more open. Xu Hao subtly guided the pace of the game, while secretly observing the reactions of the two women. After some probing, he felt the time was right. A beautiful dream thus began. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain gap, falling on Tang Ruoxi's face. She slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. Memories of the previous night surged through her mind like a tide. Tang Ruoxi's face flushed to her ears. She covered her burning cheeks, her heart filled with remorse. Oh my God, how could I have done those things? It's too shameless. Thinking about the reason, it could only be that she and Xu Huai had gotten truly heated last night. Tang Ruoxi was filled with regret. Even more dreadful was the dream that followed. In the dream, she didn't return to her room but became increasingly unrestrained, and finally, she was with Xu Hao. It was simply unbearable to recall. She lay there staring at the ceiling until her alarm went off. Tang Ruoxi didn't want to get up. The thought of seeing Xu Hao made her incredibly awkward, she didn't know how to face him. But today was the school's centennial celebration. She had to get up. Tang Ruoxi gritted her teeth and got out of bed. After washing up, she took a deep breath and opened her door. Coincidentally, the door to Xu Huai's room opposite also opened with a creak. As soon as their eyes met, the electric shock like averted them. They could both see the panic and embarrassment in each other's eyes. Tang Ruoxi felt utterly mortified. And wasn't Xu Huai the same? Such a grown person, yet still beaten, and in a dream. The main thing was, Xu Hao was still her father, and even with her carefree personality, she had no face to see anyone. Ding Tang Ruoxi is flustered and ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Ding Xu Huai is mortified, emotional value plus 999. Ding. You're both up. Come have a cup of tea, we'll go for breakfast later. Just as both of them were feeling awkward, a gentle voice sounded. The two women looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xu Hao sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea. Tang Ruoxi and Xu Huai walked over unnaturally. The two women kept their heads down, too shy to look Xu Hao in the eye. Xu Hao smiled, as if he hadn't noticed the awkward atmosphere. He poured each of them a cup of tea. Tang Ruoxi blushed and softly said, "Thank you," taking the teacup. Tang Ruoxi raised the teacup and took a sip. With that one sip, she was astonished. The taste was incredibly good. Her father enjoyed drinking tea on weekdays. She also understood a bit about tea art. But the taste of this tea was so much better than any she had ever drunk before. The deliciousness of this tea was only partly due to the good tea leaves. It was more because of the exquisite tea art. She turned to look at Xu Huai and saw her expression was natural. It seemed she had drunk this kind of good tea often. She had discovered another amazing skill of Xu Hao. She had seen his various wonders before. Now it seemed she had underestimated him. After the three finished their tea, they went out to have breakfast. And at this moment, Qin Tian was waiting at the door, looking haggard. Yesterday, he had been severely hit. He lay in bed all night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He kept replaying why he had barged into Tang Ruoxi's room. He was very certain it wasn't something he had done on his own initiative. But if he said he was possessed by a ghost, no one would believe him. Besides that, he was also thinking about how to stop Tang Ruoxi from continuing to interact with Xu Hao. Tang Ruoxi's current state was too dangerous. If Xu Hao made a move on her, she wouldn't even be able to escape. Just like that, before he knew it, dawn broke. Qin Tian simply came to the door to wait. Waiting for Tang Ruoxi to come out. Click. The door to the presidential suite opened. Qin Tian knew Xu Hao lived here. He glared over hatefully. At that glance, he was stunned. He saw Tang Ruoxi and Xu Huai walk out from inside. Qin Tian was puzzled and immediately rushed over to ask. Teacher Tang, weren't you staying next door? Why did you come out of Xu Hao's room? Tang Ruoxi hadn't had time to speak. The moment Xu Huai saw Qin Tian, she became furious. She said ungraciously, "What's it to you? It's all because of you, you dirtied our room. We had nowhere to stay last night, so what if we slept with Dad?" Huh? Qin Tian was dumbfounded. Tang Ruoxi's face turned even redder upon hearing this. She quickly glared at Xu Huai and said, "Hua Yi, don't talk nonsense." Xu Huai stuck out her tongue. "It's true, we did sleep together." Qin Tian stared at Tang Ruoxi for a long time. Seeing that her expression was relatively normal, not like she had been bullied, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seems Xu Hao hasn't succeeded yet. If it were really because of him that Tang Ruoxi ended up staying in Xu Hao's room and was taken, he would be furious to death. Xu Huai frowned, looked at Qin Tian, and said with a look of disdain. "You're still not giving up. Let me tell you, don't even think about Ruoxi Jia anymore, you have no chance at all. Tisk, I'll show you a photo, then you can completely give up." As she spoke, Xu Huai took out her phone and found the photo she took yesterday. Then she handed it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Tang Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat. What photo? She quickly took Xu Huai's phone to look. She, too, was stunned. Blushing furiously. In the photo, she and Xu Hao were kissing, her cheeks slightly red, wrapped only in a blanket. The scene was incredibly intimate. Tang Ruoxi knew clearly that it was when she was feeding Xu Hao juice, and Xu Huai had actually taken a picture. She was both anxious and embarrassed, and immediately wanted to delete the photo. How could Xu Huai let her succeed? She quickly snatched the phone back. Dodging, she said with a smile. "Ruoxi Jia, don't delete it yet, keep it as a souvenir." Tang Ruoxi went to grab Xu Huai. "Quickly delete the photo." The two girls then chased each other in the corridor. Qin Tian was completely dumbfounded. Although Xu Hao hadn't taken Tang Ruoxi yet, what was the difference between this and being taken? They had already kissed. Avoiding Tang Ruoxi's grabbing hand, Xu Huai continued to speak to Qin Tian. "Not only that, last night we played cards with Dad, and the loser had to take off clothes. The photo you saw was Ruoxi Jia completely naked, wrapped in a blanket. During that time, the blanket accidentally slipped, and Dad and I saw everything clearly. And also, in one round, when we lost, I made Dad whip her with a belt." Listening to Xu Huai reveal one embarrassing thing after another, Tang Ruoxi was filled with shame and indignation. She quickly ran over to grab Xu Huai. "Ah Hua Yi, don't say any more." Qin Tian looked blank. He could hardly believe everything he heard. After he left last night, they actually played such open games with Xu Hao. Seeing Tang Ruoxi's exasperated look, it must be true. Qin Tian felt his heart shatter into pieces. Just then, Xu Hao also came out of the suite. Looking at the two bickering girls, he called out. Alright, stop messing around, hurry and eat breakfast, we're in a rush later. The two girls finally stopped. With red faces and lowered heads, they followed Xu Hao towards the restaurant. Only Qin Tian remained standing there, his soul lost, unable to recover for a long time. Ding Qin Tian's mentality shattered, emotional value plus 1001. After breakfast, Xu Hao and the two girls left the hotel, preparing to attend the 100th anniversary celebration at Capital University. Just as they reached the hotel entrance, a Maserati president slowly drove up and stopped in front of them. The car window lowered, revealing Xu Mingkong's exquisite and beautiful face. She had come to pick up Xu Huayi as promised. Seeing eldest sister get out of the car, Xu Huayi's eyes lit up. She skipped over to her. Eldest sister, you're here. Capital University is holding its centennial celebration today, and I want to go see the excitement. You should come with us too. Xu Mingkong frowned slightly. She still wasn't used to being with Xu Hao. I still have some company matters to handle. Xu Huayi hooked her arm and swayed it. Eldest sister, how can company matters ever be fully handled? It's rare to catch such a grand celebration. Let's go relax, just treat it as a vacation for yourself. Looking at her younger sister's hopeful eyes, Xu Mingkong's heart softened after all. She patted her head and nodded, saying, alright, I can't do anything with you. Let's go take a look together then. Yay eldest sister, you're the best. Xu Huayi cheered happily, then pulled Xu Mingkong towards Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. After greeting them, Xu Hao and the others got into the car. That annoying Qin Tian didn't come this time. Xu Huayi was in a very good mood. The car started and headed towards Capital University. All the way, Xu Huayi chattered to Xu Mingkong about the fun she had with Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi over the past 2 days. Tang Ruoxi occasionally chimed in with a remark. Soon, the car arrived at the university entrance. Capital University was exceptionally lively today. A long red banner was hung at the entrance. Golden characters celebrating Capital University's centennial were written on it. It looked especially festive under the sunlight. At this time, guests were arriving one after another. Most were alumni who had graduated from Capital University. They had achieved success in various industries, dressed impeccably, and possessed extraordinary temperaments. Acquaintances walked into the school together, chatting and laughing. Of course, there were also influential figures like Xu Hao, who, though not alumni, were invited by Capital University due to their own prestige. At the entrance, the school authorities had arranged for several leaders to receive guests. They were all smiles, warmly welcoming every arriving guest. Many students were also around, curiously looking everywhere. Watching the prominent figures they usually only saw on TV or in newspapers appear before their eyes. They were all astonished, occasionally letting out exclamations. Look, isn't that Professor Li, a senior in our industry? I often watch his commentaries. I didn't expect him to come too. A student excitedly pointed to an old man who had just gotten out of the car and said to his companion. Isn't that Dr. Zhang, who recently made a major breakthrough in the scientific research domain? They actually invited him too. And that researcher Zhao over there, I heard the project he's currently working on has a crucial impact on the future development of our industry. This is great. With so many top figures in the industry gathered here, we might be able to chat a bit, which could save us a lot of detours. Yes, usually we only see their names and achievements in papers and reports. Now we can meet them face to face, this opportunity is too rare. A chorus of discussions rose and fell. The car pulled up to the entrance and stopped, and Xu Hao and the others got out. A handsome man and 3 top beauties immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 606, Sign in Stream Protagonist. Kill him. No need for such awesome leaks. The car arrived at the entrance of Capital University. Xu Hao, Xu Huayi, Tang Ruoxi, and Xu Mingkong got out of the car one after another. A handsome man with a distinguished aura and 3 stunningly beautiful women immediately drew everyone's gaze. The students gathered at the entrance erupted in chatter. Holy moly! Look at those 3 girls, they look like goddesses descending from heaven. 3 goddesses, all school beauty level beauties, each with her own unique temperament. Who is that handsome man? Walking with 3 great beauties, isn't he too lucky? A youth said with some jealousy. His companion looked at him strangely. You don't even know him. The youth looked bewildered, scratched his head, and asked curiously. Know who? What's wrong? His companion pointed at Xu Hao. It seems you're a fake fan. Didn't you say President Xu is your idol? He's right in front of you, and you didn't even recognize him. What? That's President Xu. The youth's mouth hung open, his eyes white as copper bells. Several other students nearby were also discussing. Besides the most beautiful teacher Tang, who are the other two beauties next to President Xu? Are they President Xu's companions? One of them immediately stood up to refute. What nonsense are you talking about? They are all President Xu's linger. President Xu has 7 linger, those are his eldest sister and Zhao linger. With such a handsome father, no wonder they're so beautiful. Their looks and figures are too stunning. Being beautiful is a given. All 7 of President Xu's linger are stunning beauties. Their appearance is secondary, the main thing is that each of them is incredibly talented. His truly a tiger father has no weak linger. Everyone discussed back and forth. A school leader who had previously picked up Xu Hao at the airport spotted them at a glance, and a smile immediately bloomed on his face. With a hint of flattery, he scurried over to Xu Hao and greeted him warmly. President Xu, you've arrived. Welcome, welcome. You must be tired from the journey. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all. It's our honor that you could come to our school. Hearing Xu Hao's words, the school leader responded with a smile and made a welcoming gesture with his hand. President Xu, please come in. As they walked inside, several other school leaders came forward to lead the way. Xu Hao and the others followed behind. Entering the campus, the environment was serene and quiet, filled with an academic atmosphere. They walked along a tree-lined path. The trees on both sides of the road were lush and green, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. A school leader smiled and introduced. These trees are quite old, they've witnessed the youthful years of generations of students. Every summer, this green shade is the students' favorite place to come. Xu Hao nodded slightly. The women looked around curiously, immersed in the atmosphere. They passed by an antique building. Another school leader introduced them. This is our school's old library. It was built when the school was founded, and although it has undergone several renovations, it still retains its original appearance. Xu Huai looked at the library curiously. That must be 100 years old, right? I suppose it contains many ancient texts. The school leader smiled even more brightly. Naturally. If you are interested, we can go inside and take a look. Xu Huai looked at Xu Hao, eager to try. If you want to go, you can. Xu Huai pouted. It was boring without Xu Hao accompanying her. Further ahead was an open lawn. There were some sculptures on the lawn. The school leader continued to explain. He led Xu Hao and his group on a tour. Along the way, they inevitably encountered students. Not to mention the identities of Xu Hao and the other two, even just being led by a group of school leaders would draw attention. A student showed a look of realization. I saw a group of school leaders from afar and thought, who has such a grand presence? It turns out to be President Xu. When can I become a big shot like President Xu? Beside him, his friend heard this and couldn't help but scoff. He patted him on the shoulder. What kind of pipe dream are you having? You don't even look at who President Xu is. You still want to compare yourself to him. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? Besides, how do you know I can't do it? You're dreaming. President Xu achieved a $1 trillion enterprise in just 2 years. He is a business legend. Unprecedented and unrepeatable. What do you have to compare with him? Well, that doesn't mean I have no chance at all, right? What if I suddenly become rich one day? At this moment, under the enthusiastic guidance of the leaders, Xu Hao and his group arrived at the auditorium. The 100th anniversary celebration of Capital University was to be held here. Red banners were already hung outside the auditorium. They read, "Centennial Celebration, Passing on the Torch," and other words. The atmosphere was warm, grand, and solemn. Principal Tang Egwo, dressed in formal attire, looked vigorous and was smiling as he greeted guests. Seeing Xu Hao and his group arrive, he hurried forward to welcome them. President Xu, welcome, welcome. After some pleasantries, Tang Egwo looked at Tang Ruoxi beside him and asked. Ruoxi, have you entertained President Xu well these past 2 days? Xu Hao spoke up for her. Ruoxi was very hospitable. She took us to visit many places and eat many imperial capital delicacies. Tang Ruoxi's heart raced as she listened, and her ears turned red. Wasn't that right? They had kissed, they had seen. At this moment, more guests arrived one after another. Tang Eguo looked at the time and said to Xu Hao. President Xu, I have arranged a seat for you. Please come this way. Xu Hao politely said. Elder brother Tang, you don't need to worry about me. Ruoxi can take me. You go entertain the others. Tang Ruoxi also quickly stepped forward and said. Dad, you go get busy. I'll take Uncle Xu. Tang Eguo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, instructing. Ruoxi, then you entertain President Xu and don't neglect him. He then smiled apologetically at Xu Hao. President Xu, I'll go get busy now. If you need anything, just tell Ruoxi. After Tang Eguo left, Tang Ruoxi said something to Xu Mingkong and Xu Wei, then led Xu Hao towards the front row. Xu Wei also wanted to follow. She was stopped by Xu Mingkong. The front row is for important invited guests. What are you going there for? Xu Wei smiled sheepishly. I just wanted to see. Xu Mingkong rolled her eyes and pulled her to a seat in the back row. Tang Ruoxi led Xu Hao through the crowd, and a beautiful figure came towards them, blocking their path. She was dressed in a Republic of China youth outfit, with a light blue diagonal collared short shirt on top and a black long skirt on the bottom. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, and her fair skin was flawless. Her large eyes were clear and bright, and as they moved, they seemed to hold countless stars. Beneath her high nose bridge, her lips were delicate and rosy. A faint smile played at the corner of her mouth. Her short, jet black hair reached her ears, and a few wisps of hair on her forehead gently swayed with the breeze. She stood there, tall and straight, exuding a vibrant and energetic spirit. She immediately said with a smile, Sister, I haven't seen you in 2 days. Where did you go? Tang Ruoxi, seeing the person, also smiled and said, I wasn't at school these past 2 days. Jinyu, why are you still wandering around here? You're a host, aren't you going to prepare? Tang Jinyu pouted. It's still early, I'll go later. Immediately, her gaze fell on Xu Hao beside Tang Ruoxi, and she was stunned. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes widened. Tang Ruoxi saw her reaction and introduced him. Jinyu, this is President Xu, the president of Xu's group, who was invited to attend our school's 100th anniversary celebration. She paused, then turned to Xu Hao and said, President Xu, this is my cousin, Tang Jinyu, one of the hosts for today's school anniversary. Tang Jinyu, the school beauty of Capital University, possessed both beauty and talent. Tang Jinyu came back to her senses, her eyes instantly lit up, and she was so excited that she became incoherent. Oh my goodness, it's really President Xu. President Xu, you are my idol. I've always been following you. I never expected to see you here today. Xu Hao smiled slightly, his tone gentle. Student Tang, you're too kind. I'm very happy to see you too. After her excitement, Tang Jinyu seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out a small notebook from her bag. She handed it to Xu Hao with both hands. President Xu, could I please ask you for an autograph? I really admire you. Xu Hao was a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet a fangirl female led here. That's right, she is the female lead. An aura of luck halo enveloped her head. Character, Tang Jinyu. Identity, School Beauty of Capital University, female led from, I have a daily sign-in system. Charm, 94 max 100. Strength, 10 normal person 10. Physique, 11 normal person 10. Spirit, 13 normal person 10. Affection, 45. Xu Hao's pupils slightly contracted. This was actually the female lead of a sign-in novel. It meant there was a protagonist with a sign-in system. The sign-in system was too buggy. Who knew what it would sign out? It posed a threat to him. He had to find that protagonist and eliminate him. He needed to slowly abuse the protagonist to harvest luck 700. But the sign-in protagonist was too overpowered, he didn't need such an overpowered leak, so it was better to deal with him quickly. Leaving him for one more day was being irresponsible with his own life. Seeing Xu Hao's stunned expression, Tang Ruoxi explained. Uncle Xu, this girl really likes you. She often talks about you in front of me. Xu Hao smiled and took the notebook, signing his name. His calligraphy had reached divine rank. Even a signature carried a concept. When Tang Jinyu took the signed book and looked at it, she experienced a moment of trance. After recovering, she carefully put it away as if it were a treasure. Thank you, President Xu, you are truly a good person. Tang Ruoxi also saw the name Xu Hao signed, and seeing the magnificent aura and concept, she was shocked again. How many more secrets did Xu Hao have? His writing was actually better than that of calligraphy masters. Tang Jinyu's eyes darted, looking at Tang Ruoxi, and she asked enviously. Sister, you actually call President Xu, uncle. How did you get to know President Xu? Thinking about the process of calling Xu Hao, uncle, Tang Ruoxi felt ashamed. She composed herself and said. Our school invited President Xu, and I've been entertaining him these past 2 days. Alright, children shouldn't inquire about adult matters. We can talk about anything else later. I need to take Uncle Xu to his seat. Hearing this, Tang Jinyu didn't ask any more questions, deciding to find out clearly later. If only she could also have such a good relationship with her idol. Then I'll lead the way for my idol, sister. You can go handle your matters, I'll take good care of my idol. Tang Ruoxi. Someone was trying to snatch her job. Idol, please come this way. She even made a gesture for Xu Hao to follow. Watching Tang Jinyu lead Xu Hao ahead, Tang Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, then followed behind, feeling uneasy. As they walked, a youth appeared before them. He wore a moon-white long shirt, a dark gray vest over it, and black trousers, a low-key yet elegant attire. His face was also exceptionally handsome. If Tang Jinyu was the school beauty, he was the campus heartthrob. Xu Hao's eyes flickered slightly when he saw him. He was just about to send a message to Hong Changwei once he reached his seat, asking her to investigate the protagonist's movements. He didn't expect him to appear proactively. Yesterday, I moved my brother's house, and I'll try to update more tomorrow. Chapter 607, Another Stir-Fry. Targeting the sister duo. Can't escape his grasp. Jinyu, the hosting is about to begin. Let's go rehearse. The youth walked closer and said to Tang Jinyu. The youth's name was Yi Xingchen. If Tang Jinyu was the school beauty, then he was the campus heartthrob. The two of them standing together were truly a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Rumors had been circulating in the school that they were a couple. Yi Xingchen was indeed pursuing Tang Jinyu. Through his continuous efforts, progress was quite smooth, and he was on the verge of success. He had already begun to look forward to a sweet romantic life with school beauty Tang. Should they hold hands first? Or kiss first? While asking Tang Jinyu, Yi Xingchen's gaze subtly fell on Xu Hao beside him. His eyes held a hint of vigilance. He had seen Tang Jinyu from afar, walking towards him with a handsome uncle. Ever since Yi Xingchen gained his outstanding looks and physique through the system, he had never met anyone whose charm could compare to his own. Today was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. He was about to win over Tang Jinyu. He didn't want any accidents to happen. So, seeing another man next to her, Yi Xingchen immediately became vigilant and followed to investigate. Xu Hao's eyes flashed. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's basic information appeared. Character: Yi Xingchen. Identity: Capital University student, protagonist from I Have a Daily Sign in System. Charm: 95 max 100. Strength: 2986 Dan Jin Peak. Physique: 2394 normal person 10. Spirit: 2287 normal person 10. Affection: 10. Xu Hao raised an eyebrow. Dan's strength's power, although not put in his eyes. But it still needed to be resolved quickly. Who knew if he would suddenly sign out something above the god realm? It was at the moment killing intent surfaced in his heart. Yi Xingchen suddenly felt his heart pound rapidly. He subconsciously looked at Xu Hao. This was his crisis warning ability, obtained through signing in, at work. This feeling was a warning of danger. However, as Xu Hao reigned in his killing intent, the sense of crisis instantly vanished, making Yi Xingchen think he had experienced an illusion. However, he knew in his heart. This crisis warning ability had saved him many times before. It had always been accurate and never wrong. Yi Xingchen frowned, looking at Xu Hao again, but found that he couldn't see through this person. A faint sense of unease welled up in his heart. No matter what, he had to be wary of this guy. Seeing Yi Xingchen blocking the way, Tang Jinyu waved her hand and said, "What's there to rehearse for such simple lines? If you think you're not proficient, go rehearse by yourself. I still have to send off my idol, I don't have time." Yi Xingchen asked doubtfully, "Idol? Who is it?" Tang Jinyu looked at him in surprise. "It's President Xu, didn't I tell you? Let me tell you, President Xu is amazing. In just 2 years, he created a behemoth like Xu's group, known as a business legend. Today, he was invited to attend our school's 100th anniversary celebration. Seeing Tang Jinyu babbling on, looking like a fangirl of Xu Hao, Yi Xingchen felt a sense of crisis. Instinctively not wanting Tang Jinyu to get close to Xu Hao, he advised. Jinyu, this hosting is very important. We should still do a little rehearsal. It's not too late to spend time with your idol after it's over. That's what he said. He had already made up his mind to trick Tang Jinyu into leaving first. He would then find a way to avoid contact with Xu Hao. Tang Jinyu frowned, somewhat impatiently saying, "Why are you so long-winded? I said no rehearsal, so no rehearsal. Don't waste my time here." At this moment, Tang Ruoxi walked over. She smiled at Tang Jinyu. "Jinyu, if you have something to do, go handle it first. I'll just send Uncle Xu over." Her voice carried a mature and pleasant tone. Yi Xingchen unconsciously looked at Tang Ruoxi. If Tang Jinyu was the school beauty, pure and lovely, then Tang Ruoxi was the most beautiful teacher, with a mature and elegant demeanor. The two women were also sisters. To say that Yi Xingchen had no thoughts about Tang Ruoxi would definitely be false. However, at this critical moment of pursuing Tang Jinyu, he couldn't be distracted. Once he had Tang Jinyu, he would make a move on Tang Ruoxi. As for whether he could win over Tang Ruoxi, the most beautiful professor, Yi Xingchen had no doubts. He was not just some ordinary student. No one knew that he had a secret. That was, he had obtained a magical golden finger, a system only found in web novels. It was also one of the coolest systems, the daily check-in system. With this system, he could get all sorts of rewards just by checking in every day. Back then, he was just a vocational student, and his grades were terrible. But with the help of the system, he successfully came to Capital University. He checked in for super high appearance, becoming the school heartthrob. Then he checked in for knowledge in various subjects, transforming into an academic ace. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he won over these two sisters, wasn't it? Tang Jinyu ignored Yi Xingchen and turned to Xu Hao, saying, "Uncle Xu, President Xu, can I call you Uncle Xu like elder sister?" Xu Hao smiled and said, "Of course you can." Tang Jinyu was delighted. "Uncle Xu, let's go, don't mind him." Xu Hao had a gentle expression. "Student Tang, don't say that, he's also doing it for the event." Tang Jinyu snorted. "But that can't delay me from seeing you off." Just like that, the two women led Xu Hao towards the auditorium and directly to the front row. Yi Xingchen looked at the backs of the three, his brows tightly furrowed. How did Professor Tang and that guy seem a bit off? The two women escorted Xu Hao to the front row of the auditorium. After settling him in, Tang Jinyu gave Xu Hao a sweet smile. "Uncle Xu, please rest here first, I need to go prepare." Tang Ruoxi also had matters to attend to. Before leaving, she said to Xu Hao, "If anything comes up, just call me." Xu Hao took his seat, and as luck would have it, next to him sat Lu Hongluan, the principal of Modu University. Lu Hongluan was wearing a well-fitted professional suit today, showcasing her graceful figure, with an elegant and capable demeanor. She slightly turned to the side and asked, "President Xu, did you enjoy your time in the imperial capital these past 2 days?" Although the two had a deep understanding of each other's relationship, in this setting, she was very careful to maintain propriety, not letting others see anything unusual. Xu Hao revealed a smile. "It's all right, it's just a pity. I was hoping we could explore together, but you ran off alone." Lu Hongluan's face flushed slightly. She awkwardly explained, "I had things to deal with, you know." In truth, she also longed to spend more time with Xu Hao. But as soon as she thought of Xu Wei also being there, she really didn't know how to face this student. She couldn't show affection with her father in front of her Linger. Especially when Linger knew everything. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Xu Hao stopped teasing her. "All right, I know you're busy. You can't hide from me after the celebration ends." Time slowly passed as the two chatted. Before long, the expected guests arrived one after another, and the vast auditorium was filled with people, bustling with excitement. Music began to play at the opportune moment. The school heartthrob and school beauty duo of Capital University, Yi Xingchen and Tang Jinyu, came onto the stage as hosts. They delivered the opening remarks for this 100th anniversary celebration. Yi Xingchen held the microphone, and his infectious voice rang out. "Respected leaders, dear teachers, students, and all distinguished guests present, hello everyone." After a pause, he continued. Today, we gather here to collectively usher in the grand 100th anniversary celebration of Capital University. A century of trials and tribulations, a century of forging ahead, Capital University is like a giant ship breaking through waves in the ocean of knowledge, carrying the dreams and hopes of generations of students. Tang Jinyu immediately picked up the conversation. Looking back, countless predecessors toiled and sowed wisdom here, forging for us the profound academic foundation and excellent campus culture we have today. And now, standing at this new century mark, we are filled with pride, looking forward to the infinite possibilities of the future. Chapter 608. Strangle the protagonist in the cradle. Kidnap the female lead. Publicly humiliate her. As the host's opening remarks concluded, the lights in the auditorium dimmed slightly. Everyone's gaze focused on the projection screen on the high stage. The anniversary promotional video began to play. First, it showed Capital University's old site from 100 years ago, dilapidated buildings, stone paths, and gentlemen in long gowns carrying books walking towards classrooms. Then the scenes flowed, showing changes year by year. Teachers and students collaboratively built teaching buildings, the library expanded, and the sports field was renovated. Discipline-specific laboratories increased, and campus greenery improved. In the promotional video, the university grew more prosperous like a growing tree, witnessing its developmental strides. It immersed everyone present. After it finished playing, the hosts came onto the stage again. Yi Xingchen slowly began to speak. At this grand centenary celebration, we not only look back at the past but also look forward to the future. The glory of Capital University is inseparable from the efforts of every teacher and student, and even more so from the guidance of our beloved principal. Tang Jinyu smiled slightly, turning her gaze to one side of the stage. Next, please welcome our esteemed principal Mr. Tang Egwo, to deliver his address. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as her words fell, thunderous applause erupted in the auditorium. All eyes focused on one side of the stage. Principal Tang Egwo was seen slowly walking onto the stage. Yi Xingchen and Tang Jinyu bowed slightly, retreated to one side of the stage, and handed the stage over to the principal. Tang Egwo stood before the microphone. He gently rested both hands on the podium, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the audience. Colleagues, students, distinguished guests. He began to speak slowly, his voice echoing through the auditorium. 100 years ago, Capital University was born amidst desolation. At that time, we only had a few simple classrooms, a few teachers full of ideals, and a group of students eager for knowledge. However, it was precisely these seemingly insignificant beginnings that laid the foundation for our glory today. In the very front row of the audience, Lu Hongluan, who would also be speaking on stage later, occasionally lowered her head to look at the documents on the table, noting down every sentence. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes at such an important occasion. Just as she was fully focused, suddenly, she felt a chill on her leg. The sudden strangeness startled her, and Lu Hongluan's heart jumped into her throat. She quickly looked down. She found a hand resting on her leg, gently caressing it. Following that hand, who else could it be but Xu Hao? Seeing her look, Xu Hao even winked at her. Lu Hongluan was both anxious and afraid. She quickly signaled Xu Hao with her eyes to remove his hand. One must know, the auditorium was full of people at this moment. Although there was a table blocking them, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be discovered by others at any moment. If she were really discovered, she would be completely ruined. However, Xu Hao seemed not to see her gaze and continued to act as he pleased. Lu Hongluan was anxious, yet she dared not make any large movements. After all, there were people all around, and the slightest carelessness would attract attention. She sat up straight, blocking Xu Hao's hand. Then, feigning nonchalance, she slowly reached her hand under the table. She wanted to push that restless hand away. But Xu Hao grabbed her hand with his backhand, gently playing with it. The warmth and caressing sensation from her palm made Lu Hongluan's face flush slightly, and her heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. What Lu Hongluan didn't know was, there were precisely 3 people in the auditorium who noticed their unusual actions. 2 of them were the hosts, Tang Jinyu and Yi Xingchen, standing on either side of the high stage. Tang Jinyu regarded Xu Hao as an idol, constantly paying attention to him. At this moment, Xu Hao sat there, exuding a gentle and refreshing demeanor. It deeply attracted her gaze. She also saw the unnaturalness of Lu Hongluan's expression. But she was innocent and naive, not understanding the reason, so she didn't take it seriously. Yi Xingchen was different. He recalled the sense of crisis he had felt from Xu Hao earlier. Therefore, he had been vigilantly observing Xu Hao. Naturally, he paid a bit more attention to Lu Hongluan, who was sitting next to Xu Hao. Lu Hongluan, whether in appearance or figure, was no worse than the twin beauties Tang Jinyu and Tang Ruoxi. Yi Xingchen saw her flustered expression in her hand reaching under the table, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Upon closer observation, Xu Hao's right hand was also extended underneath. A thought popped into his mind. Could it be that Xu Hao was molesting Principal Lu? There was also another person. It was Qin Tian, who had just rushed over from the hotel. As soon as he rushed into the auditorium, he eagerly searched for Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. Tang Ruoxi was already on the verge of falling. Qin Tian was afraid that the two would really sit together as he had foreseen in the future. Xu Hao bullying Tang Ruoxi under the table. When he saw that Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao were not together, Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Inadvertently, he also saw Lu Hongluan's unusual expression, and immediately thought of the scene when he saw Tang Ruoxi in his dream. How similar this scene was. He watched Xu Hao and Lu Hongluan exchange glances. Then, thinking of how Lu Hongluan was subtly even more charming than Tang Ruoxi, Qin Tian couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a waste of a beautiful flower on a pile of cow dung. Although he was very unconvinced in his heart, since it wasn't Tang Ruoxi encountering this, he didn't bother to meddle. Xu Hao toyed with Lu Hongluan's hand and leg. Lu Hongluan had no choice but to continue pretending as if nothing was happening. She kept praying that no one would discover them. Xu Hao pressed her hand. She looked over in confusion, only to see Xu Hao giving her a look, signaling her to look in a certain direction. Lu Hongluan followed his gaze. At this, she was so startled she almost cried out. It turned out Yi Xingchen was looking at her with a complicated expression. Lu Hongluan was terrified and quickly pulled her hand from under the table, her face burning. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen became even more certain of his thought. The two of them were definitely not behaving under the table. He recalled the information about Xu Hao he had just searched for online. He was over 50 years old. Yet he still played such games. At the same time, he became even more wary of Xu Hao. Tang Jinyu regarded him as an idol. If Xu Hao had ill intentions towards her, Tang Jinyu would probably be sold and still foolishly count money for him. Yi Xingchen also understood now. No wonder he had felt the atmosphere between Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi was a bit off before. Now it seemed, it wouldn't be long until she completely fell for him. No, these two sisters were the ones he had his eyes on. He had to find a way to stop it. Ding Lu Hongluan felt extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 999. Ding Yi Xingchen felt displeased, emotion value plus 888. Finally, the principal's lengthy speech concluded. A round of applause erupted in the auditorium. Next was the segment for inviting distinguished guests to speak. Please welcome Mr. Xu Hao, the president of Xu's group, to the stage to deliver his address. Tang Jinyu's voice echoed throughout the auditorium through the microphone. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to him. Xu Hao calmly stood up and walked towards the high platform. Lu Hongluan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he left. If he hadn't, she would have almost given up. Xu Hao stood at the podium, smiling, and began his speech. Although the content was mostly boilerplate, the audience below still listened with great interest. Xu's group had a well-known reputation, and everyone wanted to hear some valuable information from his mouth. After Xu Hao finished speaking, one by one, people of status and position successively came to the stage. Lu Hongluan was among them. When she returned to her seat, Xu Hao's hand naturally rested on her leg again. How could one pass such a boring time without finding some fun? Lu Hongluan was helpless and could only silently endure. The morning lecture concluded. In the auditorium, the crowd began to disperse, but many people walked towards Xu Hao, actively greeting him. Xu's group was not only a trillion-dollar enterprise, but also had limitless potential, with leading technologies being introduced one after another. Everyone wanted to leave a good impression on Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled and responded to each of them, taking advantage of the moment Xu Hao was surrounded by the crowd. Lu Hongluan quietly slipped out of the auditorium. She didn't go to the cafeteria but went straight back to the dormitory the school had arranged for her. She urgently needed to change her clothes, mainly her pants. Just as Xu Hao was exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Tang Ruoxi walked over, leading a group of people to the restaurant for a meal. Tang Jinyu followed, wanting to find an opportunity to interact more with Xu Hao, as he was her idol. Yi Xingqian and Qin Tian also followed behind. Both of their expressions were very displeased. Xu Hao secretly thought it was a pity. Both female leads and both protagonists were gathered. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have definitely reaped a crazy harvest. After lunch, Principal Tang Egwo led everyone on a tour of the school. The campus had beautiful scenery, ancient and elegant architecture, and a strong academic atmosphere. Xu Hao listened to the principal's introduction while occasionally chatting with those around him, at ease. In the evening, a grand cultural performance was held on the sports field. The audience watched the programs on stage intently. Tang Jinyu also had a performance, dancing. She was seen wearing a white dance dress, dancing gracefully on the stage, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Every movement was light and graceful, her skirt swirling as she spun, like a blossoming flower. Every gesture firmly attracted everyone's attention. After the performance, Tang Jinyu bowed slightly. Immediately, applause erupted from the audience. They were all captivated by her dance. Xu Hao watched her performance. After Tang Jinyu left the stage, he calmly took out his phone, composed a message, and sent it. Action. In a dim corner of the sports field, a ghost-like figure was hidden. She was a limitless female assassin, responsible for this mission. She constantly watched the direction of Tang Jinyu and Yi Xingqian. Upon receiving the message, the female assassin immediately acted. Her posture was agile, and she made almost no sound when moving, using the shadows cast by the trees along the edge of the sports field. In the opportune moment when the crowd was focused on the performance, with no time to look elsewhere, he crept towards Tang Jinyu's location. Tang Jinyu had just come off the stage. The moment she turned a corner, a dark figure darted out. The speed was so fast that she had no time to react. A hand chop landed on her back. Tang Jinyu instantly fainted. The female assassin hoisted her up and ran outside. Everything happened too quickly, and no one noticed. However, the female assassin deliberately released a trace of qi, allowing Yi Xingqian to sense it. On the playground, Yi Xingqian, holding a bouquet of flowers, had been watching Tang Jinyu, planning to confess when she came over. Suddenly sensing that icy qi, his heart tightened, and he quickly looked. He only saw a dark figure. It seemed to be carrying someone. Wait, isn't the Tang Jinyu? She was kidnapped by that dark figure. Yi Xingqian immediately gave chase without a word. Little did he know, a large net targeting him had already been cast and was slowly closing in. Chapter 609, The Mastermind Appears. A self-directed and self-acted play. Hunting time. The performance on stage continued. The audience below watched the show with great interest. Beside Xu Hao, Tang Ruoxi frowned. Her Zhao Linger had said she would come find them after her performance. She waited and waited, but still, her Zhao Linger was nowhere to be seen. Tang Ruoxi took out her phone and dialed Tang Jinyu's number. After a few beeps, it was suddenly hung up. Her frown deepened. An ominous premonition welled up in her heart. Xu Hao, taking in her expression, feigned concern and asked. Ruoxi, what's wrong? Tang Ruoxi composed herself and said. Uncle Xu, didn't Jinyu say she would come find us after her performance? But she hasn't come yet. I called her, and she hung up on me. I'm a bit worried. Xu Hao looked thoughtful. Could it be that she temporarily encountered something and isn't convenient to answer the phone right now? Tang Ruoxi shook her head, her tone firm. That's impossible. She knew Jinyu too well. Even if she was busy and couldn't answer the phone, at most she would just hang up. She might even call back after hanging up. It was impossible for her to turn off her phone directly. And it's been so long, I haven't seen her. Then you mean? Tang Ruoxi bit her lip, her eyes full of worry. I'm worried something might have happened. Uncle Xu comforted her. Ruoxi, don't worry. Perhaps you're overthinking it, and she's just temporarily busy with something. How about this, you can first ask her close friends to see if anyone knows where she went. Then go check the nearby surveillance. Maybe you'll find some clues. Don't panic. Even if it's the worst case scenario, if something really did happen, I will use all my power to find her. I don't want my fans to be in trouble. After listening to Uncle Xu, Tang Ruoxi felt as if she had taken a calming pill, and her emotions eased slightly. Then I'll go ask right away. With that, she turned and left in a hurry. Not long after, Tang Ruoxi ran back, but this time her expression was panicked. Xu Hao hurried forward and asked, Ruoxi, you look so flustered. What happened? Tang Ruoxi's words were disjointed. Uncle Xu, Jinyu has been kidnapped. Xu Hao's face became solemn. What exactly happened? Speak slowly, don't rush. After calming herself down, Tang Ruoxi began to recount what happened. She first went to find a few classmates who performed with Jinyu. They all said that they hadn't seen Jinyu since her performance ended. She quickly went to check the surveillance footage of the path from the stage. She saw the scene of Tang Jinyu being kidnapped. Tang Ruoxi recalled that moment. Jinyu turned a corner, and a dark figure suddenly appeared, then knocked her out and took her away. Uncle Xu, do you think Jinyu will be in danger? Xu Hao patted Tang Ruoxi's shoulder to comfort her. She'll definitely be fine. Even if I use all my power, I will rescue her. Tang Ruoxi seemed to suddenly remember something, quickly took out her phone, and said. Right, saving her, we should call the police right away. Xu Hao, however, pressed down on her hand. Ruoxi, don't rush to call the police yet. Calling the police won't be very useful in this situation. I'll first call my bodyguard over to see if she can track people through their qi. It's best if she can find clues. If not, it's not too late for us to call the police. Saying that, he picked up the phone, dialed a number, and said to the other end. Hong Changwei, come over here. There's an urgent matter I need your help with. After thinking carefully about Xu Hao's words, Tang Ruoxi felt he had a point. They didn't even know where the kidnappers had taken the person. Police officers wouldn't be able to handle it if they came. She could only pray that Xu Hao's bodyguard could find clues. Soon after, Hong Changwei arrived. Xu Hao explained the situation to her. Hong Changwei, see if you can find clues and track the person down. Hong Changwei nodded. First, take me to the kidnapping location. Tang Ruoxi immediately led Xu Hao and Hong Changwei to that corner. Hong Changwei slightly closed her eyes, as if she was perceiving something with her heart. Actually, this kidnapping mission was issued by her. Naturally, she knew where Tang Jinyu had been taken. At this moment, she was just putting on a show. Tang Ruoxi stared at Hong Changwei without blinking. Her hands were tightly clasped together, praying for some discovery. Not long after, Hong Changwei suddenly opened her eyes. Xu Hao immediately asked, how is it? Did you find any clues? Tang Ruoxi's heart instantly leapt to her throat. Hong Changwei stretched out her hand and pointed in one direction. I sensed it, they went this way. Xu Hao's spirits lifted, and he said eagerly. Hurry and take us there. Hong Changwei responded and turned to quickly get in the car. Seeing that Tang Ruoxi was still worried, Uncle Xu patted her back to comfort her. Ruoxi, don't worry, we've already found a clue. I promise you, I will bring Jinyu back safely, so rest assured. Tang Ruoxi immediately looked at Uncle Xu gratefully. Uncle Xu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Why say such things? If that's the case, I haven't thanked you for taking us to tour the imperial capital. There's no need for thanks, let's rescue Jinyu first. At this moment, Hong Changwei drove the car over. After the two got in the car, Hong Changwei stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow from a bowstring, heading towards the outskirts of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, after Tang Jinyu was knocked out and abducted, Yi Xingqian didn't even think, he just ran after her. The female assassin acted according to Uncle Xu's prior instructions. Carrying Tang Jinyu, she ran towards the outskirts. While speeding, she controlled her pace. She couldn't let Yi Xingqian lose her, nor could she let him catch up. She maintained a steady distance, neither too fast nor too slow. The goal was to give him a glimmer of hope, to keep Yi Xingqian chasing. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, running with all his might, but could only close the distance by a tiny bit. He sped all the way to the outskirts. The surroundings were desolate, with only the rustling of the wind, and a vast emptiness. When the female assassin reached the designated spot, she slowly reduced her speed. Yi Xingqian suddenly lunged forward. He stood in front of the female assassin, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on her. Put her down, and I can let you go, as if nothing happened. The female assassin, however, had a cold expression, with no ripples in her eyes, and said in an icy tone. Get out of the way, don't meddle in others' business. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Xingchen was infuriated. How does this have nothing to do with me? She's about to become my girlfriend, and you've ruined it. Leave her here, or don't blame me for making a move and leaving you here instead. The female assassin was unmoved, her expression disdainful. HMPH, what big talk. You think you can stop me? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in anger. Quickly release her, don't force me to act. Seeing Yi Xingchen's persistence, the female assassin thought she needed to stall for more time, so she said. Big talk. Then tell me, why should I release her? Do you think you can stop me? Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. As long as I have a breath left, I won't let you take her away. The female assassin seemed to be provoked. Her eyes hardened, and she drew a dagger from her waist. She held it against Tang Jinyu's neck and said fiercely. If you dare to take another step forward, do you believe I'll act right now? I don't have much patience. If you don't want her to die, get out of my way. Yi Xingchen didn't expect the kidnapper to pull such a trick. Looking at the dagger against Tang Jinyu's neck, his heart was in a panic, and he quickly said. Don't be rash, let's talk calmly. First, put the knife down. We can discuss what you want. The female assassin, however, sneered. Discuss. HMPH now you're scared. Too late. Unless you disappear immediately, otherwise, my hand might lose control. Yi Xingchen was burning with anxiety. He stared intently at the female assassin holding Tang Jinyu hostage. He wanted to save her but didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only remain in this stalemate. He had thought about quickly taking action to save Tang Jinyu. But the opponent's strength was no weaker than his. Once he made a move, he was afraid she would harm Tang Jinyu. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, constantly calculating a countermeasure in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Yi Xingchen remembered that he still had one sign-in left for the day. Maybe he could sign in for something useful. To help him turn the situation around. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, praying for a useful item to appear from the sign-in. At the same time, he silently chanted. System, sign in. Whoosh. Yi Xingchen felt a warm current surge through his body. It quickly flowed throughout his entire being, improving his physique and enhancing his strength. After everything was over, he subconsciously clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. He felt terrifyingly strong now. Yi Xingchen's previously taut nerves relaxed slightly, revealing a relieved smile. Because just now, he had signed in and gained God Realm strength. Saving Tang Jinyu was more than enough. Yi Xingchen looked at the female assassin again. Upon this look, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be surprised. Under his current God Realm perception, he was astonished to discover that the female assassin's strength was actually at the Emperor Realm. So why would she stop here? Still in a stalemate, negotiating with himself. Yi Xingchen immediately felt that something was wrong. But soon, she dispelled these thoughts. The most urgent task now was to save Tang Jinyu. Yi Xingchen's expression was icy, like frost in the dead of winter, as he spoke coldly. I'll give you one more chance. Put her down, and I'll spare your life. The female assassin's face was solemn. Just now, she had noticed Yi Xingchen's aura skyrocketing, reaching beyond the Emperor Realm. She was full of questions, her face blank. Isn't this guy just Dan's strength? Her leader, Red Rose, had sent her to carry out this mission. She had thought it was overkill at the time. How did he suddenly become a God Realm expert in a moment? What now? Facing a God Realm expert, she was no match at all. She wasn't afraid of death, only of failing her master's mission. It was at this moment that she sensed Xu Hao's aura and relaxed. Master is here. I've completed the mission successfully. I just need to stall for a moment longer. So, the female assassin bit the bullet and said, you let me go first, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to her. Yi Xingchen was no longer in the mood to waste words with her. With a cold snort, he released the vast pressure of the God Realm, overwhelming the female assassin. Boom! The female assassin immediately felt immense pressure, as if an enormous mountain was pressing down on her, rendering her immobile. Yi Xingchen smiled evilly, a hint of casualness in his eyes, as he walked step by step towards the female assassin. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't take it, so don't leave now. just as Yi Xingqian approached and reached out to take Tang Jinyu from the female assassin's hands. Suddenly, a strong sense of life or death crisis emerged in his heart without warning. It was his crisis warning functioning. Yi Xingqian instinctively dodged to the side. The speed of the God realm was extreme. But even so, he couldn't completely avoid it. A blade slashed down from his side, accompanied by a ripping sound, and his clothes were torn open. A piece of flesh was brutally sliced from Yi Xingqian's arm. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and flashed a great distance away. Only then did he stop, still shaken, and look back. If it weren't for the crisis warning, if it weren't for his instinctive dodge, he would have been cut in half by that blade. And when he saw who it was, Yi Xingqian's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He saw Xu Hao, holding a blade, standing precisely where he had been moments ago. It was Xu Hao who had suddenly launched a sneak attack. Chapter 610, Taking the Little Female Lead to the Bridal Chamber. A wonderful taste. Torturing the protagonist. Moments before, Red Rose drove her car at high speed. Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi sat in the back seat. Suddenly, Xu Hao frowned. He sensed Yi Xingqian's aura rapidly rising, directly entering the God realm. Xu Hao was not surprised by this. Although he had seen Yi Xingqian's basic information, he was only Dan's strength, very easy to deal with. But that was the protagonist, and he had a system. Xu Hao didn't know if his daily sign-in system had been used today. That's why he didn't make a move at the school. Instead, he lured him out first. Xu Hao was very cautious, only sending an early-stage Emperor Realm assassin, not a God Realm one. He was afraid the protagonist would sign in for something even more powerful. If he sent a God Realm expert, and the protagonist signed in for something above God Realm, that would be tragic. Emperor Realm was just right. Even if he signed in for God Realm, he could still handle it. Everything was under his control. Xu Hao raised his hand and gently waved it in front of the nervous Tang Ruoxi, activating divine rank hypnosis. Tang Ruoxi's eyes became hazy, then slowly closed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh! Xu Hao's figure flickered, instantly appearing outside the car. With his clairvoyance, he immediately saw from afar that Yi Xingqian was approaching the female assassin step by step. Xu Hao reached out and summoned a flying sword, holding it in his hand. Immediately after, another teleportation. He appeared like a ghost beside Yi Xingqian. Without a word, he raised the flying sword in his hand and slashed it fiercely at Yi Xingqian. Thus, the scene just now unfolded. Master. The female assassin saw Xu Hao appear and was about to salute. She was still holding Tang Jinyu in her arms. Xu Hao slightly raised his hand, signaling her not to be overly polite. His gaze fell on Tang Jinyu's face. She was still unconscious, her long eyelashes fluttering, a hint of blush on her cheeks, looking quite adorable. Xu Hao reached out and pinched her cheek. Yi Xingqian's face changed drastically at the sight, and he roared. Take your dirty hands off her, Xu Hao. So it was you who kidnapped Jinyu. Release her immediately. Xu Hao turned his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his lips. What if I don't? You're looking for death. Yi Xingqian's face was grim. A killing intent emanated from him. He focused his senses and found that Xu Hao was only Emperor Realm peak. If it were before, he would indeed be powerless. Now he had already entered the God Realm late stage. In front of the God Realm, the Emperor Realm was like an ant, let alone him, who had reached the late stage. As for his injury just now, it was because Xu Hao's sneak attack had made him suffer a loss. With this thought, Yi Xingqian no longer hesitated. He immediately released the vast aura of the God Realm, enveloping Xu Hao. Xu Hao immediately felt a powerful aura rush towards him. However, it was still within his tolerable range. His eyes flashed, and he pretended to have a stiff expression, showing a pained look of enduring immense pressure. As if he was about to be crushed by this aura the next second. Nothing more than this. Yi Xingqian snorted coldly. Then his figure flickered, like a stream of light, quickly rushing towards Xu Hao. On the way, he clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. Smashing towards Xu Hao's head. The wind from his fist howled, tearing through the air wherever it passed. If this punch hit, his head would definitely explode. Watching the punch get closer and closer to Xu Hao. A cruel glint flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes. Daring to kidnap his woman, this was the consequence. Just at this critical moment, Xu Hao's expression of enduring immense pressure suddenly changed. A playful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Xingqian was startled, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. No sooner said than done. Xu Hao activated teleportation, instantly disappearing from his original spot, and the next moment he appeared to Yi Xingqian's left. The flying sword in his hand swept horizontally, moving at extreme speed. The sudden change caught Yi Xingqian completely off guard. The crisis warning popped up again. He instinctively moved sideways. But the flying sword's speed was too fast. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he still couldn't completely avoid it. The blade cut a long gash on his waist, and blood gushed out like a spring, staining his clothes red. Yi Xingqian groaned in pain and teleported far away again. After quickly pressing several points on his body to stop the bleeding, he looked at Xu Hao with surprise and uncertainty. What's going on? Xu Hao clearly only had Emperor Realm peak strength. How could his speed be faster than him? Moreover, that sword was too sharp, easily cutting through his divine body. Yi Xingqian stared intently at the sword in Xu Hao's hand. He felt apprehensive and did not dare to rush forward rashly. Xu Hao showed a hint of disdainful smile, hooked his finger at Yi Xingqian, full of provocation. Yi Xingqian was instantly enraged. Ever since he obtained the sign-in system, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His face turned red with anger. Xu Hao, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? He looked around and saw a discarded steel pipe not far away. Yi Xingqian darted forward, picked up the steel pipe, and held it in his hand. He rushed towards Xu Hao again, raised the steel pipe high, and used all his strength to smash it at Xu Hao. Xu Hao's expression remained unchanged, he simply swung his sword. The steel pipe was cut into two pieces like tofu. Yi Xingqian's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Xu Hao's figure flickered, teleporting close to him. Then he activated his metal manipulation ability. His foot and leg turned into hard metal, and he kicked towards Yi Xingqian's waist. Boom! As if struck by a comet, Yi Xingqian uncontrollably flew backward, smashing heavily onto the ground. He created a human-shaped pit, with sand and stones splashing and dust flying. After a long while, Yi Xingqian climbed out of the pit. Clutching his faintly aching waist, he was extremely shocked. How could an Emperor Realm peak possess such immense strength? Yi Xingqian was greatly shaken, his brows furrowed tightly. Ding. Yi Xingqian is extremely shocked, emotional value plus 888. Ding. Yi Xingqian's mind is unstable, emotional value plus 999. Tisk. Xu Hao clicked his tongue. This little protagonist mentality isn't good. Thinking of harvesting more emotional value, he threw his sword aside and looked at Yi Xingqian provocatively. Is this all your strength? It's completely insignificant. How about this, I won't use a weapon, let's see if you can even touch my clothes. Yi Xingqian's face was incredibly gloomy. What was this? He was being completely disregarded. Rage burned fiercely. Xu Hao, you're going too far. As soon as his voice fell, he had already rushed in front of Xu Hao. But just as he was about to make his move, Xu Hao manipulated the ground beneath him to sink. Yi Xingqian's figure swayed, unable to stand firm. Xu Hao seized this opportunity, once again turned his fist into metal, and also covered it with a layer of lightning. He punched Yi Xingqian's chest. Boom! Yi Xingqian was hit as expected. He vaguely heard a cracking sound, and he flew backward. This time, lightning also entered his body, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and his hair stood on end. Yi Xingqian climbed up from the ground, his expression changing erratically. What the hell? How could Xu Hao's hand be imbued with lightning? And what was with the ground suddenly sinking just now? Xu Hao continued to provoke him. Useless trash, still coming to rescue someone, who gave you the courage? If you don't show some real skill, don't blame me for taking my little fan girl to the bridal chamber, I'm sure the taste will be wonderful. Yi Xingqian trembled with anger. He couldn't tolerate such humiliation, his eyes blazing with fury, he charged madly towards Xu Hao. But this time, when he rushed in front of him, he found that Xu Hao had disappeared. He widened his eyes, looking around, but still saw no one. Where did this guy go? If Xu Hao's previous teleportation next to him could be explained by his speed, his disappearance this time was completely unexplainable. If it weren't for the sword still in the distance, the large crater previously made in the ground, and the real wounds on his body, Yi Xingqian would have thought he was hallucinating. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger came from his back, and Yi Xingqian had no time to dodge. It was Xu Hao, who had used invisibility and kicked him hard in the back. Yi Xingqian fell into another large crater. He struggled to crawl out of the pit, spat out a mouthful of blood with a "wow," and his eyes were full of resentment. Xu Hao continued to torment him. "You're still not convinced when I say you're a good-for-nothing. A dignified God realm expert, beaten like a dog by me." Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth in hatred, a surge of qi rushed up, followed by a sweetness in his throat, almost making him spit out fresh blood again. He forcefully suppressed it. He stared intently at Xu Hao. This guy was too bizarre. Who knows how many more tricks he has, I need to be careful. 0 for fresh flowers 0. Xu Hao spoke playfully. Since you're not making a move, it's my turn. Yi Xingqian immediately became vigilant, guarding against Xu Hao attacking him. Seeing Xu Hao standing there, with no movement for a long time, Yi Xingqian was puzzled. Just then, he felt his feet unstable, and he sank into the ground. The surrounding soil seemed to come alive, beginning to wildly squeeze him. Yi Xingqian was greatly alarmed. This was absolutely insane. Xu Hao could actually control the earth. Without thinking further, he quickly used his divine power. It took a great deal of effort to break through the soil and emerge. But as soon as he broke out, countless metals from all around shot towards him wildly. The scene was magnificent. If it were swords, it would be like 10,000 swords returning to their origin. It was Xu Hao controlling metal to attack him. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth and resisted, then landed on a tree, panting slightly. He couldn't touch the ground, so standing on a tree was fine, right? However, before he could even take a breath, his feet were entangled by vines. They kept pulling him towards the ground. In the air, tree branches also attacked him. This guy, he can even control trees. Yi Xingqian was completely numb. Breaking free from the vines, Yi Xingqian stood firm, looking at Xu Hao with extreme dread. He didn't see Xu Hao, only 2 fireballs and water balls whistling towards him. Xu Hao had too many tricks, one after another. Yi Xingqian was injured earlier, and after this series of dodges, his movements became much slower. He was hit squarely by the fireballs and water balls. His clothes were scorched, and a puff of smoke rose. Finally, he landed embarrassingly on a large stone. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Isn't this an ability? Xu Hao actually mastered these superpowers. And the lightning from before. No wonder Xu Hao was so fast just now. It shouldn't be fast speed, but teleportation, a spatial ability. Damn it, with so many abilities, how was he supposed to fight? Yi Xingqian's mentality collapsed. He had to admit that he was no match for Xu Hao at all. Now he could only avoid his sharp edge. He looked at Tang Jinyu, who was being held by the female assassin not far away. First, save Tang Jinyu, then quickly escape. So, Yi Xingqian stared at Xu Hao, slowly approaching the female assassin. Xu Hao watched his actions, not caring at all, observing at his leisure. Feeling the time was right, Yi Xingqian rushed towards the female assassin, wanting to snatch Tang Ruoxi. Xu Hao didn't even bother to make a move, directly summoning a bolt of lightning and striking Yi Xingqian with it. Ah! Yi Xingqian was struck, the lightning stimulating his wounds, making him unable to help but scream. He endured the intense pain and flashed to the side. Does Xu Hao's ability have no limits? This was completely unwinnable. Ding! Yi Xingqian's mentality exploded, emotion value plus 1001. Ding! Yi Xingqian was deeply struck. He couldn't win, nor could he save anyone, so he could only escape himself first. As long as the green hills remain, there will be wood to burn. He still had the system. Perhaps one day he could also sign in for ability rewards. As long as he was given time, he would definitely get back at Xu Hao. Thinking this, Yi Xingqian slowly retreated. Xu Hao saw through his thoughts and said with a playful smile. Just leaving like that, not saving the school beauty. Then I'll be the groom tonight. Yi Xingqian was conflicted. Yes, Xu Hao captured Tang Jinyu, surely with ill intentions. If he left, Tang Jinyu would be in danger. He wanted to save her, but with Xu Hao there, it was impossible. His face darkened, and he said fiercely. Xu Hao, if you dare to touch Jinyu, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Hey! Xu Hao chuckled softly. Threatening me, he turned and waved to the female assassin. The female assassin immediately came from afar, still holding Tang Jinyu in her arms. Xu Hao held her in his arms and gave Yi Xingqian a provocative look. Then he lowered his head, lightly pecked Tang Jinyu's lips, and even deliberately smacked his lips. What's wrong with me touching her? Not only did I touch her, I even kissed her. What can you do to me? Chapter 611, The Taste of Sisters. Rest in peace, I will raise your girlfriend. What can you do to me? Xu Hao's expression was playful. Yi Xingqian's chest heaved violently, panting heavily, staring intently at Xu Hao. Xu Hao, I want you dead. Before he finished speaking, he charged towards Xu Hao like a raging lion. Despite his overwhelming anger, Yi Xingqian's heart was very calm. He was constantly guarding against Xu Hao's strange and varied methods. Xu Hao had a relaxed expression, the playful look at the corner of his mouth unchanged. He constantly used teleportation to dodge, moving so fast that only illusory streaks of light remained, dazzling the eyes. What was even more infuriating was that he was holding Tang Jinyu in his arms, and his hand was still restlessly wandering. Yi Xingqian was so angry that his teeth itched, and his attacks became even more ferocious. However, although his attacks were fierce, they always missed. After several attempts, he couldn't even touch the corner of Xu Hao's clothes. He was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. If you have the guts, don't hide and fight me openly and honestly. What kind of man only hides and dodges? Xu Hao's figure flickered, appearing dozens of meters away. He raised his eyebrows and replied, whether I am a man or not is none of your concern. You should worry more about yourself. Later, your little girlfriend will know whether I am a man or not. He. He let out the villain's exclusive laugh. Ah. Yi Xingqian trembled with anger, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. Ding. Yi Xingqian is furious, emotion value +1001. Xu Hao began his frantic harvesting. From time to time, he would reach out his salty pig hand towards Tang Jinyu. Yi Xingqian attacked again and again, but because of Xu Hao's teleportation, he missed every time. Damn it! Yi Xingqian's eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were ground to dust. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught sight of a flying sword stuck in the ground not far away. It was the one Xu Hao had thrown there. Under the moonlight, the sword body gleamed with a cold light. It was clearly a sharp weapon that could cut through metal like mud. Yi Xingqian's heart stirred. He knew how powerful this sword was. If he could get this sword, perhaps he could break the current stalemate. Thinking of it, he acted on it. After another missed attack on Xu Hao, he turned and rushed towards the flying sword. Just as he approached the flying sword, with a wave of Xu Hao's hand, the flying sword, hearing its master's call, flew into his hand with a whoosh. Watching the sword fly up with his own eyes, Yi Xingqian was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Telekinesis. In shock, he still maintained his forward-charging posture, stumbling and nearly falling. Steadying himself, Yi Xingqian looked at Xu Hao again, feeling a sense of powerlessness. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't do anything to Xu Hao. It was impossible to save Tang Jinyu. And if this continued, he would be exhausted to death. He had to retreat first. But Tang Jinyu was still in his hands. Before leaving, he had to give Xu Hao a warning. Xu Hao, I've note this debt today, and I'll settle it with you later. Jinyu is in your hands. If you dare to harm a single hair on her, I will definitely make you regret it. Yi Xingqian, keep my word. You have several linger, and none of them will escape. Xu Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in them, and he said indifferently, I'm just afraid you won't have that chance. Yi Xingqian's heart sank with a thump, and a dangerous aura rushed towards him. Not daring to stay any longer, he turned and ran. His speed was so fast that it created a gust of wind. Xu Hao's mind moved, and the flying sword that was originally in his hand landed steadily at his feet. It shot out with a whoosh, flying over Yi Xingqian's head. It just hovered in the air in front of him. Xu Hao looked down at Yi Xingqian from above. Yi Xingqian heard the movement above his head, looked up, and slowly stopped. He looked at Xu Hao, who was stepping on the flying sword, with a face full of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, this is a modern urban worldview. How is he using imperial sword flight? We are practicing martial arts, and you are doing cultivation. Xu Hao stood under the moonlight, like an immortal, and said slowly. Did I let you go? Yi Xingqian's face was extremely ugly. Xu Hao, don't go too far. I'm already leaving, what else do you want? Forgive and forget. Xu Hao smiled faintly. Forgive you? Do you think I kidnapped Tang Jinyu because I wanted to lay hands on her? Yi Xingqian frowned. Is that not the case? Then what was Xu Hao doing all this for? Xu Hao's voice continued to sound. Tang Jinyu is quite attractive, and I do plan to lay hands on her. It's been a long time since I've had fried noodles. But do you think I need to go through so much trouble to conquer this little fan? He paused here. Yi Xingqian was not stupid. After pondering for a moment, he quickly understood the reason. His face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Your target is me." Snap. Xu Hao snapped his fingers. That's right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Yi Xingqian's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with confusion. Why? We have no past grievances, why are you targeting me like this? I don't remember ever offending you. Xu Hao smiled. Because you're the protagonist. Yi Xingqian was completely bewildered. Xu Hao's eyes darted, and deciding to scare this protagonist, he deliberately asked. Is the sign-in system easy to use? What? Yi Xingqian's face drastically changed. Pointing at Xu Hao, he stammered for a long time before speaking with a trembling voice. You, how do you know I have a system? This is impossible. Xu Hao had a look of mockery. Oh, I forgot to tell you my identity. I am a system hunter. I specialize in killing lucky guys like you who are possessed by a system. From the moment you got your system, I've already been targeting you. Yi Xingqian was stunned after hearing that. His face was blank, and he didn't recover for a long time. Xu Hao could immediately say that he had a sign-in system. As for his identity, Yi Xingqian had no doubts. He himself had obtained a system. For a system hunter to appear, it didn't seem so difficult to understand. Yi Xingqian fell into deep despair. He had stumbled upon a windfall from the heavens, obtaining a system golden finger. He originally thought that relying on it, he could walk sideways from then on. His future would be bright, filled with showing off, slapping faces, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But now he was told that there were many systems in this world, and he was just prey in the eyes of others. The cruel reality was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing his beautiful dream. His mindset instantly collapsed. He muttered to himself. How could this happen? Ding. Yi Xingqian's mindset exploded, emotional value 001. Alright, rest in peace. I will help you take care of Jingyu and ensure she gets pregnant soon. Oh, right, let me tell you some news. Her elder sister is about to fall. At that time, I'll have them together, sisters. The taste of sister flowers should be quite good. Hearing Xu Hao's voice, Yi Xingqian's originally listless eyes slowly gained focus. His eyes were filled with desperate resolve, appearing like a madman. No, I don't believe it, it's all fake, you're lying to me. Yi Xingqian roared furiously, his throat hoarse from the effort. How could I just die in your hands like this? Impossible. I want to live. After speaking, he turned and ran outside, exerting all his might. His speed was as fast as lightning, reaching several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Watching Yi Xingqian's fleeing back, Xu Hao was unhurried. His figure flickered, and he used teleportation to appear beside Yi Xingqian. The flying sword under his feet was already in his hand. He ruthlessly stabbed towards Yi Xingqian's back, his sword chi tearing through the void. Yi Xingqian was running with all his might. A crisis warning emerged, and a sharp pain came from his back. He wanted to dodge. But the speed of that flying sword was simply too fast. The crisis warning told him he couldn't escape at all. In the blink of an eye, it was already within reach. Yi Xingqian hardened his heart. Since he couldn't dodge anyway, he would fight for mutual destruction and wouldn't let him off easily. Go to hell, Yi Xingqian roared, using all his strength, and fiercely turned around to throw a punch at Xu Hao. This punch carried all his rage. It went straight towards Xu Hao's head. It solidly landed on Xu Hao's head. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian was first stunned, then revealed a crazed smile. Filled with the pleasure of revenge. Ha ha ha, Xu Hao, you're nothing special. His voice abruptly stopped, and the smile on his face froze. He saw Xu Hao's shattered figure gradually dissipate. It was just an afterimage. Yi Xingqian suddenly felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. Before he could react, a sharp pain came from his chest. He looked down and saw that Xu Hao's flying sword had already pierced his body. Blood was gurgling out. Am I going to die? A hint of despair flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes. But soon, a spark ignited in the depths of his eyes. No, I can't die, I still have a chance. As long as I hold on until midnight, I can sign in and might get something to save my life. I must hold on. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen endured the intense pain and used his last bit of strength. He fled towards the direction he came from. As long as he escaped to a crowded place, there would be a glimmer of hope. He believed Xu Hao wouldn't dare to act recklessly under the public eye. Xu Hao stood still, watching Yi Xingchen's pathetic fleeing figure with no expression on his face. He extended his hand, slowly spreading his fingers. Yi Xingchen was running for his life. With every step, his life was draining away. Suddenly, a deathly crisis enveloped him. He looked around in horror, trying to find a direction to dodge. But this time, the crisis came from all directions. There was no way to dodge. Feeling himself getting closer and closer to death, Yi Xingchen let out a roar of unwillingness. I'm not willing. As Xu Hao's fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. The space around Yi Xingchen emitted cracking sounds of breaking. Spatial cracks, like the mouths of ferocious beasts, instantly swallowed his entire being. This was one of Xu Hao's killing abilities. Space strangulation. Ding. Yi Xingchen felt despair, emotional value plus 1001. Ding. Yi Xingchen was dead beyond dead. Xu Hao's gaze swept around, only to see that this area was riddled with pits. It looked as if it had been bombed by artillery shells, a scene of devastation. He was too lazy to use his ability to repair it. Just let Red Rose and that female assassin pretend to fight. To create the illusion of a fierce battle. Xu Hao gave a look to Red Rose and the female assassin not far away. The two women understood and took their stances. Red Rose was agile, and was the first to attack the female assassin. Each move was powerful, stirring up howling winds. The female assassin was not to be outdone, her figure darting agilely, every move was both fierce and precise. For a time, the two exchanged blows, locked in an inseparable fight. As they fought, surrounding debris flew, and the stirred-up dust covered the sky. The wind howled, sweeping outwards in all directions. Xu Hao first placed Tang Jinyu in a safe corner. Then his figure flickered, and he teleported into the car. Inside the car, Tang Ruoxi was sleeping against the seat, her serene face still showing a hint of worry. She was probably too worried about her younger sister Tang Jinyu. Xu Hao patted her shoulder. Ruoxi, wake up. Tang Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still a bit hazy. She looked at Xu Hao with sleepy eyes. What's wrong? She looked quite cute like this. Xu Hao quickly held her hand, pretending to be concerned. Look at you, you were so worried about Jinyu that you fell asleep from exhaustion. Now you don't have to worry, we've found Jinyu. Found Jinyu. Tang Ruoxi's originally hazy eyes instantly became clear. She suddenly sat up straight and asked urgently. Where is she? Xu Hao reached out and pointed outside the car window. Chapter 612. Conquest. Treat her well. Comfort her. The protagonist delivers an assist. Tang Ruoxi quickly looked in the direction Xu Hao was pointing. With one look, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. She saw two people fighting fiercely outside. Every collision was accompanied by flying debris and howling winds. The surroundings were already full of pits. One of them was Xu Hao's bodyguard. The other person was wearing black clothes and had a stern expression. Tang Ruoxi suddenly became agitated. It's her, that person in black kidnapped Jinyu. Soon she also saw her younger sister lying near a large stone not far away. In her anxiety, Tang Ruoxi wanted to go to her younger sister. Xu Hao held her hand to comfort her. It's dangerous outside, Ruoxi, don't go yet. It's not too late after that person in black is dealt with. Hong Chengwei is still just testing, not using her full strength yet. It will be over soon. After hearing Xu Hao's words, Tang Ruoxi's mood eased slightly. But immediately after, she felt the warmth in her palm, and a blush quietly appeared on her face. Just as Xu Hao said. Before long, Red Rose seemed to have become a different person, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce. She beat the person in black back step by step, gradually revealing their discomfiture. Seeing that she couldn't gain an advantage, the person in black decided to retreat. She spotted a gap and rushed towards the large stone, intending to take Tang Jinyu away. How could Red Rose let her succeed? Having anticipated she would do this, her figure flashed, blocking in front of Tang Jinyu one step ahead. Her short blade held horizontally, she took a stance of absolute refusal to yield, looking coldly at the person in black. Seeing this, the person in black knew that she couldn't take Tang Jinyu today, and gave Red Rose a hateful look. Turning around, she used her movement technique, disappearing into the night within a few flashes. Seeing that the person in black had escaped, Tang Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got out of the car. She ran towards the large stone where her younger sister Tang Jinyu was unconscious. Red Rose helped Tang Jinyu up. Tang Ruoxi hurried closer, looked anxiously at her younger sister, and asked with a trembling voice. 683 inches elder sister Hong Changwei, how is my younger sister? Red Rose checked Tang Jinyu's condition. Don't worry, she's just unconscious, nothing serious. Saying that, she reached out and pinched Tang Jinyu's philtrum. After a moment, Tang Jinyu slowly opened her eyes. She opened her eyes dazedly, saw Tang Ruoxi standing in front of her, and the surroundings were pitch black. Her face was full of confusion. What's going on? Wasn't she at school? She had just finished performing. How did she suddenly end up here? Sis, where is this? Looking at her younger sister's confused appearance, Tang Ruoxi felt both annoyed and amused. She shook her head helplessly. You really are fearless in your ignorance. You were kidnapped, and you don't even know how worried I was. Tang Jinyu was startled. I was kidnapped. Sis, quickly tell me, what exactly happened? Tang Ruoxi rolled her eyes, thinking her younger sister was too carefree, but still began to explain. Right when you finished performing and went off stage, a person in black suddenly appeared. I kept waiting for you. After asking your classmates, I checked the surveillance footage and saw the scene of you being kidnapped. Listening to her older sister's description, Tang Jinyu's face turned slightly pale. Then what happened? How did you find me? Tang Ruoxi continued. I completely lost my composure at the time. Luckily, Uncle Xu was also there. He comforted me and told me not to worry. Then he found this bodyguard elder sister, and we tracked you all the way here. Fortunately, she drove that robber away, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang Jinyu followed elder sister's words and looked at the red rose beside her, her eyes full of gratitude. Elder sister, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been in danger. Red Rose's tone was calm. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank boss. I was just following orders. Tang Jinyu nodded repeatedly. I definitely need to properly thank Uncle Xu. At this moment, Xu Hao's voice came. It's good that everyone is all right. Several people looked over following the sound. They saw Xu Hao walking slowly, with a smile on his face like a spring breeze. Seeing Xu Hao, Tang Jinyu's eyes immediately turned red. As if seeing someone to rely on, she ran over and plunged into Xu Hao's embrace. Uncle Xu, thank you. Tang Jinyu felt a wave of lingering fear. She was inexplicably kidnapped and taken to such a distant place. She couldn't help but think of the fate of women who were kidnapped in movies. She felt cold all over, and the more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. Xu Hao patted Tang Jinyu's back to comfort her. It's all right, everything is over now, no one can hurt you. However, you should properly thank elder sister. She was almost frantic when she learned you were kidnapped. Tang Jinyu raised her head from Xu Hao's embrace, looked at elder sister, her eyes full of emotion. She sniffed and said, thank you, elder sister. Tang Ruoxi walked over and patted Zhao Linger's head. Silly girl, what are you thanking me for? Your safety is more important than anything. After a heartfelt exchange, the group returned to the school. The art performance was nearing its end. On the stage, Principal Tang Egwo walked onto the stage. At this school anniversary, I have seen the youthful spirit of the students and felt everyone's love for the school. As Principal Tang Egwo's speech echoed, Capital University's centennial celebration successfully concluded. After the celebration ended, guests left one after another, and Tang Egwo kept expressing his gratitude. Xu Hao was also preparing to leave. Xu Wei had already disappeared somewhere after visiting the school in the afternoon. Tang Jinyu had been quite startled and had already returned to rest first. Only Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi remained. Tang Ruoxi was preparing to send Xu Hao back to the hotel. After all, he was a guest and needed to be taken good care of. Tang Egwo saw Xu Hao and hurried over, a smile plastered on his face. He sincerely thanked him again. President Xu, thank you so much for attending our school's ceremony today. It elevated this centennial celebration to a new level. Xu Hao also responded with a smile. You're too kind, old brother Tang. I'm happy to contribute to the education sector. And I had a pretty good experience too. Tang Egwo smiled even more broadly. That's good, that's very good. By the way, President Xu, when are you planning to return to the imperial capital? Look, you've come, and I haven't properly hosted you yet, I really feel bad about it. Xu Hao said with a smile. No hurry, I plan to look around and experience the local customs of the imperial capital. Tang Egwo's eyes lit up. That would be great, you must give me a chance to host you and fulfill my duty as a host. Okay, I'll contact you then. Tang Egwo nodded repeatedly. Then he looked at his daughter Tang Ruoxi beside him and instructed. Ruoxi, you take President Xu to the hotel to rest, make sure you take good care of President Xu, don't be negligent. Tang Ruoxi obediently replied. Got it, Dad, you can rest assured. This scene fell into the eyes of a figure not far away. If it wasn't Qin Tian, who else could it be? Seeing Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi finish speaking with Tang Egwo and prepare to get in the car. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Before, with Xu Hao's daughter present, Tang Ruoxi had her first kiss taken away and was even seen naked by that guy. Now it was just the two of them, a single man and a single woman. Who knows what Xu Hao might do? No, absolutely cannot let Tang Ruoxi go to the hotel with him. Must find a way to stop it. Swish. A flash of inspiration went through his mind, and Qin Tian had an idea. He could invite Tang Ruoxi out to eat under the guise of apologizing. This way, he could separate Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. Even if Xu Hao insists on going along, he could still find a way to stall for time. It was better than the two of them going to the hotel alone. Thinking of this, Qin Tian quickly walked towards Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi. Just as the two were about to get in the car, Qin Tian quickly called out. Teacher Tang. Tang Ruoxi heard the sound, stopped, and turned to look at him in confusion. Student Qin, is there something you need? Qin Tian came closer and said with a face full of apology. Teacher Tang, what I did before was wrong, I've always felt bad about it, so I specially came to apologize to you today. Qin Tian said it so sincerely, he was almost swearing to the heavens. Tang Ruoxi, however, frowned. You shouldn't be apologizing to me, but to Uncle Xu. You've been targeting Uncle Xu for the past 2 days, I couldn't stand to watch, it's just that Uncle Xu is magnanimous and didn't bother with you. I'm telling the truth. Qin Tian swallowed the words he was about to say. He reluctantly agreed on the surface. Teacher Tang is right, I was foolish, I'll apologize to President Xu right away. Saying that, he turned to face Xu Hao, forcing a hint of apology onto his face. President Xu, I was ignorant and too impulsive before. I hope President Xu is magnanimous and won't stoop to my level. Saying this, Qin Tian felt incredibly stifled. But to prevent Tang Ruoxi from falling into Xu Hao's tiger's den. At this moment, he could only endure. He thought that it wouldn't be too late to settle the score with Xu Hao after this hurdle was passed. Xu Hao smiled magnanimously. Young people are inevitably impulsive sometimes, I can understand. It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. Qin Tian secretly gritted his teeth. Xu Hao's words clearly meant he was ignorant. He was extremely unhappy inside, but still maintained a smile on his face, then looked at Tang Ruoxi. Teacher Tang, I truly know I was wrong. I'd like to treat you to dinner as an apology. You must agree, otherwise I will always feel guilty and won't be able to get over this hurdle. Tang Ruoxi's brows furrowed even deeper. It's enough that you realize your mistake, there's no need for dinner. I still need to take Uncle Xu to the hotel. Besides, haven't we already had dinner? It's already 9 o'clock. Qin Tian didn't give up. Teacher Tang, if you don't agree, it means you don't accept my apology. Please give me a chance to make amends. Tang Ruoxi looked troubled and was hesitating when Xu Hao spoke with a smile. Ruoxi, since this is student Qin's sincere intention, just agree to it. Consider it a late-night snack. I'm actually a little hungry now, and I can join in for a meal. Qin Tian was unhappy inside. He didn't want Xu Hao to go along. But looking at Tang Ruoxi, if Xu Hao didn't go, Tang Ruoxi definitely wouldn't go either. Changing his mind, going along was also acceptable. At least he could interrupt Tang Ruoxi from going to the hotel with him. Based on his understanding of Xu Hao, it was too dangerous for a man and a woman to go to the hotel alone. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Tang Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. All right then, since Uncle Xu said so, let's go together. Qin Tian was immediately overjoyed and said hurriedly. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll go get the car now. After saying that, He rushed towards the parking lot. Before long, Qin Tian drove over excitedly. He even got out of the car specifically, ran to Tang Ruoxi's side, and eagerly opened the car door. "Teacher Tang, please get in the car." Tang Ruoxi didn't get in, but looked at Xu Hao and said, "Uncle Xu, please first." Xu Hao was not polite, said thank you, and got into the car. Only then did Tang Ruoxi follow and get in. A gloomy look flashed in Qin Tian's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He closed the car door, returned to the driver's seat, and started the car. Xu Hao had a knowing smile on his face. Interesting, just wondering how to win over Tang Ruoxi tonight, and the protagonist proactively sent an assist. Chapter 613, Kissed and Seen. A kiss to the fragrant lips. Wronged like snow in October. Qin Tian took Xu Hao and Tang Ruoxi to a private restaurant. Although the location was remote, the taste was absolutely excellent, attracting many customers. Qin Tian often came here to eat. Walking into the restaurant, Qin Tian skillfully led the two through the hall to a private room. After sitting down, Qin Tian handed the menu to Tang Ruoxi, his tone eager. "Teacher Tang, please order. The dishes at this restaurant are absolutely superb. Look at whatever you want to eat and order freely, it's my treat." Tang Ruoxi immediately handed the menu to Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, you order." Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. Finally, he pursed his lips and said nothing. Taking in his expression, Xu Hao spoke with a smile. "Ruoxi, help me take a look, are there any imperial capital specialty dishes? I'm new here and not very familiar." Tang Ruoxi didn't hesitate, stood up, and sat down next to Xu Hao. They were very close. As a strand of hair brushed by, Xu Hao could smell the faint fragrance emanating from her. Tang Ruoxi pointed at the menu with her finger, explaining each dish to Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, look at this steamed 8 treasure fish emerald white jade soup." Seeing how close they were, Qin Tian was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Xu Hao, this old fox, is definitely doing it on purpose. Even with him here, he's taking advantage of Tang Ruoxi. If they went to the hotel alone, a man and a woman, who knows what Xu Hao would do?" But then he thought. Qin Tian was glad he called Tang Ruoxi over. With him here, he could at least keep an eye on things for now, preventing Xu Hao from succeeding. But what should he do after this meal? He still had to find a way to delay Tang Ruoxi. He must not let Xu Hao have a chance to be alone with her. Qin Tian secretly started plotting. Soon, the dishes were ordered. The waiter politely took the menu and left. Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao started chatting, completely ignoring Qin Tian. He occasionally cleared his throat, trying to get their attention, but they didn't pay him any mind. He was incredibly frustrated. Before long, dishes were served one after another, the aroma filling the air. Qin Tian perked up and urged Tang Ruoxi to eat. "All the dishes are served, Teacher Tang, please taste them quickly, the taste at this restaurant is great." Thinking of how Xu Hao helped save Zhao Linger just now, Tang Ruoxi was filled with gratitude. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in Xu Hao's bowl. "Uncle Xu, thank you so much for saving my Zhao Linger today. Eat more, this fish looks very fresh." Xu Hao waved his hand and said humbly. "Ruoxi, you eat too. I can do it myself, don't be so polite." Tang Ruoxi insisted. "It's okay, this is just a small token of my appreciation." Qin Tian watched this scene from the side, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He hadn't eaten much all day. He originally intended to choose this private restaurant, which he frequented, firstly to prevent Tang Ruoxi and Xu Hao from going to the hotel, and secondly to have a good meal himself. As a result, he was now so angry that his stomach was full of fire, and looking at the table full of delicacies, he had no appetite at all. Qin Tian thought about interrupting Tang Ruoxi from serving Xu Hao. He picked up a cup, opened a bottle of drink, and poured a cup for Teacher Tang. "Teacher Tang, have some milk tea to moisten your throat. This milk tea tastes quite good." Teacher Tang turned and handed the cup to Xu Hao. "Uncle Xu, would you like milk tea, or something else?" "Let's just have some milk tea tonight, thank you, Ruoxi," Xu Hao said, taking the cup naturally. Qin Tian felt incredibly depressed. But there was nothing he could do, so he had to pour another cup for Teacher Tang. Ding. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, emotion value plus 999. Seeing Qin Tian's aggrieved look, Xu Hao's heart stirred. While the two were not paying attention, he took out a packet of ecstasy powder. He subtly used telekinesis to sprinkle the medicine into the milk tea that he and Teacher Tang were drinking. The rest was all sprinkled into the milk tea bottle. This aphrodisiac had no effect on him, he could neutralize it with a single thought. But to make this act more convincing, he also added a little bit for himself. The few people continued eating. Seeing that Teacher Tang was about to serve Xu Hao again, Qin Tian quickly poured her a drink, finding all sorts of excuses to interrupt. Teacher Tang, this dish should be eaten while it's hot. Have some drink so you don't choke. Drinking milk tea with this dish will make it even more delicious. But he didn't drink a single sip himself. He was really not in the mood. He felt like he was almost reduced to a servant waiting on them. Gradually, Xu Hao felt the effects of the medicine starting to kick in, and a wave of heat rose from the bottom of his heart. He frowned and muttered to himself. Why does it feel like it's getting hotter and hotter? Teacher Tang felt it even more clearly. Her cheeks were flushed, and she fanned herself in front of her face. It is a bit hot. Qin Tian just felt inexplicable. Where was it hot? It was clearly quite cool, wasn't it? After eating for a while longer, Teacher Tang felt increasingly uncomfortable. The restless heat in her heart continued to spread. Her cheeks became increasingly hot, showing an abnormal blush, and a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on her forehead. It was truly unbearable, so Teacher Tang took off her jacket, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt. At this moment, her eyes also began to become somewhat hazy. Observing Teacher Tang's actions, Xu Hao felt the time was right, so he suddenly put down his chopsticks. Something's not right. Teacher Tang and Qin Tian both looked at him in unison. Xu Hao looked seriously at Teacher Tang. Ruoxi, it's not the weather that's hot, we've been drugged. Drugged. Teacher Tang was startled, then her eyes widened, and her hazy gaze became a little clearer. No wonder she felt hot all over and had an urge, it was very uncomfortable. She subconsciously looked at Qin Tian. Her eyes were full of vigilance. Qin Tian immediately became anxious and angrily said to Xu Hao. Xu Hao, don't talk nonsense. We all ate the same food. If you two were drugged, why wasn't I? Teacher Tang thought for a moment and felt that made sense. Her vigilance towards Qin Tian slightly lessened. She looked at Xu Hao and asked, Uncle Xu, what exactly is going on? Xu Hao frowned and looked at Qin Tian. I didn't say you were the one who drugged us, why are you so anxious? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Qin Tian was trembling with anger. Me? What do I have to feel guilty about? I ate the same as you. If there was medicine, why didn't I show symptoms? Don't try to frame me. I see you're eager to dump dirt on me, you're the one with the problem. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he stared intently at Xu Hao. Xu Hao, you're the one who did it, right? You definitely wanted to use the drug's effects to make a move on Teacher Tang, and then find a way to frame me. You really have malicious intentions. If it weren't for the future he had foreseen earlier. Knowing Xu Hao's bad character. That Xu Hao could do such a wicked thing, he really couldn't have imagined it. Teacher Tang was full of shock. She never expected Qin Tian to say such a thing. Immediately, a wave of disappointment surged within her. It seemed that Qin Tian's previous apologies were all fake. Even now, he was still slandering Uncle Xu. Xu Hao had saved her Zhao Linger, so she couldn't believe he would do such a thing and couldn't help but stand up and speak for Xu Hao. Qin Tian, how can you say that? Uncle Xu has always been very good to me, he's not that kind of person. Qin Tian, however, had an anxious look and earnestly advised. Teacher Tang, don't be fooled by him. Xu Hao looks upright and virtuous, but he's just a hypocrite. He's always been after you. Have you forgotten how he took advantage of you? He kissed you and saw you naked. This time, it must also be his doing. Hearing him mention that Xu Hao had kissed her and seen her naked, Teacher Tang's face turned even redder. But she knew that it wasn't Xu Hao's fault at all, it was all because he was playful. Teacher Tang took a breath, calmed down, and said, Qin Tian, stop talking. I believe in Uncle Xu's character. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to get angry. Xu Hao slightly narrowed his eyes. Student Qin, you have a rich imagination. However, I'd like to ask you, if I drugged you, why would I also be affected? I don't know why you have such a big problem with me. If you think I drugged you, please provide evidence. On the contrary, your extreme efforts to conceal make me very suspicious. Qin Tian had already determined that Xu Hao did it, and glared at Xu Hao angrily. Xu Hao, stop pretending, it must be you. Although I don't know how you drugged me, what I ate was the same as yours, which proves I didn't drug you. If it wasn't me, then it must be you. Xu Hao shook his head. Student Qin, is everything you ate really the same as ours? Qin Tian's heart sank. What do you mean? Xu Hao's tone turned cold. It seems I haven't seen you drink this bottle of milk tea from beginning to end. I was just wondering why you kept pouring first but didn't drink yourself. Is there something fishy in there? Qin Tian was dumbfounded. Hilarious. This milk tea was opened by his own hand. How could it be drugged? Xu Hao was deliberately causing trouble. Fine, since you doubt me on this, I'll drink it then. I'd like to see what you'll have to say after I finish drinking and prove it. After speaking, he tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining half bottle of milk tea. Qin Tian wiped the corner of his mouth. Now what I've eaten and drunk is the same as yours. Surely that proves I didn't drug you. However, because he drank too much at once. Before long, the drug began to take effect in his body. Qin Tian only felt a wave of heat assault him. It became increasingly intense, as if a ball of fire was burning, making his whole body uncomfortable. How is that possible? Was it really drugged? Was it Xu Hao who did it? That shouldn't be the case. This milk tea was always by his side. Xu Hao never handled it from beginning to end. It seemed the only one who could have drugged it was him. But it was definitely not him who did it. This can only mean the drink itself was problematic from the start. But in this situation, would anyone believe him? Tang Ruoxi also noticed Qin Tian's abnormality. Seeing his face flushed, his forehead sweating, looking like he had been drugged. Tang Ruoxi was furious. She pointed at Qin Tian and questioned him. Qin Tian, why did you drug us? What do you want to do? Qin Tian quickly waved his hand to explain. It wasn't me, Teacher Tang, I don't know anything, I swear I really didn't drug you. Right, this drink itself is problematic, you must believe me. Tang Ruoxi didn't believe his words at all. Involuntarily, she remembered Qin Tian breaking into her room last night with malicious intent. It's no surprise that he would use such despicable methods today. A leopard cannot change its spots. Damn it, she should have thought of this earlier. Tang Ruoxi regretted being too careless. Seeing Qin Tian's innocent look made her angry. You're still arguing. Have you forgotten what you wanted to do last night? And now you're pulling this stunt again today. I misjudged you. People like you truly disgust me. I don't want to hear another word of your explanation. Qin Tian became even more anxious. Teacher Tang, listen to me, last night was a misunderstanding. This matter today also has nothing to do with me, you have to believe me. Tang Ruoxi turned her head away, not even looking at him. Xu Hao had calculated the time well. Putting on a look of struggling to endure the aphrodisiac's effects, he spoke to Tang Ruoxi. Ruoxi, given our current situation, we must go to the hospital immediately.